The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, folks. That's right. It's Sunday. Normally Sunday fun day, but today maybe not so fun. We're live. Dude, what is happening? This chatter. Yo, chatter. Are you good? Why do you keep every day you come in and you keep going, hey, retweet this. Every day you come in here and you demand that I help you ratio people. We just started. Stop doing this. Okay? Stop sending me your tweets to retweet and to ratio congresspersons and all this stuff, please. Okay, you ain't slick. Anyway, this is how we start on Sunday. Holy fuck! All right, it's supposed to be a Sunday fun day, but I don't know if we'll have a lot of fun. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I heard your comments about San Francisco yesterday. Is easily the most offended I've been on this broadcast for 51 months. We are the Manhattan of the West. LA ain't shit. Wait, what? I think LA is nicer than San Francisco? Are you on crack? No, San Francisco is 100% cooler than Los Angeles. I just love Los Angeles personally. It's good for me. I like it. There's never a point where I've ever said Los Angeles is better than San Francisco. What the fuck? I'm just saying, in comparison to like metropolitan cities, like cosmopolitan cities around the world, like it's just it's not like a fully flushed out city, but you know, it's still city like. One day you should ignore chat. Yeah, I can never do that. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we're making the waves right now. Okay, U.S. Magazine Celebrity News posted my commentary on Megan Thee Stallion, which has been going viral. It's one of the first instances where your boy is not actually in the news in a negative capacity, so I'll take it. We take those, okay? We take those. Those are takeable. Yeah, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And there's not really much going on in my life because I'm a chud ass loser. You already know I'm a fat chud. I will, however, say there's one thing that I did. I played basketball again. I played basketball this morning, which was pretty awesome. And last week was the first time I did any like serious cardio since December 13th, 2025 on that horrible day. And today I played one full court pickup basketball game. We won. I had a couple points as well. It was game 2s and 3s, or no, 1s and 2s to 15. And I had the game winner 3-point shot. It was a bank. Bank is open. Cardio equals climaxing. Yes. How's Unc's knees? Ankle wasn't too bad. I have actually purchased the Kobe's, and I've been using them, and it's been very helpful. Day 16 of chatting every day until Hasan interviews Jeremy Whalen running for Congress in District 1 in MA. Okay, I'm gonna I can't wait for this goddamn midterm season to be over. So bad. I wanted to be done so bad. Yeah, I got the Kobe high tops. Yeah. It's just like, it's literally Sunday, man, bro. Please give me a break for like a second and a half. Can we do that? Billy. What is this? Hasan has asked. Hasan was asking whether there's a Chinese national flag in the background. I'm literally white-skinned Chinese. Only Chinese netizens have been supporting me. When are you returning home? Just asking. When the revolution succeeds. The only revolution is not succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Uploader, if Hasan doesn't treat you to a meal, that would really be a bit too much. Remember to read this comment. Just to think about it, the time, effort, and thought investment, a big meal is considered cost-effective beyond the Milky Way. The true spiritual homeland of the left wing, not the white left, where even Che would come meet the great teacher. Despite the ideological struggles and the rise and fall of external influences over the years, the fundamental changes in the lives of the broadest masses over the past 76 years have spoken for themselves. Hasan's understanding of modern Chinese history is even better than most Chinese people. Someone made you into a snow sculpture? How is that possible? Year 1 of lighting the biggest white-headed Chinese beacon until QC is liberated. Wait, what? Where is this? What the hell-ante? Where is this? It looks like the young Mao statue. How is that possible? Your head's looking big today, King. Oh my God. What? Cinema. Oh my God, bro. That's incredible. Wait, there's still snow in Quebec right now? Like, it's still snowing? When is this from? Posted a few days ago. Bro, I'm in northern MN. We still got snow. In the north, probably. Quebec is massive. Brother, this is unbelievable. What an honor, dude. They made me in the depiction of young Mao. That's what it is. That, like, this is a very famous statue of young Mao. Handsome young Mao. And they've made me into that. They've turned me into that in a snow sculpture alongside Kaya. Wow. How is that even possible? God, I love Canada so much. That's crazy. Quebec. Excellent work. One day you will be free. Yeah, this is the OG statue that they're like like making it similar to. She doesn't even know it. It's like that French chef on TikTok that makes giant sculptures and functional things out of candy and chocolate. So much talent, incredible. I've never seen anything like this. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy of this honor. This is unbelievable. I just make dicks in the snow. This is wild. Yeah, straight up. That's so sick. That's so dope. Holy shit. I didn't even know that there were. How dare you compare yourself to the great chairman? You unworthy of a statue in his likeness? I mean, I'm unworthy of this in general, okay? Not like before we even get to the comparisons between the young chairman, this is a very unique thing that a HasanAbi head has made. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, this is the most insane thing that any HasanAbi head has ever made. Level up, kings and queens and emperors. That's all I got to say, okay? Ball's in your court now. This is now the new standard, okay? That's what I need to see. That's what I need to see from y'all. Zoran literally became mayor? What the fuck? I know. Yesterday, we found out Zoran might have been a HasanAbi head earlier than I had previously known about, and today it's just HasanAbi heads are on the come up, okay, big time. And the reality of the matter is, all the HasanAbi heads in the chat, they need to elevate their game a little bit. Anyway, we have a lot to talk about today. That was incredible. What a way to start the day. Holy moly. Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo.
Okay. We are going to get started. I'm going to blast off, but did you see the Vox hit piece on you? It's ass. Yes, I have seen all the hit pieces. I thought that we were done with the hit pieces. I feel like every day there's another one that comes out. They need to write more. I think what mainstream media needs to do is write more and hit different angles. Your goat Bongino talked about you on Fox. Oh. Yeah. The most impressive HasanAbi head would be Zach Polanski, by the way, probably. Depending on what he is capable of pulling off. More impressive than Zohran Kwame Mamdani, just for the record. No press is bad press. Fox and Friends blamed you. Is this Kash Patel's girlfriend? Hasan Piker killed the motherfuckers on the street, soaking with the red capitalist blood 3 days ago. The New York Times promoted him. I love that this is like the clip that they keep posting now of me LARPing as though this is a sincere policy advocacy that I'm engaging in. And it's a LARP where I'm talking to, at the time, a friend of mine who happens to be a landlord, now a big hater of mine. And it's so funny that they're just like, he said this. He says this all the time. It's like, bitch, that was in fucking 2018. Twitter users now quote tweeting every person you've ever interacted with by blaming you for the violence. Nice. Guy who helped cover up the Epstein files calling Hasan a zero is so funny to me. QRT with the cheating scandal by the New York Times. Wasn't that like 2 apartments ago? That was 3 or 4. That was 4 ago. Yeah, we have a blue sky post of the suspect. I don't even want to call him like the shooter because did he even shoot, like, or what did he shoot at? Like, there's so much up in the air still. Of course, as always, we're going to go through the motions. We're going to go through everything. We're going to go through the noise. As you know, part of what I do is in the aftermath of breaking stories like this, specifically like attempts at political violence, instability, things of that nature, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of biased framing, right? He's trying to get his numbers back up. What do you mean? There's a lot of biased framework that people work off of. There is there's a lot of there are a lot of inconsistent narratives that get thrown around, and and there's a lot of conspiracies. Just joined. Are they actually blaming you for this one? I can't believe these people. Yeah, I'm officially Trantifa. Okay, transgender Antifa. Because in the aftermath of any like attempted shootings, school shootings and the like, they would always say, oh, it's a transgender Antifa that's responsible for this violence without any actual evidence whatsoever. And I'll take it for you guys on the chin. Okay, I am officially the new transgender Antifa. Trans-Tifa. So you're saying you and Brace have a scheme of spread false narratives and clear things up the next day? Got it. Yeah, I am now officially the new version of transgender Antifa. I am also the CEO of transgender Antifa, obviously. Anyway, let's blast off. Mark Levin also tweeted about you. I know. The entirety of the right wing. The entire right wing is inside of my asshole right now. Okay, they are inside of my asshole digging it out. Let's be real. They have been using this, and I will continue to use this and every opportunity to blame me. And it's not just the right-wingers as well. It's also people like this, like Clintonites, like right-wing Democrats as well. Did you see the Michael Treacy B story last night? I did. It was awesome. We'll talk about that as well. My goat, Michael Treacy, was also in the news as well for being the goat. Just probably the greatest, like contrarian that's ever existed. Someone had this as their news. There has to be other news. Hasan Piker clashes with Cambridge student over October 7 attacks. Hasan Piker and Dave Smith gear up for shoplifting debate. Hasan Piker hits top 3 on Twitch amid wealth backlash. No, these are trends that are serving. These are trends that are in specific. They're also automated and they're AI. So that's the reason why Nathan J. Robinson is seeing this stuff. Shabbos Kestenbaum. If you're a Democrat, continue to campaign with Hasan. Yeah, killed him. Killed those motherfuckers in the murder, motherfuckers in the streets. Then please shut the fuck up with being pretending. Trump is not Hitler. ICE is not Gestapo. Republicans are not Nazis. Yeah, it's really funny. I have noticed that virtually every single person that's doing this, Hasan is responsible for the shooting, happens to be a propagandist for the state of Israel. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. I've yet to see a single motherfucker that has been actively saying Hasan is responsible for this, not be a propagandist for Israel. Very strange stuff. We'll go through all of this, obviously. Senate Republicans linking you as well. Remember when Democrats spokesperson Hasan Piker, who campaigned with Abdullah, said, called to murder Rick Scott? Democrats are shamelessly encouraging their base to use violence against conservatives. It's funny because, like, then there are also fans of the Republican Party that are just like, what are you doing about it? Like, you're not even doing anything about it. They're just like tuning up their audience to try to take care of me, I guess. In any case, you should come to Montreal for a hockey playoff game. You should have a break from all of this, far from all this. Nah, we're still going. We're still going. They're going after Neb now, bruh. The journalist at the White House Correspondents' Dinner yesterday, do it refers to killing Trump. Yeah, they're also saying Taylor Lorenz is responsible. There's photos of the shooter on social media wearing an IDF sweatshirt. That sounds like fake news to me. I saw that. There isn't enough evidence that that's real. I would bank on that being fake. Yeah, I would bank on that being fake. I would bank on that being AI. I'll be honest. Look up defamation. It's an insanely high bar to clear, but you need to start revving up lawyers. Guys, I beg you, please live in the fucking real world, okay? Live in the real universe. There's no way to like successfully sue people for defamation. At this point, it doesn't even fucking matter. It's like every single news outlet is doing it. Okay? I am a fucking public figure. As long as they don't say that I literally did this murder, they just simply imply it. They're mostly in the fucking clear. Holy shit. God damn, Americans. Oh my God. You guys are so fucking litigious. Every American is the same, bro. They all think you can sue your way out of it. Like, this is not how it works. You can't do that. Okay? That's just not a thing. That's not a thing you can do. Anyway, his manifesto's out too, which clearly I'm not allowed to fucking read. So I'll just go through some in the news reporting that's coming out of it, because people will use this as an opportunity to try to fucking get me banned off the platform again. Okay. But yeah, apparently Scott Jennings blames Hakeem Jeffries for this rhetoric. When another guest mentions the death of Melissa Hortman, Jennings accuses her of downplaying violence. Candidates are campaigning with Hasan Piker. Buddy, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a know you, okay? It's a know you moment. It's a know you moment, and these guys are very clearly fucking hitting the know you. Look at Hasan Piker. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, okay? I'm a goddamn Twitch streamer. If you think that words are violence, okay? First of all, if you're a Republican, you can't say words are violence, okay? You just can't. You're not allowed, because Republican rhetoric is unbelievably violent. But if you say words are violence, then what the fuck does that do to the president? Like, what are you talking about? You can't be like defending the president and defending the Republican Party and then turn around and go, words are violence. Look at this fucking Twitch streamer. It's like, yeah, dude, you found a clip of me LARPing in 2018, 8 years ago, to like 30 fucking people that are watching, and you're plastering it all over the timeline to be like, this is the guy, as though this is like my advocacy, as though I'm running around fucking demanding that landlords get shot and killed or some shit on a regular basis in 2020 fucking 6, or in any other time outside of that one clip from fucking 2018. It's ridiculous. It's like already discussed endlessly as well. It's something that has been discussed already. You're just desperate. You're desperate to hold on to anything that you possibly can. Are the reports of the shooter supporting the IDF verified? No, they're not. It's fake. It's fake news. Ugh. Anyway, like, you can't be like, oh, the left is incredibly violent and dangerous, when one, most of the liberal elected representatives, even left elected representatives are pretty, pretty chill with their rhetoric. Like they are even too restrained from my estimations. I think they are unbelievably restrained for the most part. Also, I have no, like, while this is political football, for the record, while there is this like obvious political football taking place between the Republicans trying to blame the entire left and like saying, oh, Hasan is the most violent person that's ever existed, there are also people who are using this as an opportunity to entertain their favorite content creators' personal grievances, like Ethan Klein, IDF's strongest soldier, Ethan Klein, and his community on Reddit, the Sex Pestiny as well, in his community. They're all using this as an opportunity while, presenting themselves as liberals and centrists. They're also pushing this fucking right-wing line, this right-wing narrative, not realizing that is going to snap back on them as well. This administration is a fascist administration. They make no distinction between your statements that are anti-Trump as well and my statements. You're a fucking idiot for leaning in to this admin. You're an absolute fucking moron, and you are going to get your comeuppance just like I will, okay? If I'm going to the camps, you're going to be there by my side. I hope you understand that. You're a fucking moron, okay? Lock in. If you are a liberal right now and leaning into this ridiculous narrative, the idea that the left is so violent, oh, this Hasan guy, we got to get him out of here. You're a short-sighted, self-defeating, fascist collaborator who does not understand that they are presenting this as a false frame, a false narrative, okay? They do not care. They are not going to ever make a distinction. Yeah, it's funny because, like, this is the type of shit that Destiny and his community engaged in, except, of course, all of the fucking Republicans are going to turn around and now also attack Destiny in the same way. Never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. The left consistently calls for us to be killed/hurt and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. They're so stupid. They're so fucking stupid. They're unbelievably stupid. This is so much better than watching clips on YouTube, Lamau. Yes, it is better. You get to do it in real time. Yeah, right-wingers have been using the Destiny subreddit like a breeding ground to create a narrative that the left is unbelievably violent. These stupid fucking liberals do not realize, these self-described stupid fucking liberals who consistently collaborate with the right, by the way, so I don't even think they're actual liberals. They end up giving an opportunity to the right to make a coherent argument, to make a consistent, coherent narrative that's ultimately inconsistent because they're still right-wingers, obviously. It won't stop with me. It won't start with me. It won't stop with me. These people don't fucking understand it. They think, oh, in the short term, we'll be able to eliminate my sex cult leader's least favorite content creator. I'll fight this war. Okay? I'll fight this battle. You think you'll be able to, quote unquote, take care of me by leaning into the Republicans. It's not going to end with me. It never ends with just the leftmost person. Okay? This is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany as well. First, they came for the communists. Remember? This is total mental illness, okay? In 2 to 3 weeks, the far-right cramp studied the Destiny wiki and all their angles of attack and drama to use on you, but also the broader left. So goddamn stupid. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Big props to Mallory McMorrow, third way tweet, and Sarah Longmo for allying ourselves with mega fascists like Laura Loomer, gifting her cover to try and criminalize free speech on the left. How come Hasan Piker isn't in jail? They did this shit. Yeah, I already covered this. What? Valid question. No, I won't because I'm white. I'd rather be stupid than dumb like you. Valid question. Okay, dude, take an hour off. This is a great opportunity for a lot of liberals, a lot of right-wing liberals, and a lot of centrist liberals. Okay. Wait, what? Are you just simply a Twitch streamer or a public figure? I think there's a big difference between those two definitions. How do you square that? No, there isn't. A Twitch streamer is a public figure. I've never said I'm not a public figure. But there's a distinction between a public figure and the motherfucking president, okay? There's a distinction between a public figure and the entire right-wing media machine. I am a political commentator. I'm one person. I'm a political commentator with a perspective that's not commonly shared by the overwhelming majority of mainstream anchors. I'm a political commentator who is a public figure that is on the left, that is not within the neat confines of acceptable speech in mainstream news. Now, of course, that's changing a little bit, and that's precisely the reason why there's a little bit of growing pains here with even the center-right forces, with even the center-right forces in the Democratic Party actively pearl-clutching, actively trying to lean into this disciplining operation to be like, no, this kind of speech, we're going to hyper-focus on like anything we can, clip out of context and go crazy over. And we're going to do these like smear campaigns with the hopes that we can stop this like left flank movement from growing in popularity. We see that as a real threat to our institutional persuasive capabilities, and we're not shy about actively collaborating with the right and even the far right to do so. That's what's going on, and that's what's been going on for the past 3 months at this point, right? What? Saying you're a Twitch streamer discounts what you really are? Close the chat. Oof. Yes, dude. I closed the chat because this is not a productive conversation to have right now. It doesn't fucking matter. Yes, I have some level of influence. What do you want me to say? It's not like I deny that. I do have some level of influence. I am a public figure. I'm a political commentator. My point was Hasan leans on I'm just a Twitch streamer as a crutch. What is the point that you're making? Like, what's the argument here? Take some accountability. Is that what you're going to say? Is that your fucking argument? You have the entire right-wing media ecosystem actively trying to foment death against someone like myself. And you're over here being like, take some accountability. Take your medicine, please. We need to stop with this like unbelievably autistic framework that we operate off of on the left. This is the argument that I'm presenting to you, okay? Jesus Christ, dude. I'm comparing myself to the fucking president. Do you think I'm more influential than the American president? Are you fucking stupid? Learn how words work, please. Jesus Christ. I don't have a fraction of the fucking power that the president has. I don't have the fraction of the power that the actual politicians have. Okay? Stop trying to fucking rage bait me. Motherfuckers over here being like, debate me, bro, debate me. You're not motionless. I know. I'm not saying that. I love you, but you agreed to take some shit from the media in order to shed light on important issues and cause so we can cover some news that's not about you. I love you. Hello, Hasan. Yeah. Unfortunately, this also ties back into what the news is covering. What do you want me? Like, I don't know what to say, man. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? The fucking former deputy director of the FBI is on Fox News literally saying, like, Hasan is the reason why this fucking attempt happened. And you're over here being like, don't cover the news. This is the news. What do you want me to do? What the fuck? Yeah, my argument isn't I'm just a Twitch streamer, so I'm as irrelevant as any regular person. My argument is I'm just a Twitch streamer compared to actually powerful people like the fucking president or even Dan Bongino, former deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. Do you understand? The words are violence narratives only go in one direction, it seems, because it's being cynically weaponized against the left, and not just the left, but liberals in general. Anyone that has ever criticized the president. That's ultimately what this is. This is an exercise in criticism. This is an exercise in censorship. And if you can't comprehend that this is an exercise in censorship, you're a fucking idiot and you're not going to make it. Okay? See you in the goddamn concentration camps. All right, buddy? We're all going there. If you don't, lock the fuck in. They want to make it so that it is illegal to say the president is a pedophile or the president is a Nazi or even the president is bad. Okay? That's precisely the reason why this is happening. They have done this before. They did this in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. They did this in the aftermath of every single instance of political violence. How is this news for many of you at this point? You're in here every single fucking day. You're in here day in and day out. This is not a conversation about me. I am a placeholder right now for transgender. I'm a placeholder right now for Antifa transgender. I'm a placeholder right now for every liberal that's fomenting violence, that's inciting violence, for saying that the president's a fucking Nazi, okay? How is that hard to comprehend? And it's coming from the most cynical assholes that traffic in the most violent sentiment with regular frequency. Violence baked in to their rhetoric, violence baked into their policy prescriptions, and violence outside of that as well, like direct incitement of violence. The goddamn president wanted to do a genocide on the Iranian population only 2 weeks ago. That's violence. That's like the maximum violence. The president came out and basically delivered Hitlerian thought on the timeline. You can sit here and try to be like, oh, dude, here we go again. Hasan is talking about himself again. Way to make this about you. But what the fuck do you want me to do? They're on Fox News using this major news story where there's maximum attention to do two things. One very funny and one somewhat worrisome. The funny one is to promote the ballroom, okay? To promote the ballroom, which I think is awesome. Like the right wing in unison, moments after the White House Correspondents' dinner ended, went on the timeline as though there was a messaging campaign that was released, as though they were doing like SpawnCon, and started talking about how this is why we need the ballroom. Okay? It was unbelievable. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. I noticed it early, right? And I said the president will probably also deliver a speech talking about the necessity of the ballroom. It's very clear. That was the funny part, okay? And that is also part of the reason why liberals now think that this is an active conspiracy theory. Here are some of the MAGA accounts tweeting in unison about the need for a White House ballroom following the White House Correspondents' dinner incident. Can you stop fueling conspiracy theories? Was New York Times in on it too because they wrote about the ballroom earlier in the same day Jesus Christ used your brains? No, I think it's important, by the way. I disagree with Talia here for two reasons. One, it is a conspiracy theory, for sure. I will tell you what my actual position is. I don't think that this was an attempt, like a psyop to promote the ballroom. I think they're using it to promote the concept of building this ballroom, because they're saying this necessitates a ballroom that's like super secret, all this stuff. Okay? But it's very obvious that these guys are coordinating. They are coordinating. It's true. I mean, look at this. Like, we didn't even know if someone was shot or killed, and these guys were immediately going, this is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. Come on now. But of course, this stuff isn't just out in the ether, okay? This stuff isn't just out in the ether. They don't just like deploy this messaging campaign and then everyone goes, all right, yeah, this is why we need a ballroom. What ends up happening, as a matter of fact, is liberals see this stuff and they go, well, that's strange. That's strange. That's interesting. The left moves in lockstep. Yeah, I wish the left moved in lockstep. I wish left and even liberals could be as organized as the right is. Okay? I wish. My dream is for the left to offer a fraction of the fight to the right that they offer to themselves. Liberals are constantly fighting leftists. Leftists are fighting liberals. Leftists are fighting each other. Okay? We are unbelievably disorganized. We are unbelievably decentralized, unbelievably disorganized. We're constantly fighting against ourselves rather than fighting the fucking fascists. That's my argument. My argument is unite against the fascists for one day, please. Is it possible to do this? I do it all the time. People say, Hasan, you criticize Democrats nonstop, you fucking piece of shit. Guess what? When the Democrats do something appropriate, like, for example, the Virginia redistricting initiative, what did I do? I celebrated it. I cherished those moments, okay? Because I want the Democrats to do the right thing. I want the Democrats to actually fight back against the growth of fascism in this fucking country. All I'm demanding in return from the Democrats is to do the fucking same. Instead of leaning in to these unbelievably disingenuous campaigns to make it seem as though there is like any sort of real violent rhetoric coming from the fucking left. If you are a liberal right now and you think this is a great opportunity for you to purge your left flank by collaborating with the Republican fascists, you're a fucking idiot, okay? Not only do you not understand what is happening in front of your eyes, what's unfolding in front of your eyes, but you are designing the same mechanisms of censorship that will inevitably put you in prison too. Okay? That's it. How, honestly, should we even give a fuck if conspiracy theory about Trump faking assassinations is going viral because I do not care? Real leopards ate my face moment for them. Yeah, I'm just telling you what my actual analysis is. I'm going to always be honest with you. Yeah, I think the likelihood that a Kamala supporting blue sky centrist liberal was actually tapped by the president so that he could do a psyop, a fake false flag attack, so he could try to boost his approval ratings and then simultaneously justify building the ballroom and maybe even potentially justify crackdowns on leftist thought, leftist speech, is a little silly in comparison to the likelihood that this dude just fucking snapped in one of the most violent countries on the planet with access to an arsenal of weapons and wanted to take matters into his own fucking hands, right? I think that it's a little bit of a stretch. Having said that, will I get in the way of the unbelievable amount of conspiracy? Well, sucks to suck, Republicans. You built your bed. Now sleep in it, okay? Turns out two can play that game. Turns out It's actually unbelievably effective to undermine the coordinated messaging that Republicans engage in when the liberals also arrive at similar conspiratorial conclusions. It's the first time where it ostensibly is not even a MAGA person that has tried to do an attempt, for the record.
Oh, last week I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. The statistical likelihood of this happening in a vacuum, if we are to stipulate that these people are not coordinated, the statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion, not probable, okay? I think it's also important to note that one of the main group chats in which they coordinate this messaging is literally called Fight, Fight, Fight after the attempt on Trump's life in Butler. Okay, and this has the official Trump War Room, members of the administration, including James Blair, and all your favorite MAGA influencers. And I would log on and show you more of these messages, but I can't log on to Twitter because they're suing me for $75,000.
Why did the lady on Fox News say Leavitt's husband told her to be careful, though? I mean, it makes sense. It could be about any. It could literally just be like regular Republican, the regular old Republican fucking paranoia that is demonstrated all the time. You know. Don't you think libs are going to be mad when they realize that the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers, for you, the viewers? Yes. Liberals will not be mad about that. Liberals will recognize that PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service, also known as the Piker Broadcasting Service, is brought to you by the viewers, for you, the viewers. The only way to subscribe, the only way to support the show is by subscribing. Anyway, let's get started here first, and then we'll get to the commentary around it. Okay, let's start here. Shots fired at White House Correspondents' dinner. Now, of course, nothing really happened, right? Nothing really happened.
You have
31-year-old, I think he's 31-year-old from Torrance, California, allegedly is staying at the Hilton where the White House Correspondents' dinner is taking place. He takes the train all the way from California to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. He apparently, according to the officials, has a shotgun, knives, and a handgun with him. He bum rushes through the lax security at the White House Correspondents' dinner, and he's subsequently apprehended. I believe 5 shots are fired in the process, right? Yeah, Torrance mentioned. And it turns out there's more details that have come out since then. A relative of the suspected shooter called police before last night's from the White House Correspondents Association dinner incident. The suspect's writings clearly stated he wanted to target Trump admin officials. Another family member who was interviewed by investigators after the attack said Cole Allen had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced the plan to do something to fix the issues of today's world. More here on his firearms training and left-wing groups he was involved with. Left-wing groups he was involved with is crazy, by the way, because I don't think he's involved with any left-wing groups. He just went to a fucking No Kings rally. But it's unbelievable that everyone from NPR down to right-wing broadcasts like Fox News are now saying, oh, he went to a No Kings rally, so that was a left-wing mobilization. He gave $25 to Kamala Harris's election, and he went to the No Kings rally. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that this is any sort of like leftist organizing, okay? It's so stupid. Yeah. Also, for those of you who are asking if this is one of ours, he's not. He was another Ryan Ruth type almost, it seems. I don't think he was. He's not from this community. They found his Twitch account. He doesn't even follow me. He doesn't even fucking hate follow me. So there is that. Or they found the suspected Twitch account. He had a Twitter. He left Twitter. They said he's a part of the left-wing group called Wide Awakes. Yeah, he's like more of a Stancelite than anything. Wide Awakes is the most nerdy liberal thing you can ever think of. The Wide Awakes is the original, a grassroots Republican paramilitary organization back when the Republicans were, for the abolition of slavery, for the record. And it's absolutely something that I could see from. It's absolutely something that I could totally see like a Will Stancil style student of history take the initiative on. He's a centrist liberal, pre-woke. No, he's woke for sure. Anyway. Yeah, he's reposted anti-U posts on Blue Sky. He's a Ukraine NATO liberal. I know. Yeah, he was really annoyed with the left. He's another one of those like anti-communist. He's another one of those anti-communist NATO liberals. That's what it is. I don't care. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and blame Destiny and like Dylan Burns for this shooting, okay? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Just so you understand, I'm just giving you what the information is. Because I'm not a fucking opportunist asshole. Just so you understand. Why not? They're blaming you because they're fucking stupid, okay? Because they're fucking stupid. That's why. A guy from their fucking community, from their fandom, conducted this, and they think this is a great opportunity because they're fucking stupid. They think this is a great opportunity to lean into the Republican mania right now, even though the dude is most likely from their fucking community and hates me. Yeah, if I was a dumb fuck, I would do the thing that they're doing right now and be like, oh, Destiny has said heinous things about, unbelievably violent things about Donald Trump and the Republican movement. They should actually yell at him instead. Yeah, because I have fucking principles. Anyway,
It was a chaotic and confusing scene. The dinner had just gotten underway. The first time Trump has ever attended as president. I was sitting about 20 feet from him when all of us in the room heard that loud bang. The president later saying he initially thought that a tray had dropped, but it was immediately clear that that was not the case, as Secret Service agents in full tactical gear, their guns drawn, swarmed in to protect the president. Overnight chaos at the White House Correspondents' dinner, moments after it began. Law enforcement storming the stage, an agent throwing his body in front of President Trump. It was just after 8:30 p.m., just moments after the national anthem was played at the annual event. The night's performer, Oz the Mentalist, seen talking to President Trump and the First Lady when agents in tactical gear swarmed in to secure the room. Melania Trump visibly shocked, appearing to mouth, "What happened?" Secret Service agents, their weapons drawn, rushing Trump off stage. Some 26.
I'm noticing that CBS, Good Morning America, ABC, is not showing the fact that Donald Trump fell when he was running away. Interesting. Couple things that happened here that I find very strange. JD Vance got escorted before Trump did. And not only did JD Vance get escorted before Trump did, Trump fell while he was getting escorted. And there's also other funny shit that took place as well. Obviously, Kash Patel was the last to be escorted out, which was really funny. Maybe it's because he's the FBI. He's technically considered law enforcement. His girlfriend, Kash Patel's girlfriend, was caught holding hands with another man in the process. And Stephen Miller was using his pregnant wife like a body shield. which was really interesting as well, or at least that's what the suggestion is. The manifesto also openly stated that Kash Patel was not a target. Literally, this guy said, allegedly, the alleged attempter, alleged suspect, wrote a manifesto about how he wanted to target the Trump administration officials except for Kash Patel, which is unfucking believable. This guy, oh my God, he has to get fired after all of this. He has to get fired. That even like centrist liberals who are just like, oh yeah, the president's a pedophile, someone's got to do something about it, and about it's the administration officials that are aiding and abetting this like pedophilic fascist administration, still turns around and goes, except for Kash Patel, he's fine because he's so goddamn incompetent that he's actually he's actually he's with us. He's one of our guys. The not including Mr. Patel is fucking hilarious, okay? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that considering that this manifesto is now all over mainstream news, it would be unbelievably stupid for Twitch to ban me for looking at the manifesto. But I will look at the summarized quotes from mainstream media about the manifesto to tie back to some kind of motive. I know it would be ridiculous if Twitch banned me, right? But if they did, I would just go live on YouTube. Yeah, I will do a summarization. Yeah, this is what do you do in this situation? Blame Hasan Piker. New York Post put the entire thing up. Yeah, I know. All right, let's keep going.
600 guests packed into the ballroom at the Washington Hilton, diving to the ground, ducking under tables. Among the many journalists there, our team here at ABC.
Certainly a very unsettling scene, just a few moments into this dinner. But again, we're all just trying to piece together what exactly just happened here.
I'll tell you, I've not seen moments like this since I was...
Remember your debate lawyer's question was asked, what would Hasan do if he got banned? And I said, go to YouTube, and everyone was silent. I don't remember that, but you were right. I would just go to YouTube. I have done that.
With the president in Butler, Pennsylvania during that attempted assassination.
Members of the administration, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth, all evacuated. FBI Director Kash Patel right there too. Just outside the ballroom, law enforcement say the alleged attacker charged past the security checkpoint. You see him here in this video posted by the president on social media. Secret Service racing to take him down and quickly apprehending him. Seen in this photo also released by the president. One officer shot and taken to the hospital.
We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire.
The president speaking at the White House a short while later, describing the moment.
I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a train.
I hate that like cops are always, when they do these press releases right after, they're always so cagey with the way that they describe the situation. Just like use tactical speak to explain everything that happened, please. I don't understand. Like they won't say who shot who. Like they make it seem like bullets materialized out of thin air and then the suspect was not shot at all. And it's like, okay, how did you apprehend the suspect? Where did the bullets strike? Okay. I want to know because we see in the CCTV footage, the suspect is doing a fucking Naruto run, right? And then law enforcement on scene take their guns out and start shooting at him. One guy did get shot. How did that happen? Do you think it was a crossfire event? I don't know. I don't know. And no, the suspect is not going to get like a minor sentence on this because he wasn't able to successfully do the thing that he was trying to do. It's very clear he had a motive. He has a manifesto. He's getting hit with the fucking kitchen sink, okay? They're throwing everything at this guy for sure, because if he actually had all the guns, if he actually pre-planned it, like this is pretty clear-cut, open and shut case, right? An attempted assassination, an attempted political assassination. It's just not, you know. He's running with a shotgun at low ready position, fires into the Secret Service agent's vest with buckshot. They return fire. You can hear it on the synced video. One big boom followed by handgun fire. Yeah, yes, I did hear one boom, 5 shots total, one first shot, and then 5 successive shots. It was a matter of 2 seconds, basically. But I don't know, or not 5 successive shots, like one shot, a couple seconds in between the first shot, and then 4 additional shots. 5 total shots are heard. Okay? Hasan, weren't you on the island? What island? The Epstein Island? I'm 34 years old. If I was on the Epstein Island, I would be a victim, not an accomplice, you fucking idiot. Republicans don't understand how numbers work. They don't understand how anything works. They are just literally coming in here to be like, were you on the island? Yeah, dude, I'm the Jeffrey Epstein affiliate here, not the fucking pedophile president, dumbass. Republicans are so fucking stupid at this point. They don't understand how the passage of time works. They don't understand the concept of age. He isn't a pedo, you fucking terrorist. I can't even tell if this is a guy who's like... What? Hey, HasanAbi, how are you doing today? I just voted for the first time in my life. Have any numbers started coming out yet? This guy, is this one of those guys that voted for Kamala Harris and is now like a Trump supporter? What the fuck's going on? Just such a perfect contrarian. Guy who sees Donald Trump's trend lines going in the opposite direction of his own personal assessment of Donald Trump is a respectable contrarian. A guy who is just purposely always on the wrong side. Calling me a terrorist and defending the pedophile president is pedophilia. I like that. I like that, chatter. I like your energy. When everyone is united in their hatred over the unbelievably incompetent, unbelievably fascist right-wing administration and the president, you chose to go from, I guess, maybe voting for Kamala Harris to becoming a fan of the president. PodSave defending you today. Oh, PodSave audience, yeah. PodSave also had Sarah Longwell on today, and their audience does not fuck with her. Of course they don't.
I thought it was a tray going down. You know, I've heard that many times, and it was pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all.
Officials say the alleged gunman had a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives as he charged toward the ballroom. That man, now identified as 31-year-old Cole Allen. Overnight, SWAT teams, FBI, and local law enforcement swarming his home in California.
Clearly, things are escalating now that we have this light kind of on that second floor window there and a laser being pointed at the doorbell.
ABC News learning authorities believe Allen booked a room at the Hilton early this month. Officials say he allegedly previously made reference to targeting administration officials, but was not specific. The president determined, vowing to hold the event in the coming weeks.
We very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do.
Now, the president himself personally and the country are unfortunately all too familiar now with political violence. Trump was pressed about his own security posture, but he says he's not reconsidering attending events like this in the future, saying if he were to make changes, he essentially wouldn't be able to attend anything. He said that this is essentially now just part of the job. Whit.
All right. Sadly, that is the case. Mary Bruce, we appreciate it.
He obviously had TDS and an incurable disease transmitted through the HasanAbi broadcast. Yeah, it's really funny that he's the suspect is not a fan of mine, as a matter of fact. He was a blue sky liberal and was the type of blue sky liberal who fucking hates me because they think I'm like pro Adolf Putler. So, yeah. So remember, all of those fucking same people that have been leaning into the Republicans shit smearing operation, saying Hasan is responsible for this shooting. The shooter came from their communities. If you're a Dylan Burns fan, for example, if you're a fucking Destiny fan that is currently leaning into the right-wing dog pile because you think it's going to fucking pack me up, you're an absolute moron. Yeah. As you guys know, I'm not a fan of adventurism. Yeah, if you scroll down, this dude is not a fan of you, lol. Yeah, this is his account. He's pro-NATO. I'm anti-NATO. Not that it matters. Look. This is his account. I spend a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society. I think that we should simply run on prosecuting the rich for their crimes instead of creating a low-trust society. He was in the liberal, right-wing liberal contingency of Hasan is a malignant force on American politics. You know? Bro, stop free scrolling. Bro is literally in the Sarah Longwell group. Yeah, it's ironic that those very same right-wing forces in the Democratic Party that are currently leaning into the Hasan is a dangerous Hasan is a fucking dangerous force in American politics because he does violent rhetoric, don't realize that this guy was a fan of theirs and not a fan of mine, as a matter of fact. Yeah, one of the last things he fucking quote retweeted was an anti-Hasan post. Interesting. This is one of those guys who unironically thinks I'm like pro-Vladimir Putin because I'm anti-NATO, and he is like pro-NATO liberal. One of those NATO liberals, NATO Atlantis' liberals. Not that it matters, but just remember, closer to a Ryan Ruth archetype than someone from my community. Yeah, a Will Stancil head. Is Will Stancil responsible for this? Fuck no. Is Sarah Longwell responsible for this? Fuck no. Are pro-NATO liberals responsible for this attempt? No, of course not. You want to know why I'm saying this? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay? So remember that. If you're one of those liberals right now that's leaning into the Republican mania, one of those liberals right now that's leaning into the Republican mania and saying like, yeah, we got to do away with these fucking violent radicals in our ranks. This one was your guy. Okay, yeah, PSA, if you're equating Hasan Piker with Nick Fuentes, what you're really saying is you don't actually listen to either. I do not listen to any streamers because streamers are dumb. He spent his last couple of days writing his manifesto about how he was going to kill people in the administration, retweeting fuck Hasan takes. So remember that, you stupid fucking liberals that think this is a good opportunity to not defend on principle the concept of criticizing the fucking presidency and not And if you're a stupid liberal right now, a right-wing liberal right now who thinks, oh, this is a great opportunity to fucking lean in to the fascist Republican administration's attempts at cracking down on speech, remember, that's your guy. He agrees with you. That's your fucking guy. The irony was him QRTing about not committing violence and he goes and tries to kill someone. Yeah, I know. That's also hilarious too. See, anti-Mehdi Hasan as well. Iranian drones are blowing up in Ukrainian cities every night. They've been for years. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand what took place with like a lot of the radical centrists. For some reason, they just like lost their dang minds, I guess. It's like another Ryan Ruth type. Anyway, there's obviously points of agreement here as well. But another instance of a radical centrist liberal snapping, it seems. It took 1 second of me listening to him speak on an older news hit that he appeared in, where he was like helping the elderly, for me to know this one was not the work of someone from this community, but this one was most likely one of those like centrist, anti-communist, anti-socialist liberals, a radical centrist, if you will. Not that there is any, I'm not holding the radical centrists responsible for this act, okay? But it's just another reminder to the radical centrists to not lean into the Republican game here, okay? Many radical centrists who have been leaning in to the Republican game of claiming that it's always the left that is responsible, thinking that the Republicans will stop at people like myself, okay? You're a fucking idiot. That's why in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, they didn't come after me. They came after Jimmy Kimmel. They think you are bad, if not worse than someone like myself, okay? Because guess what? All of us are criticizing the president. All of us are criticizing the right. That's their fucking anger. Their anger is not about like, oh, let's do away with the radical leftists, the communists, the socialists, the anti-fascists. They consider all of us to be a part of this movement. If you have ever had any bad thought, look, there it is. Retweeting ContraPoints. And another Destiny community member, one of Destiny's moderators, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, Hasan says he'd vote third party. Counterpoint, if the Prince of Darkness rises from a fiery portal and the Iowa caucus declares opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle with the host of hell. I would simply not vote for a literal biblical devil from hell, but I guess I'm built different. Okay, never mind. This is actually not pro-ContraPoints. This is anti-ContraPoints. Never mind. He didn't go that far. He was not pro-ContraPoints. Anyway, he didn't go that far. Even he was like, a little bit too much for me to vote for the biblical, devil from hell over fucking Donald Trump. This man had his own framework, okay, and it did not. He didn't go this. He wasn't this libbed up, okay? He was not this libbed up, it seems. Your ops don't understand the self-cannibalizing nature of right-wingers. These liberals think they're not going to be eaten first. Before said cannibalization kicks in, eat the cow, Hasan, and they will come for the chickens, libs. Yeah. Just remember that, okay? Remember that. Don't be a sucker. Don't be a fucking rube. Don't think that aligning with Republicans in any way, shape, or form is going to be beneficial for you. If you are anti-right, if you are anti-right-wing in any capacity, the Republicans will come after you as well. It's not going to stop at people like myself. It's not going to stop at people like myself. Okay? Don't be a fucking idiot. Yeah, this is Kash Patel's girlfriend who was caught holding hands with another man during the incident, tweeting about me as well. We can all disagree peacefully. We can argue all day, but the lies are now so unfounded and so fabricated that they serve the same purpose of inciting violence. The unhinged portion of the media's contribution to this narrative and clear departure from verifying truth. As damaging and threatening as the violent leftist rhetoric that typically refuses to be reasoned with. Grateful for law enforcement and their work to keep us safe last night. Missed connection. I was the gentleman who held your hand in the restroom last night. Sorry, the media is making a mess of chivalrous gesture. If you want to hang out again or see a movie sometimes, please direct message me. Jawbry, is the FBI director a cuck? Please answer yes or no. Truanon Brace says, you need to cheat on your disrespected boyfriend. I will betray Hasan in a major way if you do this. DM now. Do you see Twitter auto-translate secretly adding propaganda to the translations? Wait, what? My opinion on Israel is a resilient nation with a rich history and vibrant culture. But it's also at the center of complex geopolitical tensions that demand empathy and dialogue from all sides. What's yours? If you're reading this post in English, the text you're reading is not the real text written by the author, but instead Grok's additions in order to defend Israel. The post never actually said anything other than the question and the topic. Wait, what? You're banned from San Francisco? I'm still banned. Brooke Jenkins says, I will lift the ban if Hasan Piker agrees to one night of romance with me. If you get one drink at Butterworth's with me, I will lure Hasan Piker into a trap or cage. One drink. Think on it. Jesus Christ. Brace, you fucking asshole. All right. Where were we? Yeah, let's get back to it.
From every angle, this is how the shooting at the Correspondents' dinner unfolded.
I have
to pee. Just after 8:30, this was the scene, set for the annual dinner. 2,500 in the room. In the lobby at the security checks, a man runs through the metal detectors. Shots are heard. It takes a moment for people in the room to react. The First Lady seems to be the first at the top table to realise what happened, she says. Look at this angle, 8:35. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, in the foreground. Then President Trump rushed out next. He falls to the floor in the chaos.
What appears to be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' dinner. It's just gone. 20 to 9.
What looked like Secret Service making their way through to the centre of the area now.
The nation's top politicians rushed away.
Are you okay, sir? Were you hurt?
They'd been seated as guests at various different tables.
We're all being told to stay in the ballroom at the moment. You can see just how many people are here. An extraordinary moment. The annual White House Correspondents' Dinner brought to a very, very frightening halt.
Just outside the ballroom where the shots had been fired, a suspect on the ground. The president, by now secure and back on his social media, posting these two images of...
Will you get an updated Zintin? Yeah, instead of this fight Zintin, I need to get a new one that is updated for this new attempted, possibly fake shooting.
Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old from California.
Yeah, bro, you know what it is? I will say it. This, so close to the Klay Thompson situation. Light-skinned folk are not having a good time right now, okay? It kind of feels like this is Rock Nation, okay? That's right. The real conspiracy. Rock Nation. I call balls and strikes. I call balls and strikes. I feel like this is a Rock Nation conspiracy, folks. A lot of fall guys. A lot of fall guys here.
Enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe.
How far does this conspiracy go?
We've all been ushered out of the Washington Hilton now, and the president has announced that he will do a news conference at the White House in half an hour's time. So we're going to head there now.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job.
Well, that was a memorable news conference, for sure, not only because it happened so quickly after the shooting, the president being ushered out, whisked out of the ballroom, driven from the Hilton back here to the White House, and then pretty much straight into the press room to deliver that news conference. But look at who was around him as well. His wife, the First Lady, was there. The Vice President flanked him as well, and so many other senior members of the cabinet. Really unusual, remarkable. But I think more broadly, you know, just to reflect on what the president is describing as another assassination attempt against him, one that this time so many of us witnessed as well.
If you're looking for answers on why, false flag operation for a ballroom, that old shitty bitch is so fucking gay. I do feel like in order to entertain the false flag conspiracy, there is something very funny going on here. Where back in the day, false flags were to, like, I don't know, stamp out dissidents. Like, this is the most low-level false flag operation of all time. It's to build a ballroom. It's going to be the gayest ballroom. The best ballroom you've ever seen. Oh, it's going to be unbelievable. I'm going to make Andrew Lloyd Webber perform Cats. The biggest ballroom. A big gay ball. It's incredible. Whether the shooting was real or not is irrelevant. The funniest possible scenario is that MAGA created an alternative reality where nothing is real, and as a result, Trump must now live like Howard Hughes. 45 years ago, no one questions the Hinckley shooting outside of a small group of people in the conspiracy community. Today, a significant chunk of the public believes that every assassination attempt is a false flag. Yeah. They designed the discourse cycle to be so resistant to mainstream narratives. This comes in the same time frame as, like, there is unbelievable lack of credibility in mainstream outlets. There's no, like, whipping the public into shape in the discourse machine. There is no unified consensus reality any longer. And in the absence of unified consensus reality, you now see liberals also entertaining the same like conspiratorial lines of thinking. You have the anti-Israel crowd immediately going, oh, the guy was wearing an IDF sweatshirt. That's not even real, right? It's not real at all. But it doesn't matter. Now you got a flavor of conspiracy for everyone, okay? You got the anti-Israel crowd saying this is another this is another attempt by Israel. You got the right-wing crowd going between this is why we need to build a ballroom to like this is why we need to kill the left because they're the fucking violent ones. Like they can't find a consistent narrative. And then liberals almost universally are like, this is not real. This is happening only because Donald Trump's approval ratings were low. And he wants to like boost his approval ratings once again and also build a fucking ballroom. Like no one has an investment in trying to arrive at consensus reality through analysis, through looking at the facts sincerely. And in a different timeline, I would probably not entertain any of these conspiracy theories and would actively spend a good chunk of my commentary yelling at liberals who say that this is a conspiracy. But we're not living in that timeline anymore, okay? And what I mean by that is you made your bed, now lie in it, right? You made your bed, right-wingers. You said after every single shooting that this was a transgender Antifa soldier, right? You had no care or consideration. You disparaged mainstream outlets that were trying to actively arrive at the truth, even if they were biased, right? And many of them are. But now we are in this media environment where bias frameworks are what matters more than an intense investment in finding the truth. And now they're fucking crying. Now they're crying. Republicans are fucking crying left and right. They're like, oh, why are they saying? Why are the liberals saying it's a conspiracy to build a ballroom? Oh, it's so stupid. It's like, well, guess what, dude? The shoe's on the other foot now. Suck my dick. That's what I have to say to you, okay?
Thanks for holding. Please go ahead.
Yes, I feel like this is a derivative of bringing Hollywood to Washington, D.C.
Like, I was playing basketball today, okay? A bunch of random folk. Universally, they were like, oh, it's fake. It's another attempted assassination. Here we go. They're trying to build a ballroom. I'm not even kidding when I say this, okay? Every single person, every single normie that I encountered, outdoor courts, public parks, every single person I encountered was like, yo, y'all see that? Y'all see that fucking attempted assassination? Another fake assassination attempt? Here we go. Every single person, dude. No one fucking believes it. It is hilarious. I saw this. I saw the beginning phases, okay? With Candace Owens, my queen. I'm a clandestine operator. You guys know this. When Candace Owens came out and dropped an atomic bomb, it was like Hiroshima and Nagasaki as far as like counter narratives goes. When she came out and said Israel killed Charlie Kirk, that was a turning point. That was a turning point where people went, oh shit, you're right. Israel did kill Charlie Kirk. People still believe that shit, okay? There's people in this community that have yelled at me for saying that's probably not the case. I've given up. I have given up. Yes, that was a turning point, okay? We are Charlie Kirk. Straight up. The Republicans were in a hurry back then to build an elaborate narrative that this was somehow born out of transgender Antifa violence, that the left was engaging in violent rhetoric, and they were so hurried with their propaganda. They did an onslaught. They were like, how dare you fucking even talk about Charlie Kirk's actual statements? How dare you criticize this person that you're supposed to venerate right now? How dare you say anything? How dare you even repeat Charlie Kirk's own sentiment? Right? That's what they said. And they came out of the gate swinging. They came out of the gates swinging. And what happened? Unbelievable backlash. Okay? The Google trend conspiracies are kind of funny, you got to admit. Yeah. The anti-Israel crowd will always be like, oh, Google trend searches for Cole Allen's name went up in Israel. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. It's so stupid, but whatever. It's like very clearly it's very clearly a problem with like not having enough like actual. It's not even time zones, dude. It's not even time zones. Is a problem born out of like it's an algorithmic issue, okay? Because there's not enough searches for Cole Allen. There's not enough searches for Cole Allen in general. It just has it's bad programming. It just like ends up showing blips randomly. It's a Google Trends bug for the most part, but people actually think this is the most reliable way to imply that Israel is responsible for it. I mean, fuck it. What are you going to do? If people hate Israel, I can't get ahead of them. You know, I can't get ahead of that narrative. What do you want me to do? Fucking defend Israel? I don't give a shit. I'll defend the truth. No, the pics of him in the IDF sweatshirt are not real. HasanAbi Productions posted the shooter's alleged Blue Sky account and his retweets hating your takes on voting for Dems. Is this real? Yes. Yes, he was a radical centrist.
It's a wag the dog situation. Trump did not want to be at the Correspondents' dinner. He does not like free media. And he's going to find ways through Hollywood to create situations where it's going to leave us Americans scratching our heads on what's going on. Now he has every reason to have a ballroom.
Hi, Louie. Thanks for holding.
They don't believe it. They don't believe it.
Did see some.
Oh, there's also the Erica Kirk Waterworks, which a lot of people got their dunks on as well. Erica Kirk was crying, running out, and a lot of people were covering that, which I don't understand. Like, Erica Kirk wasn't there when Charlie Kirk was shot. They're making it seem like she has post-traumatic stress disorder, that she has like PTSD from like experiencing the Charlie Kirk assassination or something. It's like she wasn't, you know, she wasn't there. I don't know why they're making it seem like she was there when Charlie was shot.
I just want to go find. What we did see is some real deep, disturbed emotions in that room. One of whom was Erica Kirk. As I was walking out of the venue trying to figure out.
To be fair, she did see the video. Okay, so did I.
Out what happened and what we could find out as a reporter. As we're walking out, she also came out and she came right by me. It was just a few seconds, in tears, saying, I just want to leave. Imagine her distress as she's sitting there hearing the same thing that we all heard, which was gunshots, and knowing what happened to her husband, and being in that scenario. She looked visibly terrified as she was being escorted out, and then we saw her again once she was outside of the building, kind of being surrounded and waiting to be able to leave the area completely.
Inside, they started up.
Dude, Dana White's response is so funny to this, by the way. He's like, hell yeah, this was fucking tight. Like, I feel like there's two different, somewhat extreme reactions to what took place. There's people who are like, this is 9/11. This is an attack on democracy. It's an attack on free speech. This is not who we are, when this is definitely who we are, by the way. Okay. I just want to make it very clear. America is an unbelievably violent country. This is actually what I talk about all the fucking time. I don't want America to be an unbelievably violent country. I don't want America to do unbelievable acts of violence overseas. And I want America to fix its underlying material inequities that create instability, that create chaos, that actually invokes a violent response in retaliation with people that want to take matters into their own fucking hands. This is my argument. My argument is we have to put an end to it, okay? If we want stability, if we want to combat violence, we can't just simply go, oh, violence is bad every time, when America is an unbelievably violent country. Okay? The experience that the White House Correspondents press pool felt last night is an experience that is unfortunately all too fucking common in American schools, in American churches, in American mosques, in American synagogues. This happens all the fucking time. Okay? One must ask the question why it happens all the fucking time. Perhaps it's because it's unbelievably easy to purchase weapons. They're everywhere. Okay? The only thing extraordinary about the event that took place last night is where it took place and who the potential victims could have been. That's the only thing that's extraordinary about it. Okay? This happens on a daily fucking basis in the United States of America. For the average person, this is a real fear that they have in the back of their minds when they're going to shop at their local grocery store, when they go to their places of worship. So in some ways, Dana White's unbelievably sociopathic reaction to it is more normal than the way that others are encountering the situation where they're like, this is a terrifying prospect. I mean, it is a terrifying prospect.
All of a sudden, it just started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the
It's fucking awesome. Brother is riding high off that adrenaline boost, okay?
What exactly?
We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president was.
Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters. And they came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something.
Guys, an extraordinary last 12, 13, 14, 15 hours in this country. One thing that I'm disturbed by as we woke up this morning is seeing folks on the internet say that this was a false flag, that we are basically all in cahoots to say that this was staged. And I think as someone who, for all of us, who was in the room, who had to jump on the ground, who had to text our family and friends and tell them that we're okay, calling our moms, like so many people in this country have done for decades, to see people say those kinds of things, it is frustrating and it's disturbing. It shows the issues that we have to try and fix in this country. And I think nothing taught us anything better than the importance of journalists being on the ground, in the room, for moments of historic significance than last night, us all dropping to the ground and literally like 5 seconds later, phones up and around so that the American people get a firsthand account of what's happening in...
Weren't you interviewed by this person in the past? Yeah, he's a HasanAbi head. He's cool.
A room where the most powerful people, including the president and vice president of the United States, were at.
I saw something that, the false flag, this was staged, is a big thing in MAGA world, but I'm hearing that.
Yes, liberals are doing it too. Guess what? This is now how things go, okay? This is just how it is. This is just how it is, okay? No one trusts mainstream resources anymore. Liberals don't either, okay? And unfortunately, this is in many respects born out of the Republican intensity to immediately rush to create biased frameworks in the aftermath of every single fucking mass shooting, every single instance of violence. And now liberals are doing it too. They're fighting fire with fire in some ways. Yeah. Matthew Petty says, we live in the golden age of lone wolf assassinations where people don't feel any organized political agency, but are learning that it's not as hard as it seemed to kill someone from TV if you don't care about the consequences. At the same time, the president is the hardest target. People keep trying to murder the president and are bad at it is the least surprising thing for anyone who's been paying attention over the past few years or so. So we will probably see more crazy people with inscrutable politics who would otherwise shoot up a mall, successfully killing mid-level electeds, bureaucrats, media talking heads, etc., while running up against the wall when it comes to real VIPs. This is also why the attempts to paint a nebulous Antifa group as a modern incarnation of the Weather Underground fall flat. There's plenty of radicalism and political violence, but it's just as atomized as normal society and probably couldn't survive in any organized form anyway. We live in an unbelievable surveillance state. So any kind of real organizing that would try to attempt to do organized violence directed at people with real political power is going to immediately get destroyed. It's going to get infiltrated by federal agents, members of law enforcement. It's going to fucking get destroyed. Okay? Ben is replying to every tweet blaming you now. I just want to remind every fucking, once again, look, liberals, I hope this is, I mean, you're not in here right now, but if you see this on the timeline, if you see this in a TikTok or something, liberals, remind yourself that they are using the narratives that you concocted to attack other politicians of the Democratic Party right now. Okay? Just remember, all of that whole like, Hasan is violent, is a malignant force. Mallory McMorrow entertained these idiotic fucking conspiracies. And now, Sarah Longwell, Neera Tanden, Mallory McMorrow, Third Way. You concocted this fucking media cycle. It's been 2 months now. And now Republicans are using it against beloved left and even liberal politicians. Good job. Good fucking job. We've reached a point where people are so disenfranchised that they want direct results. They're tired of wishy-washy bullshit. Unfortunately, people are starting to see violence as a viable option because if they aren't going to listen to reason, you might as well eliminate them off the board to shake it up. I mean, this is the attitude that some people have. It's dangerous. It creates instability. But as I say over and over again, I engage in systemic critique. Okay? And for the average person, the situation is already unstable. The situation is already chaotic. That's it. Isn't that what they want? So you don't associate with politicians? I know, but they're fucking stupid because they don't understand. They are the ones who leaned into this nonsensical bullshit, okay? They're the ones who lean into this nonsensical bullshit, and it's going to end up hurting them too. They don't get it. Because from a Republican's perspective, there is no difference between me and Sarah Longwell. There is no difference between me and Mallory McMorrow. Republicans will use anything and everything. That's why I kept repeating over and over again. They call all of you communists, you fucking idiot. Shut up. They call Nancy Pelosi a communist. They call Kamala Harris a communist. They don't make any distinction between people like myself and people like yourselves. The idea that like there's any sort of serious, significant distinction where Republicans will see reason and will spare you is idiotic. They'll come after you first, probably, before they come after me. You're more annoying to them than I am. It's so funny that liberals don't realize this. The only person that they don't actively go after is John Fetterman, because John Fetterman is a reliable servant to the Republican agenda. That's it. Everyone else is an op. Everyone else is absolutely in the fucking crosshairs. If you are anti-Trump in any way, shape, or form, you're in the motherfucking crosshairs. Wake up.
On my social media pages, from people on the left also thinking that this was staged, that this was a false flag. That
it's not people on the left, buddy. It's your voters. It's the people that vote just like you do. Okay, if you're a liberal, if you're a lifelong Democratic Party voter, plenty of lifelong Democratic Party voters are the ones who actually believe this shit now.
This is something being done on purpose. And hearing you speak, Eugene, if it's coming from the right and it's coming from the left, these conspiracy theories, it says to me that there feels to be a lack of trust in this country.
Do you believe it? No, I don't. I don't actually believe it. I don't actually believe it, but I'm not going to spend a good deal of time, shitting on those who do. Let's just say it's not my responsibility anymore, man. I have spent years and years trying to tackle disinformation on the right. And what did I get in return for it? I've been presented as the left's Alex Jones. I will continue tackling the disinformation on the right and even the disinformation on the liberal side and on the left as well, because I care about the truth more than anything else. But, I'm not going to be on the front lines consistently fucking disparaging these rumors, It's ridiculous. So no, if you ask me what my actual opinion is, no, I don't think this was a calculated false flag attack to try and justify the ballroom, but I do think it's a very funny narrative that many people believe. There's also a crisis in the legitimacy of these institutions as well. When Kash Patel is the one running the FBI, who the fuck's going to believe the FBI? Who's going to believe law enforcement?
And if people can't see that a room full of journalists ran out of the room, got in front of cameras, got on their platforms, telling people what happened in the room. If you cannot trust what we are telling you, I don't think that's an issue of journalism. That is an issue of American society. And so if you're watching The Weekend, you've been watching us, you've watched us now for 4 hours, I hope you know that we are telling you, because we were in the room. We were sitting right next to each other. Jackie was right next to me, to my left, and Eugene was...
Yeah, another problem with the crisis of confidence in mainstream resources and mainstream news also stems from the realities that unfolded in Israel, in the hands of Israel against Palestinians, and the way that the mainstream media covered it for the past 2.5 years. Most people no longer trust mainstream reporting because mainstream resources did what they always do and leaned into State Department-backed narratives over and over again when the reality was indisputable that there was a genocide going on. And they just kept, talking about student protesters. They kept disparaging people who were critical of what Israel was doing. And in the aftermath of that, especially when paired up with a tremendous amount of independent news resource that people could rely on, some of which who actually do lean into biased narratives, biased frameworks, rather than maintain the highest priority to the truth. All of a sudden, you're going to have this chaotic media environment where no one fucking trusts mainstream resources any longer. This is another thing that I've talked about over and over again for years now, for years and years. If you do not establish credibility, if you don't report on the hard truths, even if it actually goes against the interests of the State Department, if you lean into being a stenographer for both Israel and the United States of America, people are going to check out. People are never going to trust you again. Or it's going to take a long time for people to rebuild that confidence and trust in mainstream reporting in general. These are some of the impacts. If you're sitting around going, how can nobody trust us? It's because we now live in a media environment, a media landscape where there's no objective, no consensus reality, and no interest in the truth whatsoever. People would much rather lean into biased narratives than try to figure out what the truth is. That's it. And the algorithms reward this. The algorithms abso-fucking-lutely reward biased narratives rather than objective truth. I'll give you an example, okay? There are plenty of people who have tweeted out about how silly this stuff is, right? How silly it is that people think that this is, how silly it is that this is people are thinking it's a conspiracy. Okay, look at my tweet. I jokingly in the beginning, right as the shooting was happening, right as the shots were fired, said this. Just now, Caroline Leavitt calls on everyone to watch tonight because Donald Trump will bring the heat and there will be shots fired. I said, what does she know? 110,000 likes. $110,000 likes on this. When you got the president lying with everything that he says, when you have the media that can't even hold him to account, when you have institutions that are run by incompetent charlatans like Kash Patel, how do you expect large majorities in the audience, large majority of voters, large majorities of American citizens, regardless of whichever ideology they lean into, to trust any of these mainstream institutions? This is a dialectic. Come on, man. Shots fired is a common saying for smack talk. I know. I'm making a joke. That's why I put the eye emoji. What did she know? And yet people obviously reward this on the algorithm. Even leaning into it as a joke is rewarded. Hello, I'm making a joke. Some people might not have actually seen this as a joke. Some people might have actually seen it as real. I'm in the process of explaining that I made a joke and how people took it seriously. In any case, the expectation that like we're supposed to wait, did this get nuked? No, it didn't. Okay. By the way, this is the shooter's or the suspect's Blue Sky account, and one of his last retweets on Blue Sky is calling me a grifter. So just remember that, okay? When people are fucking out here, when people are out here trying to tie this back to me somehow, just remember that motherfucker thought I was a grifter, okay? 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Just saying. He was also participating in the same idiotic fuck Hasan narratives. Radical centrist.
Was to her left. We're telling you that what happened last night was real.
I will never forget a conversation I had with my first boss in journalism, Chris Isham of CBS News. He was the first person to conduct an interview with Osama bin Laden. He had dear friends who died in the attacks on 9/11. And I remember sort of gently asking him what he thought of some of the conspiracy theories around 9/11. And I will never actually forget the look of pain in his eyes that I even broached that question. And even just having this conversation with Ashley actually is such a testament to why it is so important to have primary sources, people who are on the ground, to interview them, to talk with them. Everyone likes to be an armchair quarterback at the end of the day. Tons of people looking at videos wondering, oh, why was Kash Patel the last person to leave the ballroom? Did Secret Service mess up? Did they forget about him? No, actually, Ashley was sitting with him. She said his instincts were to stay, to be on the ground, play FBI director.
He was operating bravely in that moment, actually.
And very quickly, there is a connection between conspiracy theorizing and political violence. Statistically significant. Harvard Kennedy School has done a bunch of studies on this, most recently, December 2024, after the November 2024 election. Again, it's statistically significant. We've got to nip this in the bud.
More on the suspect now. Three sources tell CNN that authorities have identified this man as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old, from California. The D.C. police chief said the suspect appeared to be a lone actor, was believed to be staying at the Washington Hilton where this dinner was happening. CNN's Brian Todd has more on the suspect and what we've learned this morning about the Secret Service agent who was shot during the attack.
We have new information just in from the U.S. Secret Service regarding the Secret Service officer who was shot in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Anthony Guglielmi, the chief of communications for the Secret Service, telling CNN that the officer in question has been released from the hospital and, quote, the ballistic vest helped us avoid a potential tragedy. That is according to Anthony Guglielmi, chief of communications for the U.S. Secret Service. That officer released from the hospital. Anthony Guglielmi declining to name the officer or the hospital where he was treated, but the officer has been released, according to the Secret Service. Some other information we're getting, according to sources who spoke to CNN, the suspect is identified as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old, from Torrance, California. Now, according to the interim Washington Metropolitan D.C. Police Chief Jeffrey Carroll, he said that the suspect was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives in this exchange. Chief Carroll saying that the suspect and law enforcement officers did exchange gunfire, and the chief saying that they believe that the suspect may have been a guest at the Washington Hilton Hotel, the same hotel where this incident occurred. The chief saying that they secured a room there and are trying to determine the contents of that room, so that will provide some critical information. Now, according to the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., Jeanine Pirro, the suspect faces 2 charges at least. One of them is using a firearm during a crime of violence. The other is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. And some quick information on this alleged suspect's background. According to public records that CNN was able to sift through, he worked as a teacher and a video game developer. According to a LinkedIn profile matching his name and photograph, it described him as a part-time teacher at C2 Education. That is a test prep and tutoring company. CNN has reached out to C2 for comment. We have not heard back from them. C2, according to its records, did name Allen as the company's, quote, Teacher of the Month in December of 2024. According to a LinkedIn profile, Allen graduated from the California Institute of Technology in 2017 with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. He received a master's degree in computer science from Cal State University at Dominguez Hills last year in 2025. According to Federal Election Commission records, he donated $25 to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign in 2024. And he described himself in his LinkedIn profile as a video game developer. He appears to have published at least one game, an indie game called Boredom, for sale on the Steam gaming platform.
Look at the very first result in images.
Of the background of this alleged suspect, Cole Thomas Allen.
Let's bring in now retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Jason Pack. Jason.
Well, people have no chill, man. People are not taking anything seriously lately. Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking pay money wubby.
Hello to you. We've not heard anything yet about whether Allen is cooperating with investigators, but the FBI has searched a home linked to this suspect. We've got video of it from Torrance, California. Detail for us just the work that's happening to get the answer to the 2 big questions, why and the target that's happening right now.
Victor, good morning. And those are the 2 most important questions this morning. There's a lot of work going on in 2 locations and maybe more that we don't know about. Clearly, the FBI's evidence response team there at the hotel in Washington. And now we see the scene fan out into California there in Torrance, where FBI agents are likely executing a search warrant to get to that why. They're looking for pieces of evidence in there, computers, phones, writings. Was there a manifesto like sometimes that we see? Or importantly, if there's not, that also says something. So there's a lot of work going into that effort to figure out what happened and why it happened. So that why piece we're seeing in Torrance there, and as the agents and the investigators in Washington piece together some of that trajectory. We don't know where all the shots have gone. So the FBI lab and the evidence response team will do some trajectory analysis and see where those rounds went and who may have fired them. And we are still unclear about that. But as they piece that together, it's important, Victor, because they'll take those pieces of information and match that up with some of those charges that the United States Attorney announced last night.
Yeah. You mentioned the potential for a manifesto. And listen, we've covered so many of these that often we find a manifesto online. Now, let's go through what we know about this suspect. This is someone who came to this event, according to law enforcement, was a guest at the hotel, had this long gun, had a pistol, a handgun, several knives, and picked not only an event that the president was attending, but also literally the most well-known names and most influential people in media. Is this the type of suspect who would want the world to know why he's doing this, considering the event he picked?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and just shows you the level of preparedness and premeditation. You just don't wake up and decide to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. As you know, you have to plan that a lot. So it required a lot of pre-planning, a lot of thinking, probably a lot of research. And the fact that he was able to travel from California, we think, all the way to Washington, the hotel rooms there are not cheap either. So doing the retrace of the financials to how he got there, who he may have spoken with, and all the people he may have interacted with. They're pulling the hotel video to be able to see where he's come and gone there while he was at the hotel, and how did he get the weapons in. So a lot of questions to answer there. But as far as the reason, clearly you have some of the most experienced journalists in the world in the same room with the world leaders. And that certainly says something about his motivation, I would think.
Can you explain something? Control room, let's put up the picture of Alan on the floor face down. Yes, this picture. I've covered many of these after which the shooter has been apprehended. And it appears he's obviously shirtless. I don't know what else he has on, but he's covered by a Mylar blanket. Is it protocol to take the suspect's clothes off? I've never seen this. Explain why we're seeing this, him in this condition.
Well, they probably were looking for explosives or something. So when you detain a person, you do what's called a high-risk search to make sure there are no weapons in the waistband, those types of things. And then you do a full search on that. So this appears to be some sort of full search. It does look like that blanket on top of him there. So they wanted to make sure there were no other threats. Did he have any explosives tied to him? Those types of things. When somebody is charging at you with a shotgun, you don't take any chances with that. So you want to make 100% sure that there is no other threats.
Speaking of other threats, this investigation is only a few hours old, and early on, even last night, we heard law enforcement say that they believe that he acted alone. How were they so early in the investigation able to reach that? I mean, maybe he was there at the Washington Hilton alone, but to say that he acted alone, how'd they get there potentially?
Well, that's a very good point, because we all know in these early stages of these crises, as investigators learn things, the facts kind of change a little bit, right? Because they haven't done their homework and they've interviewed people and they are able to prove what they're saying. So there has to be some sort of at least initial level of optimism that was true. Again, like you said, Victor, there probably wasn't anybody with them. They were making sure of that. And then in their checks in the background initially, nothing probably came up. But I think as we go in the days ahead here, they're going to make sure that is the case, and they're going to talk to all of his associates. We know that he might have been a teacher. They'll go to any of those types of places, interview his coworkers, see who his associates are, and go and build that timeline from the time the shooting happened and worked all the way back several weeks beforehand to see how we got to the point last night.
Joining me now is CNN law enforcement analyst and former Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow. Jonathan, thanks for joining me. Let's start here. Wolf, in his description of the security posture outside the Washington Hilton, said that he's been to this obviously many times. This was something at a level he'd never seen before. The check 3 or 4 blocks away, intensified security. What typically informs something like that? Is it simply coincidental that increased security happens the year that there is this shooting, or is it often the environment or a specific threat that would lead to the type of security that has not been seen at this dinner before?
Dude, it is I still can't get over the fact that this motherfucker was so fast, dude. Am I crazy for that? I mean, he was booking it, dude.
The type of security that
Like, look at this. Look at this, bro. He's zooming.
Well, Victor, good.
Everyone thinks it's fake. I know. It's ironic because I don't, but I'm not gonna fucking, complain too much.
Morning. And to answer your question, it's the latter. It's the threat environment. So the Secret Service operates off of a threat-based methodology when they're building out any type of security plan for the President of the United States or any of their protectees at any site, that they may be going to. So in this case, because the president, this was going to be the first time at this event as the sitting president, there was a lot of publicity coming about this event leading up to last night. That really creates a lot of threat vectors that can manifest themselves for this type of event. The Secret Service knows that, so they actually start building out this this security plan. And really what Wolf was saying is concentric rings of protection that radiate out from the center of the stage where the president was sitting. So you have multiple layers of defense at that site that radiate out, not just at the surface level, but it's 360 degrees. There's airspace security that goes on. There are a lot of components of the security program that the public just does not see. Wolf did describe some of those elements that were out the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, the magnetometers, all the way into the ballroom. So again, what we do know though is that security plan did work. It did prevent this threat from manifesting itself inside the ballroom and having tragic consequences.
Yeah, and as we know, having covered these shootings at schools and grocery stores and movie theaters, there are degrees of soft targets, hard targets. Any space around the president obviously is hardened. But when you have the Washington Hilton 11...
Hasn't this person been having a 3-month crash out over you? You know they're flailing when these are the best examples that they could find of this dude hating Hasan Piker. He's subbed to Hasan Piker 100%. Buddy, that's your guy. That's your guy. You're still doing it. I'm not doing it. And no, we know that he wasn't fucking, he had never commented in here. He had a Twitch account. We found his Twitch account. He'd never commented in here. He literally called me. His last quote retweet from 3 days prior is literally calling me a fucking grifter. That's your man's. And you're still doing the damn thing. He's a pro-NATO guy. He fucking hates my ass. He thinks I'm a grifter. Ted Cruz is hunting you now, apparently. Sick, and the Democrats embrace this lunatic. Yeah, it's really funny that they keep posting this video where I'm genuinely saying there's an opportunity here to organize, okay? Not organize to do assassinations, you fucking idiot. Organize and actually vote for left flank candidates. Here, this is the video that's been going around being like Hasan is actually fomenting assassination conspiracies here, right? This is it.
And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. That which is, I think that shows that there is a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact. And it's a great opportunity for organizing, I think, in these
Yeah. And by the way, if you watch the fucking full video, you have to see the full video. I just straight up talk about how this is a real opportunity to have a multifaceted approach and even go out and elect more responsive politicians. Okay? I'm talking about the resentment that exists in the ether and turning that resentment into productive energy. The clip itself already shows what I'm talking about. it's just, you are in fact saying the good thing people say on this. Yeah. We see you. We know you're not violent. I know people in here know that I'm not. You are in the PSYOP animation about the White House Correspondents' Dinner event? Wait. Dude, Jesus Christ, dude. Me and Don Lemon. Yeah. Me and Don Lemon. That's Don Lemon. And that's me. We're the ones who actually geared this guy up to go and attempt to shoot up the fucking White House Correspondents' Dinner. God, American politics is so fucking stupid. Yeah, ironically, you're talking about channeling this energy into organizing, but yeah, something is going on with centrists, says Edinger Mantum. My knee-jerk explanation is that they're now immersed in the same kind of existentialist rhetoric that the political extremes usually are, but without the consciousness of being part of a larger cause that can be hurt by their actions. I think this is why Ukraine has been the top issue of these last two would-be assassins. The rhetoric about that conflict is as heightened as can be, understandably so, but it's also so mainstream that its hardcore backers don't need to worry about, like, hurting the cause. Because a lot of people on the left have this broad awareness that the things that they say and the things that they do and the actions they take are clearly going to impact the broader movement, right? Think about how careful Zohran Mamdani is with everything that he says and everything that he does. Whereas, like, liberals in general don't have this kind of association because they're a part of the larger, like, everyday existence of mainstream American politics. Like, this guy's a great example of this, right? This guy who's, like, now saying, oh, these guys have nothing. Like, they're the dude who is literally saying, they're flailing, when these are the best examples they can find about this dude hating Hasan Piker. He subbed to Hasan Piker 100%. Last night, when it took place, he said, so close. I know a false flag event when I see one. You're rudderless. You have no direction. You have no political movement. You are just flinging shit at people to your right and at people to your left. This is the problem. You're not disciplined. You're not invested in any sort of, like, real movement whatsoever. You got nothing to fucking lose. This is one of Sex Pestany's main moderators, by the way. You'd say that disenfranchisement from not only politics with the media, as well as what's leading these lone wolf shooters with these enigmatic views popping up, or is it radicalness in politics and generally becoming more mainstream? I think people are angry, and there is no viable outlet for their anger and resentment because there is no real organized movement against Donald Trump. There is no real political movement that they can associate with, and therefore they just decide to take matters in their own hands, as Americans oftentimes do, because we're a hyper-individualistic society. That's part of the reason why you're seeing these fucking dumb fucks like Ted Cruz and shit be like, wow, Democrats embrace this lunatic. When it's a 28-second clip where I'm literally saying there's a lot of anger and resentment and we must put it to productive use. It's an opportunity to organize, right? They think that is a call to violence. Good to know. Blocked. Anyway.
100 rooms, thousands literally of people in that ballroom. How far can the perimeter be extended, right? So this checkpoint that he crashed through was a level above the ballroom. Short of checking every person's baggage TSA style coming into the hotel as a guest, how do you keep those weapons out of the building when the president potentially comes in?
Well, again, what we don't know is, some of those pre-attack elements. What was the staging that the attacker went through to prepare for this evening? And I think that's going to be a critical part of this investigation. Is when did he set up, the weapons and have that cache of weapons available to him to then go ahead and launch the attack at that main mag magnetometer site? Timing here is also critical. If that attack was 60 minutes earlier, this would have been a tragic event with numerous casualties and individuals hurt, because that is the only place where the public was aggregating before they fully got screened going into the event. So understanding these attack dynamics, which I actually will underscore that it actually speaks to the premeditation. If this attacker did have a room or access into the hotel prior to the security program being fully stood up outside, again, that speaks to this calculated planning that he had. But again, what we saw was, again, not relying on one element of the security plan, but that multiple overlapping layers of security actually did work last night.
We go now to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Welcome. Good morning. And I'm glad you are safe, sir. It was a harrowing night.
You as well.
It was a harrowing night. I want to get straight to what we know now in the light of day. The FBI, as I understand it, has gone to a home in Torrance, California, believed to belong to the alleged shooter, most likely into his D.C. hotel room as well. What have they discovered there? What do we know?
Yes, that's right. So the FBI worked all night working with local law enforcement, working with the Secret Service. They've executed various search warrants on locations, also on devices that were recovered from the suspect. This investigation is just over 12 hours old, so we still are actively looking at everything that happened. But as of now, we have collected a fair amount of evidence, which we're now going through.
Any indication at this point that he was part of a group? Was there any foreign nexus to the inspiration for the violence he attempted last night?
We're still looking into motivation, and that's something that hopefully we'll learn over the next couple of days. We do believe, based upon just a very preliminary start to understanding what happened, that he was targeting members of the administration. We don't have specifics beyond that kind of general statement from what we've learned so far, but we're actively talking to witnesses that knew him and talking to other individuals and going through the material that we've collected. So I expect that you will hear more about that in the coming days.
You mentioned a statement. Is the alleged shooter, sharing details on what he was attempting to do? What makes you say it was a threat to administration officials writ large?
Just based on the evidence we've collected, not a statement from the suspect, okay. Just from what we've learned in our preliminary investigation. He's not actively cooperating. I expect that he will be formally charged tomorrow morning in federal court in Washington, D.C., and we'll go.
The reply on your newest post, Los owns you. True. Fucking got him.
From there.
So the Secret Service has said that the suspected gunman was staying in the hotel. He walked up to a security checkpoint.
People on my timeline are saying you don't pay your personal chef enough. What am I supposed to do? It's my dad.
With a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives. How long had he been inside that hotel? And was there a security protocol for guests?
We're still understanding the security protocols that led to him being able to have firearms in that hotel. We do believe he was staying in the hotel in the days leading up to last night. We believe that he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. As far as what happened with him coming down and breaching the perimeter, as you've seen from some videos that have already been released, he was apprehended and subdued feet away from breaking the perimeter. So we were all safe inside, and that's a testament to the Secret Service doing their job and the law enforcement doing exactly what we hope and expect them to do. And at time they train for this their entire careers, and many of them never actually see it happen in real time, and it happened last night, and they reacted exactly as they should have.
So the alleged shooter, as we just said, had multiple weapons in his possession. Here in the District of Columbia, open carry is not permitted. You just said he traveled from California across the country by train. At this point, are you thinking at the federal level of changing security protocols in any way to, for example, match on trains what you are expected to go through when you fly, where you do?
Yo, God forbid we do something about gun control or any of the fucking instabilities in this country, okay? Instead, we should just make it illegal to travel. Jesus Christ.
You have to declare a weapon when you cross state lines. How did he travel by train without any challenge and arrive here in the nation's capital?
And look, this isn't about, in my mind, changing the law or making the laws more restrictive around possession of firearms. It appears he purchased these firearms the past couple years. We don't know how those firearms ended up in his possession in D.C. We can make some assumptions based upon what I just said about how he got to D.C. But I don't think the narrative here is about changing laws or making our laws more restrictive. This is about law enforcement who are doing their jobs and a suspect who tried to do something and failed miserably.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about changing the law in terms of possession of a firearm. I'm asking about crossing state lines with that firearm and arriving in the Capitol. If you try to fly, you do have to have your firearms declared in some way. You don't when you get on a train.
Well, look, you are talking about, I mean, if we're asking the question, that's talking about changing the laws, and I don't think that's something that we should be focused on right now in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, not a loophole.
There are lots of ways that, yeah, so I mean, look, we also don't know, we don't have all the answers this morning. We're still looking into what happened, how he got the guns, if he got them legally, but what we do know is that he tried to use them. He did have 2 firearms and some knives on his person when he tried to use them. And he was stopped before he got anywhere near the president, before he got near any of us that were in the room at the time of that this occurred. And that's again, we can't overlook, and I'm not suggesting you are, but we can't overlook the great work of the Secret Service last night.
No, absolutely. We're all thankful for that. But we do see these kind of threats at the local and state level as well for those who aren't as heavily protected as all of us in that room were last night, which is why I ask you if you're reviewing that. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, said the suspect will be charged with 2 counts, using a firearm during a violent crime and assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Do you, at this point, anticipate further charges?
Yes, we'll see about further charges. So that's one of the things that we need to go through the evidence. So there's a lot of federal charges that could be in play beyond those 2 charges, but it depends on on us understanding his motive, his intent, his premeditation, what led into him deciding that he was going to do what he did last night. But just to be clear, those are very serious charges. He will face a judge as early as tomorrow morning for those 2 charges. But the investigation is brand new, and so we will continue to investigate. And if there's more charges.
Please tell me you saw your name in Zoran's community note. What the fuck is this? What are you linking to me? Why am I clicking on these links? Please tell me you saw your name in the community notes of Zoran's tweet about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Yes, I did. I know. Everyone is like, oh, how can you say you abhor violence when you hung out with Hasan? It's so fucking stupid. Unbelievably stupid discourse, dude.
They'll be brought. He'll be charged via complaint. and that'll be tomorrow morning, and then an indictment will come thereafter, and there could be additional charges in that indictment.
Bro just linked a fucking Discord channel.
But
It's
we have
crazy.
to see as the evidence develops.
So you must have attended past correspondents' dinner. I mean, for over 50 years, they've been held at this hotel. Last night, it was extraordinary because we had the president, the vice president, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Treasury, all in the same room. Those are 5 out of the top 6 leaders in that line of succession for this country, should something have actually happened to the president himself. Was there planning for that? I mean, when we have the State of the Union, there's a designated survivor. Was there an increased concern about gathering all of our leadership in that room last night?
We will not stop doing things like we did last night in this administration. And this man, if one of his goals was to get us to be scared, he failed. And let me make clear that you're right. All those folks were in the room and more. And yet we were all safe. Law enforcement did their jobs. And so President Trump said last night, and he means it, and I very much agree with him, that this type of conduct will not deter him. It will not stop him from living. It will not stop him from doing his job. And that is not only him, but the vice president, the cabinet, the law enforcement, you all, journalists. You're not going to stop doing your jobs either because of this lone man that did what he did. And so this is something that we all are still reacting to because it's fresh. But I assure you that the types of things that you saw last night and the president being out there and available to the American public, that will not change because of what this guy tried to do last night.
Well, there has been reporting over the past few months that due to this increased threat environment, both on the domestic front, but also because of the war in Gaza, because of the war in Iran, that there is an intensity to this moment, and that there had been an effort to not allow the vice president and president to be together because of the risk. Why was that different?
The vice president and president are together almost every day. They're together
in a public
constantly.
event. So that's false reporting?
Security, well, I see them together all the time. They were certainly together last night. And so, look, I'm not minimizing the threats that President Trump and the vice.
Is it that hour yet? You know, time to zap your fucking dog, you left-wing bitch. Thank you for reminding me. I killed her. She's dead. I love that people still do this. Like, it's just... They still come in here and they're like, oh, dude, I bet you're fucking zapping the shit out of your dog. Yeah, I am. Look. All right. Give me the Asmongold logs. Why can't I zoom in on this guy? Give me his Asmongold logs, chatter. Let's take a look. So when you don't try to piss Hasan off, you piss him off. I want to see how he is with you actively trying. It's so funny that these guys literally, when even in Asmongold's chat, they're so fucking obsessed. Like, this is just a guy whose only understanding of American politics is just like hating on me. Incredible stuff. Just exclusively. He's an agent for Hasan. I bet Hasan is watching Lamau. Bro, do you ever just, you know, I don't know, experience life without thinking about how it will impact me somehow? Are you good? Why are you so obsessed? It doesn't make any fucking sense, man. How has this become? How is it that, like, there are legitimately so many fucking people, yeah, on 6/26/2025. Can you troll Hasan? I don't think he's mad enough. Like, obsessed. You could have nukes flying overhead, and this motherfucker be like, I can't wait to see how Zach is gonna shit on Hasan. Can't wait to see how Asmongold will cook Hasan for this one. Brother, this is not healthy. Okay? This is not healthy. You're like 40 fucking years old, and this is how you spend your days. It's very weird. It's a very weird thing to do. You are also parasocial. I just want you to have health care, man. That's all I want. I want you to have health care. I want you to have a more productive life. I want you to be able to go to college for free, or your children to go to college for free. I want to be able to make sure that you take home more of you take home more of your own productive output, that you have more control over your own destiny in your own life, in your workplace. That's what I want for you, okay? Oh my God, he replied to your going live tweet. Shut your bitch ass up, Piker. Not asking, telling. It just doesn't make any damn sense, man. I don't know how you live like this. And there's a good number of people that do this too. It's just so strange. How did you arrive at this? How did you arrive at this position where like everything that you live in your life for is somehow opposing whatever the fuck you think I stand for? How do you not recognize that you are engaging in stan culture? Like, this is no different than, I don't know, like some BTS stan hating on another K-pop group, you know? What did I do? What could I have possibly done? Or what did you hear that I did that caused you to get to this level of obsession? It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. seen not ducking for cover, runs in the family, I guess. Check the date. Wait, what the fuck? Did his account get nuked? What happened? Wait, what the hell? Why did his account get suspended? He may have blocked. Oh, every time, bro. These fucking roaches every single damn time. You are harsh. You hold a mirror up to people's faces. You make them doubt they're jackrabbit. They're simply bred greyhounds without the real training. Blocks look different. He's suspended. I don't know how that happened. Like I've said over and over again, if you have more smoke for me than the current fascist administration, you're a deeply unserious person. And you are, I'll go so far as to say this, aiding and abetting this fascist administration, okay? What is
Last
this?
night, within just minutes after shots rang out at the White House correspondence.
Speaking of roaches, do you know Metatron? No. You're as un-American as Hasan Piker? What the fuck is this? What is a Metatron? I don't fucking know. I don't need to know all of these people, okay? I already have enough mainstream voices coming after me.
Vice President and that all the cabinet face every day for the reasons that you just described, domestically, Iran, internationally. And that is why we have a robust law enforcement keeping us safe and doing their jobs. It allows the Vice President and President to do the work they need to do. It allows the Secretary of State to do the work that he needs to do. And so on the one hand, we take those threats very seriously, always have, and we always will. On the other hand, we do not. The way we respond to those threats is not to go into a bunker and hide. It's to trust the law enforcement that are keeping us safe, and that's what happened last night, and that's what I think we will continue to see going forward.
So, as I understand it, there was one injured Secret Service agent, but as the president said, he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Can you tell us if he's been released from the hospital? And to be clear, there was gunfire happening. We believe from our reporting that the shooter did get off some rounds. Was it the alleged shooter or alleged assailant here who shot the Secret Service agent?
That's what we understand as of now, and the president spoke with him last night. He was in great spirits. He apparently didn't really even want to go to the hospital, although he was certainly injured, and it was the right thing. As far as whether he's been released, I don't want to get into his medical situation. That's not fair to him. But enough to say that we all heard his voice last night. The president gave him words of encouragement and appreciation, and thanking him for the work that he's doing for all of us. And I will tell you, he was in very good spirits, and so that's a tragedy avoided, and it is because he was wearing a bulletproof vest.
I have to let you go, but writ large, is there thought of increasing the country's security posture after last night?
We have every single day we're focused on our security, and so I promise you that the work that we were doing yesterday will continue today, and if there's things that we need to adjust, we will. But last night was, of all the bad things that happened last night, and there were a lot, it was a tragic evening. It was also a success story when it comes to the Secret Service and FBI and law enforcement, of which we're very grateful.
All right, Todd Blanche, thank you.
Let's go now to Mark Meredith in Washington as leaders.
Anyway,
from
here,
both sides of the
CBS is, this is, I guess, a way to get around the manifesto and reading the manifesto because it's a summarization. The White House Correspondents' dinner shooting suspect wrote a manifesto that stated he planned to target Trump administration officials, prioritized from highest ranking to the lowest, according to a copy obtained by CBS News. Cole Allen, 31, wrote that law enforcement, hotel employees, and guests weren't his intended targets, but that he would still attack them to get to the administration, adding, I really hope it doesn't come to that. Allen charged a security checkpoint outside the dinner, armed with a shotgun, handgun, and knives, right? So one of the funniest things that he said, okay, the elusive guy is bragging on the Asmongold stream. Dude, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, these people literally have no lives. Like, this is... being noticed by someone like myself is peak for them. I don't understand why you choose this destiny for yourself. Like, pick better targets, man. Pick a better goal for your life. Okay? It's unbelievably embarrassing to fucking reduce yourself to whatever the fuck this is. It's incredibly pathetic. So stop giving them attention. No, I'll give them the attention every now and then to showcase how unbelievably single-minded some of these people are, that they have nothing to live for other than the hopes that they will ever get, a notice. When the dust is settled, okay, when in your final moments, when you go back through the highlight reel of your life, do you think you'll be proud of your accomplishments? Do you feel like your life will be worthy of anything? They came in, followed, unfollowed, wrote that comment, unfollowed, but they ran into the other stream to say, I'm the one melting down. Take the gun out of your mouth, brother. Seriously, it's not fucking worth it. You are the product of an incredibly unlikely moment of probability. Like, there is an infinite amount of chances that you could not have existed, right? And yet you do. You do. You live on this earth right now. You have the capacity to make something of yourself. You have the capacity to do something worthy of your life, of this incredible chance that you've been given. And you instead sit there and think about what will piss me off on a daily fucking basis. What a spectacular waste this is. I will never understand it. I will never understand this. You are wasting your life. Okay? You're wasting it. This is the calculation I make every single day. I love what I do. I'm very fortunate. I don't take anything for granted. And I try to make the best possible use of the time that I have on this planet. Okay? To push for certain goals, to try and organize, to change society in a more productive direction, to change American trajectory to the best of my ability, little by little, to try to inspire others to do the same. You, on the other hand, are spending every waking moment being like, no, I'm an unbearable, unfuckable loser. My life sucks. I'm not going to try to fix my life. And instead, I'm just going to try to spread as much anger and resentment around, the same anger and resentment that I feel in my fucking soul, and make everybody's lives worse. Doesn't make any sense. Dirt. Anyway, let's get back to the gunman. Law enforcement sources told CBS News that Allen's brother, alarmed by the email he and other family members received, called police in Connecticut to alert them Saturday night. Authorities said they found other writings at his home in Torrance, California, and on his 10th floor hotel room at the Washington Hilton Hotel, where the dinner was being held. So one of the funniest things this guy said, by the way, was this. Where is it? Hold on. He says, like, hello, everybody, whatever. I'm not going to show you the manifesto because, I don't want to get fucking banned. But he literally says at one point, he straight up says, first of all, I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and, what my representatives do reflects on me, and I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes, right? Like, he's very clearly, calling the president a pedophile. But one of the funniest things that he says in the manifesto is, where he basically lays out all of his actual targets and who might get in the way. And he says, administration officials, in parentheses, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Kash Patel is straight up having the worst time right now. It is unbearable to be in Kash Patel's shoes. Not only did the paper of record say that he got possibly cucked by his girlfriend as the attempt was taking place, but even the shooter was like, he is such a fucking loser that I don't even want to, target him. He's with us. Like, he singled him out, dude. Alexis and Kash are trending right now. Hot videos in the USA. I watched my girlfriend hold hands with handsome man in bathroom. Oh my God. Is that Pornhub? You're so stupid. You're so dumb. Getting fired, getting cucked, and then not even on the target list. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, let's see what Fox News is saying about this shit now.
I'll condemn political violence in the wake of this attack. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, Republicans love talking about condemning political violence, and then they get right back to immediately fomenting political violence.
Charlie, Rachel, and Griff, good morning, friends. Moments ago, we heard from the acting attorney general who said that they believe, the federal government believes, that President Trump and administration officials were the target of last night's attack right here at the Washington Hilton. What struck me this morning is that so much of what was set up last night for the Correspondents' Dinner is still intact, pretty much frozen in time. But so much of the questions today are going to be on the 31-year-old suspect in this case. As you mentioned, a lot of focus on how this was carried out, when the suspect arrived. We also believe he was a guest here of the Washington Hilton. President Trump had quite a bit to say about the incident as he spoke from the White House briefing room before midnight.
In light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together.
Overnight, media capturing investigators in Torrance, California, searching through the suspect's home, identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen. D.C. police say the man was armed with knives, a shotgun, and a handgun. As I mentioned, also believed to be a guest of the hotel where the event was taking place. Investigators do believe he acted alone, but they are still pouring through what they found on the suspect. We heard overnight from many people across the Washington establishment, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who said he was thankful for the swift law enforcement action to protect everyone from gunfire, praying for the safety of those who may remain in harm's way. The violence and chaos in America must end. The president's cabinet secretaries, who were also in attendance, speaking out. We heard from the Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, who said, in the face of such hatred and violence, we are reminded at how much is truly at stake. Our colleague Peter Ducey asked the president about what has now become the third attempt, I should say, on his life in just recent years.
Respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations. The people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. When you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that.
There's going to be a lot of questions about a potential motive in this case. We're going to have to wait until the arraignment on Monday and federal court. Still trying to understand the charges that this suspect is going to face, but we'll likely know a lot more about what they'll be charged with when he does show up for court on Monday. As the president said last night, he is safe. His team was also very thankful. The question, of course, will be, what will this event look like going forward? As you guys mentioned, the security apparatus getting a lot of review this morning, but the president also going to great lengths to say he trusted the Secret Service and he believes that they were very brave in protecting him and as well as the few thousand folks who were in attendance last night. Griff, Rachel, and Charlie, back to you guys.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Well, senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich was on the stage with the president, the dais, when shots rang. And she will actually be the president of the White House Press Correspondents Association next year. So what challenges will that bring?
Jackie joins us now. Jackie, you are stepping into a role with a lot of questions to be answered, and you have the president saying he wants to reconvene this dinner in 30 days.
I'm not sure how we're going to pull that off. I mean, this takes a year to plan, and my colleague on the board, Weijia Jiang of CBS, who's the
He doesn't understand what's going on, okay? He doesn't even realize where he's at.
president of the association this year, my heart goes out to her because she put a lot of time and effort into leading the planning for this year's event, which was her job. I don't know how we'll be able to pull off the president's wish to redo this within 30 days. I'm sure every effort will be made to try to make that happen. For next year, you know, I spoke to the president last night because you heard him mention in his remarks in the press briefing room about the need for the ballroom. And I said, when Fox, you know, is the host, when Fox helps put on the dinner next year, when I'm the president of the association and we help to host that night, you know, the ballroom's not going to be ready, I don't think, is it? And he said, no, it should be ready the year after. So we've got at least one more year after this rescheduled event from last night to figure out how do we do this again? You know, this is not the first time there have been challenges at that hotel, purely because it is a hotel. A couple years ago, I was on the board of the association. This is my 4th or 5th year on the board. And Joe Biden was president, and there was a Gaza protester, similarly, that was a hotel guest that planned to come in and disrupt the evening. Likewise, that person never made it into the ballroom. It was not quite as much of a scene, but you do have challenges when you have hotel guests that are staying in the same building as a big event like that draws 3,000 people. There are thousands of rooms in that hotel. I don't know what decisions can be made that would...
I do find it really strange and somewhat funny that, like, every single media hit on this from administration officials and others who are, like, aligned with the admin is basically, well, who could have stopped this? You know, not really much we could have done. The president is constantly in the crosshairs, and it's very easy to do this again. Very strange thing. A very strange lesson that they're teaching people, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do find that rather odd.
You know, better protect against threats like that. But I do have to say, the security protocol worked as it was.
Secret Service now, not one but two occasions, has opened fire on not one but two NATO pro-Ukraine, pro-NATO liberals, Ryan Ruth and now Cole Allen, and fired 5 or 6 shots and missed every single time. Now, you know, I'm glad that they were able to apprehend these, supposed suspects, these alleged shooters, without actually killing anyone. It is wild that it has happened twice now. Okay? The Secret Service got stormtrooper aim twice in a row now. Let's not insult everyone's intelligence. Sincere question. Do Trump supporters who genuinely want the reduce of political violence actually think that lobbing transparently hypocritical accusations about the left's rhetoric in any way effective? Are we really going to go through another cycle where MAGA folks point out incendiary rhetoric on the left without ever acknowledging that some of the most violent and incendiary rhetoric in America comes from the president and his supporters? Do you not think the rest of the country has eyes and ears? It's truly awful that President Trump has been the target of political violence. It's also truly awful how he's frequently talked about his political opponents, accusing them of treason, amplifying calls for execution, publicly celebrating their death, calling them scum, garbage, vermin, animals. It was like 3 weeks ago that he threatened the annihilation of an entire civilization. It was just a few months ago that he and his White House knowingly smeared 2 Americans who had been killed by federal agents as domestic terrorists. I hate political violence. I hate what happened last night. Probably 99% of Americans agree, but let's not insult everyone's intelligence by pretending that the most powerful person in the world isn't a huge part of the problem here. Okay, Pod Johns. How many people do you think, how many centrist liberals do you think, like Sarah Longwell and the like, are going to repost this and then turn around and be like, but you actually platformed Hassan Piker. He's way more powerful than the president. Way more evil. Are you not? Yeah, of course. I'm the most powerful deity in American politics, dude. Clearly, I'm the real mover and shaker here. I'm the one who knocks. I'm the one who's gearing up all these guys who somehow also hate me too. Call me a fucking grifter 3 days before they do this attempt.
The threat never got close to the room. We were, multiple levels of security inside, and all the chaos and mayhem really stemmed from the law enforcement response. We weren't sure at the moment, if the threat was contained, and it took them some time, understandably, to ensure that there were not other threats in the room. This wasn't some sort of a coordinated event. And so being up there on the stage and just seeing the throng of law enforcement coming toward us, not knowing in the moment what it was, and then having Secret Service agents come out from behind us on the stage and swoop the vice president off the stage from next to me, I was laying there for a few minutes, not really knowing what was going on. And the scariest part for me was hearing the agents with their guns drawn, standing over me, talking to each other and saying, do you see it? Are you tracking it? And having the other one answer no. And in that moment, we didn't know if it was because there was no threat or they just couldn't get their eyes on it.
It's moments like these when the Podjohns use their rhetorical talents to correctly name the antagonist that your efforts to build bridges with liberals is validating. Yes. That's why I don't fucking run around burning bridges and make it seem as though burning said bridges is actually the most honorable and moral way to showcase my real leftist cred. Okay? I also, at the end of the day, I also understand that the real problem here is always going to be the growth of fascism in this country. So even if there is a liberal out there who recognizes that reality and is sincere about tackling this problem and is not more invested in like attacking their left flank, okay, and the Podjohns certainly are not doing that. I think there was a point in time when they would have done that, but they clearly have a much different attitude now. You know, it's important to try and build a more organized movement. We don't have enough motion to just cast aside potential allies, okay? That's it.
And that's when I got the nod from the agent that I could crawl in my dress behind the stage, the backstage area where we waited for more updates.
Jackie, a lot of people saying they were surprised at how long the president was on the stage. I mean, we saw J.D. Vance sort of quickly removed, but a lot of people looked up and said, why is he still there? Did you have that impression? I mean, you were probably one of the people closest to him.
I didn't have that impression. It's a matter of seconds.
Yes, I know the shooter liked Will Stancil the most on Blue Sky. I know. Look at which account the shooter gave the most likes to on Blue Sky. Will Stancil. Okay. But the thing is, the suspect, the shooter, the suspect, whatever you want to fucking call him. Like there are also plenty of things that he said that I also agree with. You know what I mean? It's not like he's not like a rabid anti-communist either. He's just like a regular ass fucking lib. And it's important to understand that a regular ass liberal with decent credentials, like that was a mechanical engineer that did a internship at NASA. When that guy is the one who's planning out an assassination on the president and the entire cabinet, you have to understand that. You have to interpret that as a sign of the times. Okay? It's just, it's clear that there is so much instability and chaos in people's lives that you got motherfuckers who are mechanical engineers doing this shit. It's not just like people with antisocial personality disorder with like no prospects for a future. You got people taking matters in their own hands that have a future, you know? I said this even with the Luigi Mangione stuff, where I was like, Luigi Mangione doesn't fit the profile of a regular regular weirdo that would normally do something like this. Okay? A STEM lord. The IDF shirt is fake, guys. Oh my God. I can't believe how easily duped people are. Yes, the IDF shirt is absolutely fucking faked. Okay? He's not. I don't even think he's pro-Israel. He's made no indication that he would be pro-Israel. He is unbelievably pro-Ukraine. He's like a single issue Ukraine guy. Not dissimilar to Ryan Ruth. Yeah, Adam Johnson's wild. We've had 2 MSNBC aligned assassins in as many years. Was not familiar with their game. Honestly surprised he didn't go after Plattner. Nah, they definitely hate Trump more. Some liberals actually believe in liberalism. Exactly. Like, this is perhaps more dangerous. This is perhaps more dangerous than you would assume when you got like normal dudes who actually have jobs, part-time teachers. When they're the ones doing this shit, you have to understand when they're the ones doing this stuff, like things are not stable at all. I may have given a lot of people a surprise today, he says. Throughout the email, his tone was matter of fact and at times ironic. Hello, everybody, Allen wrote. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. I apologize for my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted, he wrote. He also apologized to colleagues and his students for telling them he had a personal emergency and said he expected that by the time anyone read the email, he probably would need emergency care, referring to any potential injuries as self-inflicted status. Officials prioritized from highest to lowest, except one. Allen said he planned to carry out the attack because he didn't want the crimes of the administration to coat his hands. He didn't refer to Mr. Trump or the event by name. Well, he did. He called him a rapist pedophile. So he did pretty much refer to him by name. But he said he intended to target the administration officials prioritized from highest ranking to lowest, but not including Mr. Patel, he said, referencing the FBI director who was also at Saturday's dinner. Patel bros, we have never been down more abysmally, okay? This is the most. Patel bros, it's over. Patel bros, it's fucking over, okay? Kash Patel can't catch a motherfucking break, dude. Oh my God. He said that he wouldn't target Secret Service, Capitol Police, or National Guard troops unless necessary. I hope they're wearing body armor, he wrote. A Secret Service officer who was shot was wearing a bulletproof vest and was released from the hospital Sunday. Allen wrote, in order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. Less penetration through walls. Rebuttals to hypothetical objections. This also reminds me of Luigi Mangione in some ways, because Luigi Mangione also was like talking about previous attempts on how he would target like the United Healthcare CEO or a healthcare CEO in general. And he said like, oh, I don't want to actually do a bomb, like an improvised explosive device, because like it will kill too many random people. This is in line with the same mentality. Again, another STEM lord, allegedly, by the way, Luigi Mangione, allegedly. Okay. Looking to be more precise, somewhat of a woke terrorism, an instance of woke terrorism again. Rebuttals to hypothetical objections. Allen's writing addressed a series of objections that his readers might have had, with rebuttals for each. As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this, he wrote, as one hypothetical objection carrying out the attack. Rebuttal. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Another hypothetical objection Allen raised in email was that as a Christian, he should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal, he wrote. Oh my God, he was such a fucking... he's dude, he's a debate lord. Rebuttal, he wrote, turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. He then went on to list several anonymous hypothetical victims who have experienced hardship, and in some cases he blamed the administration for those hardships. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it, he said, referencing the dinner. Allen criticizes the security at the hotel. This part is the weirdest part, okay? This is one of the weirdest aspects of this, because he also will then turn around and talk about like the incident right as he was conducting it. And that also surprised me as well. He's like, oh, there's no fucking security. This is crazy. He was literally like running and live writing his manifesto. PSE continued, okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is Secret Service doing? No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. He said that if he had been an Iranian agent, he could have brought in a machine gun, which he referred to as Medusa, and no one would have noticed because the Washington Hilton remained a functioning hotel with numerous public spaces during the dinner. The entire building wasn't secured by Secret Service, just the specific areas where the dinner was held. Family says he referenced plans to do something to fix issues. After the attempted attack, Allen's sister told investigators that he often used radical rhetoric, sometimes talking about doing something to fix perceived problems in society, federal law, and White House officials told CBS News. More than 2,500 people attended Saturday's gala, which celebrates the First Amendment. Mr. Trump has declined an invitation each year as president except this one. Mr. Trump has said he wants to reschedule the dinner within the next 30 days. This was from Jennifer Jacobs, okay? But yeah, Blue Sky has already taken out his I guess we can't archive. Wayback Machine didn't archive his like follows. Anyway. All right, let's continue.
When agents swooped in from, they came into the stage from the side of it where the vice president and I were sitting, and you saw an agent pull the vice president off, and more agents make their way over to the president. I believe there were also agents coming in toward the president from the side of the stage that he was on, the area where they pulled him out. And remember, the First Lady is also over there. The press secretary was also on that side. She's, about to give birth to her second child. She's very pregnant right now. And getting them off the stage as well was the job for the agents on that side of the table. It was a matter of seconds between when the agents took the vice president off and when President Trump was escorted. And it was really too quick to feel like there was anything to note, any sort of difference between how they treated the president and the vice president.
No,
I just saw them all swoop onto the stage.
I wasn't implying that there was a difference between JD, the vice president, and the president, but just that there were people who were already on the ground in the venue, and then looking up and seeing that the president was still seated was jarring.
Well, I think that's because they came into the room from the back. I mean, we were along one side of the room on the stage, and all of us, including the president, the vice president, were watching a throng of agents barreling towards us and starting to climb over tables, and that's when simultaneously agents started to descend onto the stage from behind us. It all happened very quickly, but also, as you know, when you're in it, it feels like it's slow motion.
So as wild and surreal as it was for us, we were kind of, we were at a lower vantage point, so we really couldn't even see what was going on. I would think it would have been even more surreal for you because you're up on a dais, you're elevated, you can see all of it unfolding, and you're like, what? And all these people rushing towards you with guns. What in the world is going on? Two quick questions. One is, were you able? I mean, that's so. The president is like on the image on the screen right there. The president is what, 2 seats past that that shot you took there. When you were sitting there, we all seem to have heard something. Were you able to make out? Did it internalize in your brain that was shots fired? First question. Second thing is, were you close enough to hear, the president, the first lady, the mentalist, O's, were all in a conversation when this unfolded? Were you close enough to pick up what that conversation was about when all of this unfolded?
I believe I know what that conversation was about, even though I was not close enough to hear it, because the vice president was seated to my right and the mentalist was seated to my left. And minutes before all this happened, O's was talking to me and to the vice president about wanting to perform a magic trick on President Trump. And he asked me and the vice president for the name of a person, dead or alive, who we would like to interview, and said after he got our answers, and we wrote it down on a piece of paper and hid it, the vice president tore it in 2 pieces and hid it in his pockets as O's instructed him to do. I took mine and put it in my purse as I was instructed to do. And then O's went down the stage to get the responses from the president and the First Lady, and I believe that's what he was asking them in that moment when all of this then happened. We couldn't tell from the stage immediately what it was. I did hear some clanging. I thought it was plates or maybe a table collapsing. It was only when we saw the agents rushing toward us and starting to come up over tables, and then the agents come out from behind us on the stage with their guns drawn, that it became very clear this was a security situation. And the president and vice president were taken off, and I was still laying there on the stage because we're elevated from the rest of the crowd, and I was regretting that I didn't grab my phone to bring it down with me so I could text people and let them know I was all right. I know my mom was watching, on TV from home. My fiance was right there at one of our Fox tables in the crowd, and I wanted to let them know I was all right. And I was thinking to myself, am I flat enough? Because if there is a threat in the crowd, we're elevated from the rest of the room, and we weren't sure at that moment.
Yeah, Fox News never interviewed that Aisha woman
All right,
ever again, interestingly enough.
Now live by the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you very much for joining us on the Sunday briefing, sir.
Oh, shit.
First off, how are you after all of this, and how is the First Lady doing?
She's doing great. I'm fine, and it was a very sad evening in many ways, and it was also an evening where
Everyone going beast mode on Twitter. Why is it that a Democrat is never shot at? John F. Kennedy saying, fuck you. John F. Kennedy account saying, fuck you. It's crazy. First of all, this is an insane statement, okay? Because Democrats are shot at all the fucking time. And it also feels like you're demanding that Democrats get shot at. High profile Democrats have been killed. Like, what are we fucking talking about? The difference, of course, is when that happens, Republicans immediately go, oh, this is actually another leftist conspiracy. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Minnesota. If you recall, the way that the Republicans talked about Minnesota was immediately saying, oh, this was left-on-left violence or something. Yeah, Melissa Hortman. They lied, and they were like, yeah, Tim Walz actually hired him to kill. Tim Walz hired this man to kill Democrats. The motherfucker's manifesto had Tim Walz as a target. It wasn't even an ex-Walz aide, guys. Come on. The guy was a fucking security. He owned a security company. He was a psychopathic white supremacist Christian nationalist that had worked with like evangelical churches in Africa and shit. He was a literal mercenary. And Tim Walz had not hired him as an aide. He was one of those like small business bureau appointments that was a holdover from the previous admins. It's crazy. Yeah, he was on a bipartisan board that Walz just left him on when he got elected. Exactly.
a lot of people got together. It was I saw some Democrats as we were leaving, and they were generally hostile. And last night they were waving to me, and politicians, congressmen, senators, they were waving and saying, great going and hello. So there was something very nice. I tell you, it was, I mentioned it last night in my little discussion. I think it came together. The place was just coming together. It was very nice to see, actually.
I think you really struck the right tone, I have to say, in your remarks afterward, letting the world know that you're not going to let someone who would wish to do us harm snuff out our right to gather and to recognize the role of the free press in a democracy, and that your leadership in that moment, telling the world to continue and stay strong, was important to hear. But I want to ask you about this news that we heard from the White House about Cole Allen, the suspected shooter, and his motive. I'm being told that he had a manifesto saying he wanted to target Trump administration officials. He had a lot of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts, and left a manifesto in his hotel room that his brother had notified New London police about prior to this incident. I know Secret Service agents have been talking to his family members, his sister, at their residence, and said that this individual apparently attended a No Kings protest in California at some point. And that there was some concern that he might carry something out like this. What is your reaction to being the target of so much violence and hearing these new details?
Fox News is literally government press now. I mean, they've always been. It's always been. Whenever a Republican is in charge, Fox News is state media, always.
Just as they're breaking.
Well, I heard about the London situation, and I wish they would have told us about it a little bit. But it is what it is. You know, we had a great group of people there last night.
Also, it is rather odd how much Donald Trump loves the situation. Like he's behaving very strangely, noticeably cheery. His tone is noticeably positive. He's like, it is what it is. You know, a lot of people, they want to kill me because I'm special. That's what he keeps saying. He's like, what we need to focus on is the ballroom. All right, that's it. Have you seen the polls? It's bad. People want to kill me. It's fine. They want to kill me because they love me. The opposite of hate. The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference.
Had both inside in terms of the people, the audience, and also because they were all, you know, they were strong, relatively speaking, compared to what the potential threat was. And the Secret Service and all law enforcement I thought they were outstanding. You know, you can always, they can nitpick and everything else, but they were outstanding. They stopped him cold. And there was no games being played, that I can tell you. And you just look at them, these were strong, solid people who've got to get paid. You know, this is a group that is not being paid. If you think about it, you know, the Democrats are holding up their pay, and I think maybe they'll loosen up a little bit now because I thought great talent was displayed last night. Bravery, but talent. He came in running like he was an NFL running back. Frankly, he was very fast, and they just stopped him cold. And there was no question. He never even came close to getting by the doors or getting through the doors. And if he did, there were so many people in there too, also security, and you have to go through a lot of layers. They did really a good job. I was very satisfied with it. It's always most.
Trump will be on Fake News 60 Minutes. How very Erica Kirk of Trump wanting to milk the latest assassination stunt. Oh my God. After law enforcement officers stopped the gunman from rushing the Washington Hilton ballroom where President Trump, members of his cabinet, journalists convened, Norah O'Donnell speaks with the president about the experience and what his signals about the state of the country. Tonight on 60 Minutes. Okay, I've never seen anything like this before in my life, by the way. Can we just talk about this? Awooga for like 1 second. What the hell is going on, dude?
Do not come.
I'm going to come.
My man is caked up. Awooga! Humana, humana, humana. It's the diaper.
So were most other people.
And I know that you want to get
He's wearing an Echo beater. Yeah, he went on TikTok to purchase one of those like Echo beaters.
Event later on, once the ballroom is established, to have them host events like this in the future. But as I understand it from our conversation last night, Mr. President, that won't be ready for next year's event that I'll have to host. It certainly won't be ready for the rescheduled event that you want to do within the next 30 days. The Washington Hilton is host to a lot of events every year that you go to. The First Lady was just there on Thursday at the First Lady's Luncheon delivering remarks in that same room. And the dinner's been held there every year since 1968. Do you have any concern about holding it there, to the rescheduled event there, and then also next year's event? How will we make that safe?
Well, it's always tough when you have 1,000 rooms. It's a large hotel right on top, and so people come down in elevators, and they're right over the top of where you're speaking, not very far away, and it's pretty tough. And, you know, as you know, we're building a big, beautiful, very, very secure ballroom in every way with massive bulletproof glass that's almost 4 inches thick. It's pretty amazing stuff.
When do you think
all of
that'll
the
be
different
ready?
elements that you need, like drone proof, you know, you need drone proofing, you need everything. But we also need a location, and the location's on the White House grounds, which is the most secure ground probably in the world, including the fencing, including everything else. The president doesn't have to leave the premises. It's really very secure. And this is mostly for future presidents. And we're actually ahead of schedule, and we're right on budget and ahead of schedule. It was always scheduled to open in 28, and probably I would have 5 or 6 months of use. But other people will have many years, hopefully hundreds of years of use. But it's going to be a magnificent building. But it was also designed in conjunction with the military and in conjunction with Secret Service. It's got every single bell and whistle you can possibly have for security and safety. And we'll have that done very much on time, even ahead of schedule. It's ahead of schedule.
He gave Iran another 3-day ultimatum too, by the way. Yeah, he's like, I just survived an assassination attack. I'm feeling pretty good. So I will give another 3-day extension. It's like, bro, he gave a 3-week extension. He gave an unlimited extension to the fake ceasefire, ceasefire limbo that we're currently in. So
now, and it's really what you need. I mean, you can't have 1,000 rooms or whatever it is, a very big hotel on top of the ballroom, and people come down in the elevator and they're right next to the ballroom, and nobody's blaming them.
Yeah, Dana Fash, by the way, did the thing that I have been yelling about with centrist liberals. Oftentimes, people like Dana also are obviously pro-Israel as well, which makes the situation all the more interesting. Because, Israel is an unbelievably violent entity. So defending it and then turning around and being like, why are people so angry? Why are people so violent is crazy. But 2 things I wanted to show you from CNN, okay? One was, hold on, where is it? 2 things I wanted to show you from CNN is obviously Dana Bash. This is clipped by Aaron Rupar. Dana Bash, also known as Dana Fash, right? Interviewed Jamie Raskin. And in the interview with Jamie Raskin, Dana did the classic bullshit centrist nonsense.
Yeah, and you have, and as many of your fellow Democrats, have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about some of the fact that he, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your Democratic right, but overall, do you
I have
a
no
responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies of this administration, the authoritarianism like we saw on display in Minneapolis, where 2 of our citizens were gunned down in the streets simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and others have died in custody. I'm talking about policies. I don't personalize it, and I certainly have never called the press the enemy of the people. I think the press are the people's best friend, and that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you should feel a sense of shame, in my opinion, for even addressing this, right? Like, you should feel a sense of shame for saying something like this. I mean, it's because it's so beyond the pale. It's like you're not presenting yourself as a centrist here who's simply above political partisanship. You genuinely are just being a soldier for the right when you do this. You don't have a duty to say the truth if you behave like this. A lot of people, I think, when I was younger, I used to always assume like centrists actually are arriving at their positions because, they want to call out both sides. And this is like a genuine intellectual, this is a genuine intellectual project. There's some there's an opinion here that they believe that, you know, it's important to call out your side as well. No, this is, at this stage, if you're still saying, like, don't you feel like your side has something, you know, a responsibility here with the rhetoric? You're not actually behaving in a centrist way. You're not actually arriving at some deep hidden truth by being critical of both sides. You're just legitimately behaving like a right-wing charlatan, a fucking hack. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, here it is.
Rhetoric against the president.
Like, don't you feel like the liberals have demonstrated dangerous rhetoric against the president? Lady, the president's a fucking fascist. Calling it out is the least we could do.
Yeah, and you have, and as many of your fellow Democrats, have used some heated rhetoric against the president.
Like what? What's the heated rhetoric? Calling him a fucking fascist? Calling him a Nazi? That's the heated rhetoric? What are we supposed to do? What are people supposed to do? People are just not supposed to call it out as they see it? Is that the most appropriate way to go about the situation? Doesn't make any sense. This is the goal of the right, by the way. This is the goal of the right. The right wants you not to be able to say that the president is bad. Okay? That's their ultimate goal. They want to make it so that it's literally illegal for you to say that the president is a rapist or that the president is bad, the president is doing something wrong. That's what this entire project around violent rhetoric coming from the left is about. And I've said this over and over again. Just as the Mahmoud Khalil case wasn't necessarily about, like, you know, anti-Semitism, certainly. And it wasn't even just about Israel either. It wasn't about, like, preserving the feelings of Israel. It was about tackling. It was about opening the door to tackle the First Amendment. Okay? What Dana is doing here is leaning into the false right-wing framing. The notion that people who have held Trump accountable, are responsible for any sort of violent incident that takes place. The only reasonable solution in this circumstance would be to never criticize the president, right? Like, oh, well, if any and everything that we say is leading to random people behaving violently against the president, then I guess we can't say anything, right? We can't say anything about the president. Or the only thing we can say about the president is just positive things.
And do you think twice about that when something like this?
Ironically, you support Xi and his power, yet if Trump had that power, you would freak out. Dude says Mick Gibbon, 401. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I'm not Chinese. You know, I jokingly say sometimes that I am, but I'm not. Okay? I'm not. And yes, I have actually unironically consistently talked about how the only takeaway from Chinese governance is repression for some weird fucking reason, and none of the high-speed rail. Were you just not listening to what I was saying when I was talking about that? It's not the point. The fact is you would criticize Trump if you would... What? What is this conversation? What is this argument? Will you ever give same attention to Albertans as you do other nationalities? Centrism is the ideology that wants calm. The heated rhetoric is people who say they don't care if he dies, bro. It's not the point. The fact is you would criticize Trump if he were a dictator. But okay, man. Trump is a fucking fascist. And he is currently in the process of moving the country towards a more authoritarian mode of governance I am trying to reason with people to recognize that, but you unfortunately are too stupid to understand. Which China is already, bro, do you live in China? Are you Chinese? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck does China have to do with anything that's going on in America right now? Are you Chinese? Are you trying to change the Chinese system? Go take it up and organize in China if you're fucking Chinese. No, I live in Canada. I'm saying they're a hypocrite. Oh my God, you're not even American. Oh my God. Sorry. See yourself out of this conversation, okay? What the fuck is happening? We got centrist Canadians going, well, what about China? Bitch, we're in America. We're talking about American shit right now. What the fuck? What the fuck does China have to do with this? And no, I have not actually defended any of the silly or even sometimes dangerous modes of repression that exist in the Chinese government. But guess what? I'm not fucking Chinese. I'm American. I don't want that to happen here. Meanwhile, your bitch ass, because of Mark's Carney, could just go on visa-free travel trips to China right now. Why don't you go exercise that freedom that you have? Go see how authoritarian and terrifying China is with your own two fucking eyes. Maybe you'll come back a changed man. Dumbass Albertan nationalist centrist Canadian coming in here talking about Alberta as a nationality. I swear to God, what the fuck is wrong with these right-wing Albertans who just want to be American, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? I'm going to be honest. If I talk to an Albertan who was an Alberta separatist, who very clearly is LARPing as an American, I would probably lean into Mark Carney too. I'd be like, wow, this guy is a liberal. At least he's like, you know, intelligent. Unlike whatever the fuck I'm hearing right now from this Albertan separatist. Jesus Christ, dude. Go boof some Tim Hortons, you goddamn Ameriboo. It's so funny that we're in the process of talking about how Donald Trump is using any and every opportunity to make America more authoritarian, to undermine the First Amendment. And there's a Canadian in the chat going, well, what about China? I don't know, man. I didn't have a say in in protecting the Chinese Constitution or protecting and preserving free speech in China. Okay, I can't. It's a ridiculous thing to bring up right now. It's literally the equivalence of having your house catch on fire. You're sitting inside of the fucking house that's on fire. You're trying to put out the house, and the guy goes, "Hey, hold on." Your neighbor comes in to your burning house and goes, "Dude, don't worry about this right now. Why are you trying to put out your fucking house that's on fire? There are other houses that are on fire down the block." Well, bitch, I'm trying to fucking fix this house fire. What the fuck's wrong with you? Meanwhile, the guy you're in defense of here, that you're saying is not a dictator, wants to annex your country, but if you're an Albertan separatist, you probably want that to happen. God damn, have some fucking backbone, dude. Holy shit. Did he respond at all? I'm not responding because you are clearly not taking me seriously. Yes, dude. If you're an Alberta separatist, no one should take you seriously. And I'm glad that the Canadians don't take you seriously at all either. Okay? Why would I take you seriously? You talked about Albertan nationalism, and then you also fucking, in a conversation about America moving in an authoritarian direction, okay, taking serious steps to erode the First Amendment as an American citizen and as a member of the media, right, an independent media member, I am very worried about this dangerous encroachment towards our First Amendment rights that is supposed to protect the free press, for example. And you, with your Albertan ass, are over here being like, I demand to be taken seriously, like you're fucking Michael Bluth. In the Magician's Guild. Or was it not Michael Bluth? Job. Forgive me for being defeatist, but we are fucked. When the center loses, we all lose. Oh my God. This guy is just a radical centrist. Defending the center for the love of the game, no matter where it is around the world. Oh my God. Canadians, I don't know how you deal with these motherfuckers that are Alberta nationalists, okay? I don't know how you deal with them. Good luck to all of you, okay? Dana Bash used her CNN platform to compare pro-Palestine student protesters to Hitler Youth. I wonder if she thought twice about her heated rhetoric as peaceful protesters were getting brutalized by cops and abducted off the streets by ICE. Anyway, I could not believe it, but look at Jamie Raskin's response. Like, look, we're going to run this again.
Against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talk.
He's like, what are you saying right now? Like, what rhetoric against the president have any mainstream Democrats entertained that is violent? Because if you ask the president, he's entertained maximalist violent rhetoric, right? He's called his opposition low IQ, especially when they're black or brown. He has routinely said people are vermin. Entire swaths of the population are parasitic and vermin. When it comes to immigrants, he talks about immigrants as though they're parasites. Kyle had the laundry list. He called the left enemy within. Scum, terrorists, vermin, radical, lunatics, demonic, evil, fascists, Marxist, communist, garbage, the enemy of the people, the enemy within, treasonous, animals, degenerates, Jew haters, lowlifes. And then we turn around and we're like, well, you know, the dangerous rhetoric coming from fucking Jamie Raskin is what we need to discuss today. Why? Because he hears that language and goes, that's unacceptable. That's the dangerous rhetoric. With this logic, any and every criticism of the president is dangerous rhetoric.
Talking about some of the fact that he, you know, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right.
He is terrible for this country. What are you saying? He is literally terrible for this country. Saying that correct statement is not dangerous rhetoric. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as say what Dana Bash is doing here is infinitely more dangerous rhetoric than what any mainstream Democrat elected representative has ever said about the motherfucking president. Correctly calling out and sometimes even not going hard enough against the president's very clear, undemocratic, illiberal attitude. It's so crazy because my criticism of the Democrats usually is that they don't go hard enough, right? I said Dem-electeds are far too restrained with their comments against Trump and the right, but these kinds of moments expose the insane double standard liberal media places on Dems. Everyone knows Trump is uniquely violent in his language. Criticizing the press is democracy, not incitement. Criticizing the president is democracy, not incitement. Stop sending me the Alberta separatist campaign. I'm not going to watch it, okay? Please, stop. And this is before we talk about the unbelievably genocidal rhetoric coming from the president when it comes to foreign policy.
But overall,
yeah. But I guess Dana agrees with that, so she doesn't have that much smoke for when Donald Trump is saying stuff like we're gonna fucking do a genocide on the Iranian civilization, we're gonna destroy Iranian civilization overnight.
do you
I have
a
no
responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean,
That's also crazy. Jamie says, "Oh, I have no personal problem with Donald Trump." I do. I mean, he's literally best friends with rapist pedophiles. I think that constitutes reasonable grounds for having a personal resentment, having a personal problem.
talk about the policies of this administration, the authoritarianism like we saw on display in Minneapolis, where 2 of our citizens were gunned down in the streets simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and others have died in custody. I'm talking about policies. I don't personalize it, and I certainly have never called the press the enemy of the people. I think the press are the people's best friend, and that's why it's written right there into the First Amendment. We need the press to be a vigilant watchdog against every level of government, federal, state, local, all of it.
You're not going to get an argument from me on that. Before I let you go,
don't you think calling someone a National Socialist validates the use of violence against them? We're not going to play this fucking game, dude. If someone is a Nazi, you can call them a fucking Nazi, okay? The real problem in that instance is not someone correctly calling them a fucking Nazi. This is the same argument over and over again with like, oh, the real problem is not that I did something racist. The real problem is you called out my racism. What are you, a fucking NPC? Motherfuckers would be putting people in concentration camps and you go, that's a concentration camp. You're a fucking Nazi. And someone on the sidelines goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. Language, please. I feel like you're inciting. Bitch, the violence is happening already. The guy was anti-Austinox. Many such cases. There's also more. Scott Jennings also uses an opportunity to do the fuck Hasan pivot here. Incredible stuff.
This guy's obviously another of these left-wing lunatics who's come to kill the president. 3 assassination attempts on the president now. Charlie is dead. You have people on the left lionizing Luigi Mangione.
Well, there's a bar in Wisconsin.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
You have polling showing a tolerance for political violence on the left. And I heard Hakeem Jeffries say this week, it's maximum warfare.
Yeah, obviously when Hakeem Jeffries, the sexual panther himself, is saying that, he's talking about not direct acts of violence against Republicans. He's talking about fighting back against the administration's encroachments on the democratic process, for example, like fighting fire with fire. Like, for example, when the Trump administration says all of the voting that takes place in this country, as long as you're voting for a Democrat, is illegal and should be treated as such, we're going to fucking purge the voter rolls, or we're going to put ICE agents in polling stations. That's not violent rhetoric. We're not supposed to fucking push back against that. That's not insane rhetoric. We're not supposed to call it out. You can't say, hey, we got to fight back against this administration because you use the term fight. Shut the fuck up. None of this makes sense. It's also exceptionally insane to do this as a loud and proud, open Trump supporter. Yeah, I know. He blocked Sean. He boxed himself into radical centrism. The White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter had Sean blocked on Blue Sky. It's pretty funny.
All the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere,
all the
We
time.
have a violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left, and it must be acknowledged
So
today.
when I was at the Department of Justice, what we found is after the 2020 election, there was a significant rise of threats to all elected leaders, state legislators, some who were killed, to our president, Joe Biden at the time, Barack Obama. Someone tried to go into his residence. This is a problem.
Who's the president?
Hold on.
How many assassination attempts?
There are several
3.
assassination attempts
3.
to other presidents that were not successful. I agree. It should be.
You know what's funny about that? He's like, oh, 3. Okay. Ryan Ruth, former Trump voter. Okay. Butler, Pennsylvania, gave money to the Republicans. Extreme centrist again. Okay. All 3 of those attempts are people who just either didn't give a shit about either party or were former Trump supporters. Okay. Ryan Ruth voted for Donald Trump. Okay. Extreme NATO Andy. And then the guy the kid, the barely teenager, new adult, I guess, whatever you want to fucking call it, that went down to Mar-a-Lago was literally a Trump supporter. And then the Epstein stuff broke his fucking brain. There's a real issue here. Yeah. Thomas Crooks is the other one who's, in Butler, Pennsylvania, who gave money to the Republicans. This is the first time you got another NATO Andy, an MSNBC liberal, who attempted something towards the president. But right now, it's not looking too good. You got 3 instances where people either formally voted for, formally supported the Republicans or directly voted for Donald Trump or were major supporters of Donald Trump as opposed to the one guy who wasn't. Out of the 4 attempts, not 3, 4 attempts, 3 have been either defenders of the Republican Party or defenders of the president himself or have literally voted for the president. This is the first time the guy actually had nothing to do with Trump and fucking hated him.
Investigated about why they continue.
Anyway, it's fucking unbelievable.
They're good people. They're very good people. I know the people well. I've been in that room many times. But, it's had difficulty in the past. And the new one is set not to have that kind of thing. All of the traps are knocked out. Mm-hmm. And this was designed at the highest level by the top military and Secret Service people. It's really it's a joint venture, really. And, presidents have wanted it for 150 years just because they wanted a big space. But military and Secret Service have wanted it for many years. And I'm getting it built. And the one good thing is that now everybody knows how badly needed it is.
Mr. President, you just credited, again, Secret Service for springing into action. As a person who witnessed it right alongside you on that stage, it happened within moments. But does it strike you, sir, that for 70-plus days now, the agency that they're under, DHS, has not been funded? Are you hopeful at all that this incident will force Congress to reach an agreement to fund that agency that protected your life last night?
That's right. And other agencies, too, other great agencies that, brave patriots, are great people that have a rough job, not an easy job. When you have to stop murderers and get them out of our country, when you have to take people out of the country who murdered 7 people or 5 people or 1 person that was released from a jail in, a country someplace. A lot of them came from Venezuela. A lot of them came from other countries. They came in from the Congo. This was under Biden's open door policy. It was terrible. I mean, we can try and make it nice and all, but there's nothing nice about it. So we have people that are doing an incredible job of removing these people and just getting them out of the country or putting them in jail where they have to be. These are violent people, drug dealers, drug lords were allowed without checking, without anything, but murderers. Over 11,888 murders were let into our country with Joe Biden's open door policy. And, these are the people that are getting them out. This is a tough job. These are nasty people that were let in, rough, tough people. And by the way, in many cases, very smart. These assassins, they seem to be high IQ people, but they're crazy. And Secret Service and all of the different groups. You look at Border Patrol, you look at ICE. I mean, ICE is so incredible. Border Patrol is so incredible. And, they have a hard time being recognized for the job they do. I'm very proud to recognize them. I mean, I think I had 100% of the vote of law enforcement. But they, it sort of showed last night when you were there. You did a great job last night. By the way, I watched it when I got back, and you saw what was going on. I mean, there was the strength and the power. Nobody was getting in, and even if they got into the room, they were going to be hit fast. But no, they didn't even get close to getting to those doors, or he didn't.
I was really taken, Mr. President.
They took him out so quickly. Now, it's a tough thing, though, when you have a hotel in the middle of a city with buildings all around and hotel rooms on top of you. And, it's a...
Very smart people are trying to kill me is an interesting thing to say. Yeah. That was interesting. Another thing that is interesting is he keeps saying, like, oh, the more people try to kill me, the more I see my importance. It's like, you're the president, man. Yeah, of course you're important. Like, what is this? It's because all the greatest, all the goats, they tried to kill them. They want to kill you when you do something. This is why we need a ballroom. I forgot to finish the Scott Jennings clip, but here.
Who's
the president?
Hold on.
How many assassination attempts?
There are several assassination attempts to other presidents that were not successful. I agree. It should be investigated about why they continue. What are the failures of the Secret Service?
And the Democratic just quickly, the Speaker of the House in Minnesota, a Democrat, lost her life to political violence this past summer. This is not solely a problem on the left. It is a problem across the board. It is a rising crisis.
Don't downplay it this
way. It is
a
rising crisis in this country.
Stop generalizing the left.
Appalling.
And stop generalizing the left as the entire left.
Candidates campaigning with Hasan Piker.
Listen to me.
Buddy. Even my most out of context moments put together in a compilation doesn't meet the standard of an average Republican and what they say. Okay? Like an elected representative. Okay? Damn, they on your dick? Yeah. Do you understand? This is CNN, by the way. Remember, this is fucking CNN. Like, it blows my fucking mind. The way that Republicans get away with saying whatever the fuck they want is so unbelievable. They're elected representatives. They have a lot more power than I do. Okay? By the way, a fan clip of you on IG covering the shooting is popping off with nearly 1 million views already. Erica made another drive-by cry. Stage assassination. Getting cucked at a stage assassination attempt event is wild. Fake and not even faked well. Oh my God, I keep forgetting Cheryl Hines is married to RFK Jr. Cucked by her handler. Dude, it's crazy. No one cares.
Stop generalizing the left, as the left is the entire problem. I'm not mad at you, Scott. I want you to be truthful.
Hannity's guest said 2 days ago, someone should rip your vocal cords out. Oh, yeah, that's true. Dude, Sean Hannity's guest on his radio show literally said she wanted to rip my vocal cords out or someone should do it. Mark Levin, literally a day ago said someone should just go to his house and do something about it. Same with Greg Buttfeld. Like, people are genuinely talking about how I should get fucking assassinated all the goddamn time. Yeah, Greg Buttfeld talking about coming to my house and testing my locks. And it's so crazy. Like, I'm the recipient of 1 million death threats, okay? And especially in times like this, where these guys will turn around and be like, you know what the real problem in American society is? Now that the president was almost assassinated again, Hasan Piker is the real issue here. Whenever Republicans do that shit, I get 1 million fucking death threats, okay? And it's just unfortunately a byproduct of, being a political operative in this goddamn country. You don't see me fucking complaining? What do you want me to do? Yeah, here it is.
Families were lost, broken, shattered. And now you're going to bring on the guy who said America deserved it. I'm sorry, that guy doesn't get a voice. In fact, I would like him to have no vocal cords at all. What? I don't think he should be talking, period.
Now you sound like him. Do you want to rip out his vocal cords?
Yeah, why don't I? He likes to say hyperbole and sarcasm is what he means when he says, that this.
Political violence is appropriate when it's in one direction. Okay, this is what I mean. Have you thought about publishing the amount of death threats you get? No, I don't care. Fucking, it's bullshit. It's just, the difference is like, we know the right wing actively talks about, killing us. Anyway,
it's a tough situation, but I thought Secret Service and law enforcement, includes DC police, law enforcement was great. I really thought they were great, and I would be the first to complain if they.
Why do you LARP as a socialist when you're a millionaire? To fuck with you. Why do you LARP as a capitalist when you have no capital and you're dead broke? Answer that question. Where's your capital, bitch? Show me the deed to the factory right now. Show me the deed. Present me the deed to your factory right now. You are not a boss. At most, maybe in a managerial role, serving agents of capital, owners of capital. Why are you defending this system that is undermining you every day? Motherfuckers be making 50 grand a year, hoping that they will become a regional manager of McDonald's, being like, we got to defend the system, dude. This system has been bountiful for me.
Believe me, they were looking at me probably more than anybody
Roach
else.
logs?
The administration. And the guy is a sick guy. When you read his manifesto.
Europe is crumbling and voting won't change a thing, sadly. Oh, of course. What do you think about the Orthodox Christianity? Gesundheitskasche. Lol, that's the health insurance. Jawohl. Why do you LARP as a socialist? While you are so rich, yeah. Why do you do this? Why do you LARP as a socialist when you're a millionaire? Where you at, contempt? Where you at? Why do you LARP as the Amerikanisch when you're very clearly a Deutschlander? Yeah. Österreich. Oh, yeah, very nice. I like to take advantage of the 65% public-owned housing. I love it. I love living in the public housing in the Rot Vienna, while simultaneously criticizing attempts towards more equitable outcomes in the America. Ja, jawohl. Ja. What happened? Österreich. I love the public housing. Not only do you LARP as a capitalist without owning any capital, you are actually most likely a beneficiary of one of the most comprehensive socialized housing initiatives in the established Western developed nations. Okay? Unbelievably cucked. I love living in the social democracy and consistently undermine it, yeah. It's so good. I love being the Eurocock. One day we will be under the banner of American protectorate. It's okay. My social safety nets are being taken away from me, but I love the idea that it's actually... I pay 900 euros rent, though, but socialism destroyed half of Europe, inclusive Austria. Again. Oh, my God. Socialism destroyed Österreich until 68, yeah. Then about a month ago, I worked in the Ministry of National Defense in a European country, and it's a fact that the second bombing run to finish the job is not a war crime. Restriking is a standard military practice. Oh, socialism in Austria. I just gave you definitionally one of the only initiatives backed by socialists in Vienna, where 65% of all readily available housing is owned by the government, is public housing, where rents are unbelievably affordable in comparison to everywhere else. And even though they're rising there too, there's issues everywhere, not because of socialism, but because of capitalism. And you're over here fucking complaining. Oh, I hate it. We should privatize it further so I can pay 3,000 euros, yeah.
That's one thing for sure.
But at least I'll sleep soundly at night knowing that no Pakistani is going to also be living in the apartment complex down the street.
Sure. He hates Christians, a hatred. And I think his sister or his brother actually was complaining about it. You know, they were even complaining to law enforcement. So he was a very troubled guy.
I was taken by your response immediately after it happened. You said, we're going to continue the night. We're not going to let this person derail our plans for the evening.
Right.
Had you been told very quickly that there was no additional threat in the room? Is that why you felt comfortable proceeding if Secret Service allowed that to happen?
Well, I hated a guy like this sick, bad person. I hated somebody like that changing the course of our country. You know, where you'd have all of these people, important people, not important people, all of these people gathered, record crowd. We had a record crowd last night. And you and the people that put it on did a fantastic job, really. But that all of these people would have to leave, you know, just for what? For one nut, for one guy that is really, I mean, look, he's a very disturbed person. So I really wanted to go, and I really wanted to. But the protocol was no. And, you know, once those doors were open, that room was sealed. And once the doors were open, because people were pouring in, and they were police, and they were Secret Service, and they poured in a lot of them. But once those doors are open, it breaks the seal.
Mm-hmm.
And when they explain it, you know, maybe it's possible somebody, if it were more than one person, somebody could have come in. And but I really wanted to do it that night, even if we stayed late into the night. But we did the right thing, and we came back to the White House. We did a news conference and explained what happened. And now we're doing it a little bit more by talking to you. But we did the right thing. Now, I hope that we can have it within a short period of time.
Trump famously hates using violence to change the constitutional course, except on January 6th, and also basically every other day that he is alive, okay? He has been... It's not like it was just relegated to January 6th where he was trying to utilize violence or violent rhetoric. He's done it every single day before January 6th and every single day after January 6th. There's, as a matter of fact, never been a day. These last 24 hours might be the only time where this motherfucker hasn't been talking in a violent manner. It is exceptional when he doesn't talk about things in a violent way. And I guess it's because he has high spirits right now because he feels like everyone's going to love him for, I don't know, the next 48-hour media cycle.
And whether it's 30 days or a little less, a little more. But I hope we can do it with that, because we can't let these criminals and these really bad people change the course of events in our country. We have to, it's an important event. That was going to be an important event. I mean, I was going to get up and make an entirely different speech. I was going to really rip it last night. I was talking about everybody. And then they said, well, my speech is going to be much different. It'll be a speech of love. But I didn't get a chance to do that. Probably I was better off if I didn't. I don't know. But I think it's important. And, your president who headed chairman or president, she did really a good job. I was sad in a way because she worked so hard. And she's a good person. CBS, as you know, was the lead. I think you're going to be the lead next year.
That's
but
right.
I think it's and I look forward to in the year 28. You're going to have a ballroom that's the top of the line security. You're not going to have problems like this.
What's the latest that you've learned, Mr. President, about this alleged shooter's motive? Do you know how long he was planning this for?
Well, they have some pretty good information. He had a lot of hatred in his heart for quite a while. And it was a religious thing. It was strongly anti-Christian. And I don't know if you've gotten it, just got released, the manifesto. He had a manifesto, can you believe it? And so he's got some big problems with the rest of his life. But it's very, very bad. Very bad situation. But his family knew that he had difficulty. And his family seemed to be, I think they spent a lot of time with his family. His family said he had big difficulty. Maybe they should have reported him a little bit more strongly, probably. But it's a hard thing to do, I guess.
How did he get? He ain't Christian. He has debate lorded atheism in the past. That's why I say he's a radical centrist debate lord.
As you're trying to learn more about how this man's ideology was shaped.
Yeah, he's like a Redditor liberal, dude. Oh my God, we got to find his Reddit account.
It makes me think about
that will truly give us insight.
FISA.
In his manifesto, he clearly says he's a Christian. No, I've seen posts from him, like calling out right-wing Christianity, and I think I don't think he's. I think he they said that his. I think he said something along the lines of he was critical, they said in his manifesto there was anti-Christian sentiment.
The surveillance tool that expires this coming week. It obviously allows the FBI to surveil potential terrorists who are overseas. And we don't know right now if this individual was radicalized by somebody like that. But do you think about the importance of having these tools to protect our country from these kinds of threats? And how will you get that message to Congress when there's a Congress right now that's skeptical about renewing those powers?
Well, Jackie, I know both sides of it because FISA was used against me and very, very viciously by a dirty cop. You know, we had the Comey gang, Comey and his remnants, and it was used against...
I will always repeat this. There's nothing funnier than Jim Comey perhaps being the most responsible singular figure that allowed Trump to be president in 2016. But because he refused to play ball with Trump after, he became a liberal media darling, and Trump hates him forever. It'll never not be funny. Like Jim Comey, we forget. Jim Comey is perhaps the most responsible figure, like as a singular force, when he made that decision a couple days before the election to reopen the Hillary Clinton case and then openly publicize that he reopened the Hillary Clinton case. absolutely played a major role in the downfall of the Clinton campaign. Like, obviously, it shouldn't have been that close to begin with because Clinton was a historically weak candidate. But if we're talking about like singular world-changing events, he might have genuinely pushed it over the line. And it's so funny that Donald Trump still hates him.
Me. And they used it very illegally. I mean, they signed court orders that were illegal. Every one of those people should be prosecuted, frankly. It was used against me. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is that the military really needs it, and it's really needed for national security, and there's a division, but I was willing to give that up, I mean, because, again, it was used against me more than anybody else, and by bad people, by sick people also. These are sick people. Comey was terrible. He was a horrible, sick person. He had real problems. And I use the word to describe him. He was a dirty cop. It's an old-fashioned term, but he was a dirty cop, bad guy. And there were other bad guys. And they used Pfizer illegally. They used it for a purpose that wasn't supposed to be used for. Okay. On the other side, you have the military. They really need it. General Raisin Cain. Look at the success we had in Venezuela. Look at the success we're having with Iran. I mean, Iran is decimated. And we got a lot of information by using Pfizer. I think we would have been very successful regardless, but it made the job a lot safer and a lot easier. So I would say, and what I've done, and I've told people, I'm willing to give up my security for the military, because ultimately that's, to me, the highest cause is the safety of our nation. So, I'm in favor of it, but, I'm in favor of it knowing it was used against me unsuccessfully, ultimately, because I ended up winning. But it was a vicious thing that happened. However, we need it for the military, so we have to hopefully get it approved in some very strong form.
And I think the irony is that the section that you're referencing that was used, the Carter Page FISA warrants, that's Title I of FISA, which is permanent law. It does not need to be renewed. That's on the books. What expires is Section 702 that specifically pertains to suspected terrorists, foreigners living abroad outside the United States that our intelligence community needs to surveil to monitor for any threats that might come to the home.
Bro, the intelligence community needs to monitor his former fans, okay? This is the first time it's not a former fan, but just a straight up hater. I'm just saying, if you want to take this seriously, if you want to prevent further Trump assassination attempts, you should probably take a close look at people who are really into Trump, voted for Donald Trump, and have fallen out of favor with Donald Trump because of, the Epstein files, or I guess maybe because of his dealings with Ukraine, as in the case of Ryan Ruth. I'm just saying.
Homeland.
It's a 4 out of 1 doesn't necessarily mean that the left is responsible for the overwhelming number of attempts here.
And when you're thinking about the heightened threat environment and something that you live in every day, this is now, you've had multiple attempts on your life. You're, at the end of the day, a human being with a family. And I just want to know what the conversation was between you and your family members last night after you left the premises.
Well, they sort of said to me, you have a dangerous job. I've known that. I didn't know it was quite as dangerous when I ran very innocently for president, but I'm very happy with the job we've done. And, consequential, really, if you're a consequential president, you're in much more danger than if you're not a consequential president. Most presidents are not very consequential. They don't do the job that they're supposed to be doing. I mean, we have to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon because the whole world would be in danger. We would.
Where does that stand?
The Middle East would get blown up. Israel would get blown up within minutes from the time they got it. So we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So this should have been done by previous presidents. It should have been done for years. 47 years it's been going on, and nobody did anything about it. We had to do that. I took the greatest economy we've ever had, and I said, we're going to have to take a little detour and stop that from happening. And that's what happened, and we've done a great job, and it'll come to an end very soon, and we're going to be very victorious. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. So when you do that, no other president was willing to do it. They should have done it. Would have been a lot easier because they had far fewer arms and far less power. You know, if you did it 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, they had far less power. But we've taken that power away from them, and we've done a good job. But we had to do it. Otherwise, our country would have been very unsafe, as with the world. It would have been very unsafe.
Where do those negotiations stand right now on Iran?
Well, I called them back, our people. The flight is about 17 hours. We have great respect for the Field Marshal of Pakistan and for the Prime Minister of Pakistan. They're great people. They really are good. But, you know, it's a 17, 18-hour flight. I said, when is this meeting taking place? And it was like going to be on Tuesday, and it was Saturday, and they're leaving, you know, and by the time they get there, it's hours and hours and hours of flying. And I said, we're not doing this anymore. We have all the cards. If they want to talk, they can come to us or they can call us. You know, there is a telephone. We have nice secure lines, although I'm not sure any telephone line is secure, frankly. But we have secure lines, and if they want, we can talk. But we're not sending people to travel 18 hours to meet where you literally think of this. We had a meeting for Tuesday.
I didn't even want it. We got a Robert Evans run through his account. Well, guess what? He also was a Robert Evans fan as well. So I went through this, and his account is extremely normal, liberal, progressive stuff. He mostly reposted and shared news about Ukraine fundraisers and the like. His few posts are about that and his dislike of AI as a teacher. Yeah. He was a very typical blue sky liberal. He definitely tends more towards liberal than far left. He shared a post during the Hasan shoplifting discourse that suggests he reacted negatively to Hasan's arguments in that article. He also shared a recent post that was pretty clearly anti-firearms ownership, a little hypocritical. He shared several posts related to the Correspondents' dinner, all of them very critical of the journalists who attended. His posting diet was otherwise very normal and largely followed on some big accounts on here. He shared Ben Collins making a joke about Blue Sky activating an emergency pervert filter. He shared my post laughing about the Pope being soft on crime. He shared a lot of Will Stansel posts. Yeah, he's leaving out that he's a NAFO guy. Yeah, he was definitely a NAFO guy. He was one of the Blue Sky. He was very big on NATO and Ukraine. Weird because it is kind of similar to Ryan Ruth in some respects. And David Cleon is right. If you spend a lot of time on Blue Sky, you know the vibe there is way more radicalized and bloodthirsty than the vibe on left Twitter. Which, by the way, I need you to understand something. This is why I always laugh when like liberal accounts on Twitter, like right-wing centrist, former Republican accounts are like, this is not how angry normal people are. You have no idea. Okay? It's ironic because the clip that the Republicans and sometimes former Republicans who are now liberals keep showing of my conversation with Taylor Lorenz talking about how like, you know, angry people are and how we should take that anger and use it for productive outlets like organizing to develop a better American society. That clip that they constantly circulate around is actually addressing how much animosity is bubbling up amongst regular liberals. The example I'm using in that conversation was literally old ass people calling up their elected representatives and giving their actual home address and government ID to make death threats towards Tom Tillis. And that was almost a year ago. That was right at the beginning. People have only gotten more mad. What you were describing is absolutely true, which is why it's even funnier to me that someone like Sarah Longwell, who literally does focus groups with these people, acts like this isn't the case. Yeah. Luckily for Will Stansel, Republicans are currently more focused on you than him. Yeah, exactly. What is this? That isn't my problem. If you want to say there are code words, but it isn't looking into, that's valid. Denying that they use code words. What is this guy still arguing about? Oh my God. Is this guy still arguing about the pizza stuff? Please, chatter. I fear that you're going down a dangerous pipeline. Okay. Just pull yourself out of whatever groups that you're participating with on the internet.
Tuesday, and it was on Saturday that I was saying, when are we meeting? Tuesday, because it's so far. So great respect for Pakistan, but I will, because they've been terrific. They've really tried, and they'll stay involved. But we're going to do it by telephone. So if they want, they can call us. But again, they know what has to be in the agreement. Very simple. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, there's no reason to meet.
You have said, Mr. President, that you're in no rush to reach a deal, in part because the infighting between the moderates in what's left of the government and the hardliners further sort of fractures what's left of the regime, and that also in a matter of days, their oil vessels, their tankers, their production system will explode. And can you talk about the advantage that gives the U.S. in terms of waiting this out and how time is on the U.S. side of this negotiation?
Well, I don't know if it's an advantage. I think the big advantage is that we've taken out their Navy in its entirety. We've taken out their Air Force. They have no Air Force left. They have no Navy left. Their leaders are gone, which is a good thing. They were far more radicalized than the people that we're dealing with now. The people we're dealing with now, some of them are very reasonable people, and others are not. And they're not getting along. You know, there's a lot of infighting, as you know. But, you know, they don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have radar equipment. It's all been blown up. Their factories, their missile-making factories have been damaged about 75%, which isn't 100%, so there's danger there. And their drone-making ability has been damaged about 80%, 82%. They're in bad shape. I mean, they're really in bad shape. And, of course, we've done the blockade, and the blockade's been unbelievably effective, and that means they can't get any more money. But what you're referring to is that when you have, you know, lines of vast amounts of oil pouring through your system, if for any reason that line is closed because you can't continue to put it into containers or ships, which has happened to them. They have no ships because of the blockade. What happens is that line explodes from within, both mechanically and in the earth. Something happens where it just explodes. And they say they only have about 3 days left before that happens. And when it explodes, you can never, regardless, you can never rebuild it the way it was. In other words, it will always be, if you rebuild it, it's hard to rebuild it all, but it would only be about 50% of what it is right now. So it's a very powerful thing that takes place, sort of having to do with nature. But when that gets clogged at the end, in other words, when you have to turn it off because you have no place to store this oil, either put it on ships or storage tanks, which they are just about finished with, a very bad thing's going to happen. So I think they're under pressure. But
yeah, good thing. Hey, look at our non-violent president, dude. I love listening to our non-violent president engage in non-violent rhetoric. It's awesome.
I don't consider it under pressure. I think the big pressure is that we've really militarily, our military is incredible. I rebuilt and built our military in my first term, and we also did a lot of work in this first year. You see, we're asking for $1.2 and $1.5 trillion, and we have the greatest military in the world by far. And, you know, we've proven that in Venezuela. We've proven it here. And so we'll see what happens. I mean, I hope they're going to be smart. And if they're not smart, we're going to win anyway.
So 3 days from now, approximately, their oil production system could explode. Obviously, that would do great damage to the main source of revenue.
One of the testaments to how much violent rhetoric Donald Trump engages in on a regular basis is the fact that every time I refresh my timeline, I hear yet another thing that Trump had said that I had forgotten. One that I recently saw was how Donald Trump had celebrated the brutal murder of Rob Reiner. Okay. Another one that I remember is when he celebrated the death of Robert Mueller. Like, it's so funny. You forget because he does it every single day. So you oftentimes forget way more instances where he has either celebrated violence or demanded violence. Like, there is not a day that goes by where Trump is not talking about being violent to his political opposition. Okay? Not a single day. So it's so funny when these guys will then turn around and be like, oh, we got to turn down the rhetoric. The left is the real violence. The real violence is coming from the left over and over again. And now what's even funnier is when they're saying the left is engaging in conspiracies. Brother, you're a Republican. You're a Trump supporter. What are you talking about? It's unfucking believable, dude. There's never been an instance where the Republicans haven't pounced on any official narrative and immediately called it, immediately leaned into conspiracy theories, blaming a litany of factors, trans people, Antifa, Joe Biden, you know? They still say the election was stolen. Trump still says the election was stolen from him in 2020. He did January 6th. It's so crazy to me.
In Iran and have a big impact on the trajectory of things. I know you've also been expressive about your displeasure with our allies and NATO in their response to this. And on Monday, tomorrow, King Charles is visiting, and Buckingham Palace issued a statement on the incident last night saying His Majesty is being kept fully informed of developments and is greatly relieved to hear that the President, First Lady, and all guests have been unharmed. So that message from Buckingham Palace about what you went through last night. Are your plans for the King's visit remaining as they were? Will anything change as a result of what happened yesterday?
Yeah, that's a big question you're asking. You got a lot of little points in there. You're doing a weave on me like I do all the time. That's a big question. First of all, King Charles is coming, and he's a great guy, and we look forward to it. He's really a fantastic person and a tremendous representative. And he's brave. You know, he's fought something that's very tough to fight. He's got a problem with, as you know, that very well documented problem with his health. And he's been amazing, actually. He's very brave, actually. And he's a friend of mine for a long time. So he's coming, and we're going to have a great time. And he represents his nation like nobody else can do it. As far as NATO, I am very, very disappointed in NATO because they weren't there. You know, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO, trillions, in order to protect Europe from Russia. And we've always been there, and we would always be there. And they can't do it without us. And yet, when we wanted a little help, and we didn't need any help, we did it without any help. We didn't really need. And to be honest, I don't even think I've ever said this before, but I really sort of asked them just out of curiosity because I'd like to see if they would be there. You know, we've wiped out, largely wiped out the opposition. If we ever had to keep going, we'd wipe them out very quickly. The rest of it, the remainder. And I hope we don't have to do that, but it may be possible that we do. You know, they have no cohesion. Their leadership is very, very strange. Sometimes you don't have any idea who the hell you're dealing with. But it's just, you know, one of these things that we're gonna get it. We're gonna win. But NATO was not there for us. And I would ask, would you like to join us? And they said, sir, we don't want to get involved. And yeah, they said, we don't want to get involved. And frankly, when they said we don't want to get involved, as you know, UK said that, oh, no, we'll send ships as soon as the war is over. And that's not good. That's not good. We just can't have that. So we are not happy. Let me put it this way, just finish it up. We are not happy with NATO. NATO did not serve us well. We've been serving them for many years, spending trillions of dollars. And when we wanted a little help, they were not there. So we have to remember that.
Do you expect to talk about this with King Charles? And do you believe that mean, they have intelligence in their countries. Your administration has spoken at length about the fact that Iran had enough enriched uranium to build 11 nuclear bombs. That sounds like pretty compelling information for an intelligence agency to shape their response to something. Do you get the sense that the intelligence agencies of our allies had the same view of that threat and communicated that well enough with the U.S.?
Well, I don't know. I think people knew they had a lot of stuff because we blew it up with the B-2 bombers. If we didn't go in there 7-8 months ago with those beautiful B-2 bombers, that's the wing, very, very incredible stealth, incredible technology. We actually ordered 22 more of the new version. They're unbelievable. But we went in there at 1 o'clock in the morning, no moon, dark. Every single bomb hit the target and blew it up. If we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon. But everybody knew they had it. I mean, pretty much every country that knew anything knew they had it. The problem was it should have been done by other presidents because they had it a long time. They were developing it for a long time. And they were about 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon until we blew it up. So, you know, part of the thing is we have to take that I call it the nuclear dust, right? But we have to take that nuclear dust. We're going to take it. And that's part of our negotiation with Iran. We don't want them to have it. We feel we'll help Iran. We'll do a lot of things, but they cannot have a nuclear weapon because they'll use it. And we're not going to let somebody use a nuclear weapon, blow up the Middle East, blow up Israel, blow up Europe. We're the furthest away, but we're doing the world a service.
Do you believe China's helping Iran right now? You're supposed to meet with President Xi in a couple of weeks. What's the latest there? What's your communication?
I don't think
with him?
much. I think they may be helping, but I don't think much. I can tell you this, they could help a lot more. I'm not overly disappointed. You know, we help people too when, you know, they would say, no, well, what about China? What about Russia? What about this, that? Well, we also help people. You know, we help Ukraine as an example. And we shouldn't have done it to the extent, and the war should have never started. Would have never started if I were president. And, you know, it's a bloodbath over there. It's horrible. So many soldiers are being killed. It's incredible. It's just crazy, actually. But, you know, you could make the case, well, we help Ukraine. And I don't mention that to too many people, but I mentioned it to you. So, no, I think China could...
This is also funny. Ben Stiller got it done. Got what done, says Nancy Mays. Ben Stiller was talking about basketball, and people were like, oh, you did this. You did this act of violence against our big, beautiful president. Dude, I'm fucking crying. He's just trying to tweet about basketball, and here comes this unhinged lunatic. Knicks was moving crazy last night. There is gonna have to be a point where we address the elephant in the room, that there is a significant crisis with the mental faculties of a decent chunk of the American population, a decent chunk of the American electorate. And I'm not kidding when I say this, like, we are at the mercy of their sometimes schizophrenic hallucinations. That is the future that America is moving in the direction of. The lunatics are running the asylum, but they always have? No. This is definitely... You're definitely unaware. 30% of the country is insane and the rest of the country hates that 30%. It isn't a healthy recipe for society. Yeah, what did he know? Careful, Chief. They're going to think you're saluting the Iranian army. Ben Stiller. Is he saluting the IRGC? Is he saluting Galabaf? The parliament? The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament? What did he know? What does he know? What has he done? It's like, that's where we're at now. What was this? Tim Miller got yelled at. Think it's kind of weird that Raskin gets bullied into saying he doesn't have a personal problem with Trump. Is that true? Oh, yeah. Words aren't violence. Heated rhetoric is part of democracy. Saying someone is terrible doesn't mean you want them shot. We can be grown-ups. I'm sorry, you and your organization have spent the last week saying that journalists should not even sit down with the president for a pleasant dinner. That is an annual tradition. You are absolutely part of the problem. Yes, my position is that reporters shouldn't get dressed up in a tux to have some laughs with a terrible president. I also oppose trying to shoot the president or anyone. These opinions coexist very easily if you don't have a baby brain. Dude, I mean, he's right. He's literally right. Like, what the fuck is this question? Also, what do you mean? Like, why are you bullying this guy for having having a different opinion, basically? Like, you're literally trying to say, dude, it's so insane. You're trying to claim that having a different opinion on reporters going and yucking it up with the fucking fascist president is bad. It's bad looks. It's bad optics, right? At most, that's what Tim Miller is saying, right? Is also somehow responsible for the assassination attempts against the president. You're an insane person, Daily Wire reporter. It's so crazy. You're like, not only do you have a baby brain, you're behaving like a baby, but you're also an insane baby. You're not a boss baby, okay? You're a crazy baby.
Could have been much worse than they've been. So I don't consider them having been very bad.
You reference Ukraine. Have you spoken with President Putin at all recently? Where does that negotiation stand?
We're trying to get something done, but the fighting continues. And it's a very bloody war. It's a very bad. I settled 8 wars. This is one that I thought I would have had the easiest time. The hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky is ridiculous. It's crazy. And hate is a bad thing. Hate is a bad thing when you're trying to settle something. So, but it'll happen. It'll happen.
What was the last conversation you had with Putin?
Well, I don't want to reveal that, but I do have conversations with him, and I do have conversations with President Zelensky, and good conversations. But I've settled all these wars, including India-Pakistan. That could have been a nuclear war. I settled it at the very beginning, just before they shot down. 11 planes were shot down already. It was going to be a tragic. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said I saved from 30 to 50 million lives. It could have been more than that. But it's my honor to do it. But we're working on the Russia situation, Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get it, Jackie. Hopefully we're going to get it. That's the one. I would have thought that was, because of relationships, I would have thought that would have been the easiest one, and it really is the most difficult. And it's not as complex as some of the other ones I've settled very quickly.
Mm-hmm. We've talked a lot about issues overseas. I want to get your thoughts on some issues here at home. Your reaction to Virginia and redistricting, do you think that Florida should make a go at it?
I do, but I think the Virginia case is terrible. What they've done is so, it's unconstitutional. It's before the court. You know, the courts accepted that case. And if you look at the referendum and if you look at the question, it was not understandable. It was written in such a way that nobody understands what it meant, including nobody knows.
So were you surprised to see it go that way?
I was very impressed with the fact that, because I happen to think that there are a lot of cheating going on in Virginia, frankly, and they were leading all day long. We were leading, meaning I guess you'd call it the Republicans. And I said, when do you see the end? All of a sudden there was a ballot drop. But the courts have taken it up, and the courts are looking at it, and they're looking at it, I think, very strongly. A lot of people said it's totally unconstitutional. You can't let it. And it wasn't understandable. In other words, when people got in, they read that question, or if they sent it in, they read the question, and the question it could have been viewed 5 different ways. So let's see what happens in the courts. But the courts have actually accepted it. That's a big move.
I think what you say about Israel being at its most popular state can be said about Trump as well. The longer his second term goes on, the more and more the average person will hate him. I mean, this literally happened in the last administration as well, the last Trump administration. Trump says he did not fall down during the shooting.
The security move, and then
Yeah, they noticed it too. That was interesting. They picked up JD before they picked the president up. That was odd. I was doing a barrel roll, not because I look like a barrel, but because I wanted to stop, drop, and roll like I'm on fire, just like this country, which is on fire from the standpoint of heat. Hot! Hotter than ever before.
20 seconds to get you out. It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened?
Yeah. What happened is I meant to fall. Many people are saying it was very impressive how athletic I am. As you know, I'm 220 pounds and 6'4", very athletic. I don't waste any of my battery.
It was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on.
He's like, I wanted to scope out the scene. I wanted to identify the shooter if he was around and maybe deal with him myself. Dude, he's such a perfect American president. Okay? This is literally like, he's a couch guy. Okay? You know those guys who sit on the couch and engage in armchair quarterbacking or armchair general behavior? Like the average American who just sits there with his crusty fucking boxers and is like, oh, dude, if I was in that situation, I would have behaved totally differently. Like, he's doing that right now. He's like, yeah, I was looking around. I wanted to monitor the situation. I wanted to see where the shooter was. Maybe throw some mean looks his way. Maybe deal with it myself.
And by
found his archived tweets. Uh-oh. Turns out he was a Midas touch guy, too. Breaking, I found Cole Allen's archived tweets. He predicted Kamala wins all swing states, compared Trump's win to Nazis getting elected. I mean, he was right about that. He was wrong about Kamala winning the swing states and moved to blue sky. Scary part, he retweeted every mainstream Democrat on this platform, thread below. What radicalized him were the same talking points repeated every day on the left. Yeah, his Reddit is boring. It's just like mostly engineering and AI related. The only thing humorous about America not having learned from Germany about what happens when Nazis get elected is that Russia may not have learned from the USSR about what happens when it makes agreements with the Nazis. Oh my God, he is 100p big time anti-communist. Based on Iowa predicting Kamala wins all swing states and at least 3 red states. Retweeted by Midas Touch. Breaking, Taylor Swift endorses VP Kamala Harris. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. Trump's Project 2025 would eliminate the independence of the DOJ. Okay, he was right. Why are you showing him cooking? If your point is to somehow make this guy look bad, you shouldn't show his correct positions. Cole Allen shared mainstream Democrat politician posts like AOC, J.B. Pritzker, Senator Warren, Senator Whitehouse. Trump is breaking the law. It's true. Prepare for a tsunami of plunder and corruption. Also true. Cole Allen retweeted mainstream Democrats comparing Trump to Hitler. Also true. After the 2024 election, Cole Allen believed the mainstream Democrat narrative that the fascist convicted felon had become president. Again, true. He shared Bill Kristol's belief. Ooh. Bulwark boys. Kind of feels like he was leaning more into your side of the radical Democratic spectrum than my side. Just saying. Sarah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sarah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sarah. Listen. Sarah Longwell, very mean, very nasty about me, very nasty. Constantly saying nasty things, these radical centrists. Do I condemn Sarah Longwell? Brave take. But some of her takes I do condemn and some I do not. Sarah Longwell incited his violence? Come on, man. Tweet it. No, I'm not going to do that, dude. Shut up. Cole Allen shared Democrat conspiracy popular next, including claims that Trump staged the Butler assassination. Oh, he's an assassination truther. He also shared posts about Elon Musk Starlink stealing the 2024 election. The Starlink story is really taken off. A call for a recount. Oh my God, he was straight up bluing on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It literally feels like I invented this guy out of thin air. This is the guy I was joking about. Cole Allen shared post claiming Tulsi Gabbard was a Russian asset. Tulsi Gabbard appears pure Russian asset. Russia's nakedly lobbying in favor of Tulsi. Only way Tulsi gets confirmed is the U.S. Senate to wholly abdicate its responsibility to maintain the safety and security of U.S. Citizens. Cole Allen shared posts referring to Trump's cabinet as rapist, spy, zealot, anti-vaxxer. Tommy Vitor banning the vaccines. Project Lincoln, get your family vaccinated while you can. Okay, this is exactly the type of guy who gets mad at the Pod Johns for having me on. I'm just saying. It is a little bit funny. It is a little bit funny that after these past 2 months of every fucking right-wing Democratic consultant yelling at me, it turns out one of their guys was responsible for it. What do I say? First you joke about NATO Andes, Ryan Ruth appears. Then you joke about Radlib bluing on K-Hovers and this guy appears. I know. I don't know what the hell. Oh, okay. What are you sneaking in? You got bored? Hello. Hello, good girly. Abundance are mad as fuck with this one. Bro. They're abounding. Trump is nominated the most corrupt, ethically compromised, incompetent cabinet. I mean, again, a lot of correct posts, a lot of Will Stancil posts, but oh my God, he loved Will Stancil. The scary part, Cole Allen looks like he came from a good family, Caltech graduate, master's of computer science. His beliefs mirrored mainstream Democratic talking points, yet he charged a Secret Service checkpoint with a shotgun, willing to die for a shot at the president. This is what the left constantly calls Trump Hitler, ICE, the Gestapo, and U.S. fascists. The rhetoric. Cole Allen retweeting a post saying, voting for Jill Stein is such embarrassing shit. Another read. We'll either have the first woman president or the end of America. He shared a no opinion post on Trump canceling the CHIPS Act. Kaya. Watch out. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. What a fucking... Eyvallah. Sağ ol babacığım. Wow. Wow. Cole Allen retweeted mainstream Democrats like David Free Press? Wait, FP Wellman? No, Fred Wellman. I don't know who that is, but wait. I don't even know who that is. These are motherfuckers who have called me literally in the last week a terrorist. David Frum. Oh my God. Dark woke blue MAGA. Your strongest warrior has arrived. Scott Jennings is blaming you on CNN right now? Buddy, this guy fucking hated me. Okay? This guy fucking hated my ass, it seems. Oh my Lord. Scott Jennings can fucking chirp all day, every day. This guy is not one of mine at all.
I have a knot in my stomach about it every day that I wake up.
To be fair, he's all of our president, so that's number one. But number two, the left is not the only people online and in the world creating this sort of commentary back and forth. And I'm not trying to take away from people who have been targeted and things that have happened to them, but it doesn't change the fact that every single one of us is responsible for the rhetoric that comes out of our mouth, and it is just as equally as horrible on the right as it is the left.
All right, we got to sneak in a quick break here. Tomorrow, the president plans to host King Charles. The visit going forward in spite of last night's violent attack. Could the incident shift the...
Scott Jennings was on CNN Live talking shit about me. Turns out this guy is I mean, obviously he's not a Scott Jennings fan, but David Frum, people who fucking hate my ass, bro. This is crazy. If he turned out to be a HasanAbi hit, would you have left the country? No, of course not, because that's not how things work. Like, these people will try their very best to be like, oh, Hasan is a violent radical. He's dangerous rhetoric. But like at the end of the day, we still haven't reached a point where the administration, it might get there, but we're not currently there where the administration would be like, oh, your clips out of context are actually invitations for violence. Like in a court of law, stuff like that is totally protected. Tying that back to someone like myself, even if he was a fucking fan, would be unbelievable. Like, I don't think this is Will Stansel's fault either, by the way. I just want you to understand. Like, when I look at his retweets, I'm not doing that to be like a victory lap, to be like, oh, Will Stansel's statements are violent. No, of course not. It's ridiculous. I'm not playing that game at all. Yeah. Neera Tanden, Cole Allen hating Hasan. Yeah. It's I mean, he called me a fucking grifter when he was literally on the train from California to Chicago on his way to try and assassinate the motherfucking president, dude. It's pretty hilarious that all these guys are trying to be like, oh, Hasan did this. Yeah, the most political action that my followers engage in is when they go and like run for office, okay? Is when they go and door knock for a candidate. Perhaps the reason for why that is the case is because that's what I constantly tell them to do. One might even say that my redirection of all of the anger and all of the animosity that exists in the ether is what leads people into more productive avenues rather than taking matters into their own hands and doing something fucking insane like this. Yeah, this was a really funny take. Person who thinks Hasan Piker is too radical but then proceeds to try to assassinate the president is something that only Blue Sky could produce. Posted 4 days ago. Timeline checks out. True. Sarah Longwell activated. You know what? It was Sarah Longwell who activated him because he was clearly a big fan of Sarah Longwell. Everyone remember that. No, I'm kidding.
So,
all right, I got to stop making jokes. Bro thought jokes would
obviously
fly.
there are lots of different aspects to this.
All right, we just covered that already.
Just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served.
And that was acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche last night promising President Trump and the nation that the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Joining me now is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for being here this morning. Give us your reaction.
Good to be with you. Well, first of all, the good news is that everyone's safe, and well, the Secret Service agent looks like he's going to recover, and everyone else was safe. I think that's the most important thing. But I was struck by a couple things. One, the poise and the composure of our commander-in-chief, our president. I don't think that should be lost on anyone. How he handled this situation and the two previous ones is something very few human beings you would see handle it the way he did. I mean, just under pressure the way he handles it. Not to mention what President Trump has had to deal with for the last 10 years on all the attacks by the left and the weaponization of government. Very few human beings could go through all that, persevere through all that, and handle things the way he has. So I think that was front and center. And then Todd Blanche was just speaking there. I don't think this should be lost on anyone either. The fact that we have a third assassination attempt on President Trump in that same week, we learn that the Southern Poverty Law Center has been paying and generating hate, the very hate they're supposed to be fighting, and they've been charged by the Justice Department. I don't think that's an accident that we learn about those two things this same week. This stuff has got to stop. But this left pushing the language and promoting the hate that we now learn that was going on with the Southern Poverty Law Center, so much so that they've been indicted. I don't think that's lost on anyone either this week.
Yeah, and you've been investigating the Southern Poverty Law Center. You've also been investigating Act Blue. What can you tell us about those investigations? What are you doing about it?
Well, I think it's important to remember with the Southern Poverty Law Center, remember, they put themselves out there as the standard. They were the ones who were going to say if you were a hate group, you're an extremist group. Moms for Liberty was extremist. The Family Research Council was some kind of hate group. I mean, they were supposedly the standard, and now we find out they were actually paying people to promote the hate that they were supposed to be fighting, for goodness sake, to the tune of $3 million, according to the indictment that Attorney General Blanche talked about. So this is serious. And I also, the Southern Poverty Law Center was the source cited in the now famous Catholic memo from the Ray FBI, where the Richmond field office had that memorandum where they said if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist. And of course, who do they cite in that memorandum? They cite the Southern Poverty Law Center. So this is the stuff that's got to stop. And we're working on investigating these guys and making sure it does stop.
I mean,
Yeah. The funding hate group stuff is bullshit. It'll get fucking eviscerated in a normal court. The idea that like they're funding these right-wing groups is really funny, especially because if left to these guys' standards, they don't want to consider these right-wing groups to be dangerous terrorist groups, right? But also simultaneously, the first time they're calling these right-wing groups dangerous terrorist groups. Okay. Come on. Evet. The only time they're calling these right-wing groups terrorist groups is so they can fucking disparage the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Also has to stop this idea that it's on both sides of the aisle. I mean, you were there at the baseball game when your colleague Steve Scalise was...
Yeah, it's not on both sides of the aisle. It's only on the right side of the aisle. Thank you. I agree, Maria Bartiromo. People watch this bum. Jim Jordan, well, they do because, you know, he's a politician. And Maria Bartiromo, I guess, is also a bum as well. So I guess you might be talking about either, and they're both bums, so you're right.
Shot. I mean, the list is long. Charlie Kirk was murdered. Of people wanting to take down Republicans and this president. In fact, the shooter, we understand, had a goal of taking down the president or one of his peoples, quote unquote.
Yeah, robust debate is what we need to be focused on. You know, we have this amazing thing, the First Amendment, and we want real and robust debate happening. But there are some of this language is just ridiculous that we see from, particularly from the left. And then when you couple it, and I keep coming back to this because I just was so outraged by this fact, but when you come back to the fact that the Southern Poverty Law Center, viewed as the standard, cited by so many in the media as the standard on evaluating what groups are extremists, what are not, what groups aren't, and they're actually paying these informants to go inside these hate groups and foment more of it, that is just evil. That is just wrong. And again, I think the irony is, of course, we learn about that. They're indicted the very week that we have this third attack on President Trump.
What is your assessment of the security? People are scratching their heads this morning wondering how is it possible that this guy was able to get as close as he did, even though I know he didn't breach the actual room where the president was, but he was carrying a shotgun, a handgun, all of those knives. When I spoke with the president this morning, he was very gracious. He said Secret Service and the Capitol Police did a great job. He complimented them as he is very gracious always. He also told me, look, you're dealing with geniuses in some ways. Have you ever seen the IQs of some of these people who are assassins, he said to me. But he said, look, it's very hard to secure a room like that where you've got 1,000 people sitting on top of one another. And that is why we need the ballroom. Because he's being, thought about. They're fighting him just for this ballroom, which is something that clearly you would expect the commander-in-chief to need, at a minimum, to host our overseas allies.
Yeah, the left took him to court over it. No, I agree with the president 100%. I think the ballroom makes total sense. That facility there, of course, again, this is where President Reagan was shot. This is the First Lady's luncheon was just there a couple days ago.
Right.
And it was a packed ballroom there. I mean, you had hundreds of congressional spouses and others there at that event. And I know my wife was there, and she said the room was packed. The same kind of environment they had last night. So the president is right about this, having the ballroom on the White House grounds, which obviously would be much safer location for these type of events, these type of occasions. So I agree with the president. I think, again, it's just common sense, for goodness sake. But the left, as the president says so often, it's common sense versus crazy. The left takes the crazy position and even took the president to court, for goodness sake. Thank goodness the appellate judge.
I'm not going to lie. I think the ballroom stuff is an exercise in how far they can get away with brainwashing their cult. That's what it reads like to me. Like, they're just like, attempted shooting happened. Let's go take advantage of that. What do we care about right now? What does the president care about right now? Getting the fucking ballroom done. I hate it, but it does work.
The judge has said no, the president can proceed, and he can continue to build this facility there on the White House grounds.
Are you expecting your colleagues in the Republican Party to agree to just fund whatever's left of DHS and get this done? You heard Senator Ron Johnson with me earlier. Yeah. Does last night's incident make that much more of an urgent matter this upcoming week?
Yeah, I think it does. I think both Senator Johnson and Jason said prior that they think that'll move that direction. I do too. I think we can get this all done. I mean, the idea that we had a 42-day shutdown in the fall, and now we've had a 60-some day shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and ICE and Custom and Border Patrol just makes no sense. Back to my point, crazy versus common sense. We're the party of common sense. They're the party that takes these crazy positions. So, yeah, I do think we can get that both of those things done here in this coming week or coming weeks. But yeah, it needs to happen as soon as possible.
And you mentioned Southern Poverty Law Center has been indicted by a federal grand jury. What happens next with that? Charges include wire fraud, bank fraud, money laundering conspiracy, Congressman.
Yeah, again, as I said, this was the group that put themselves out there as the end-all, be-all on evaluating what was a hate group, what wasn't. And it turns out they were actually funding hate groups that they were supposed to be pushing against and fighting against, and it was a scam. They were raising money from this thing, and they were spending a lot of money. So yeah, we're going to continue our investigation. We're going to bring in people to testify because we think it's important that the country know exactly what was going on. And I can't stress this enough. They were the source for so much of this stuff that came from the left, and they were the source on that memorandum that said if you were a pro-life Catholic, the FBI labeled you an extremist.
Yeah, famously, this administration is a notable defender of Catholicism. Very famously, a big defender. Donald Trump loves Catholicism, loves defending Catholics.
And the footnotes in there were about the Southern Poverty Law Center saying this. So this is how dangerous this group was. And as I said now a couple times, the fact that we learn about them and what they were doing the very week someone tries to, for the third time, take the life of the President of the United States. Again, I don't think that's lost on anyone.
All right, we will leave it there. Congressman, good to see you. Thanks very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Chairman Jim Jordan, we've got more.
I'm not going to lie.
We're joined.
I think the ballroom stuff is going to make liberals even more crazy. They're going to be like, this is unbelievable. This is, this guy doesn't give a shit about anything. He only cares about the ballroom. Because, like, he was, like, they were already mad at him for the ballroom shit because initially the ballroom stuff happened while he was like firing people or furloughing federal agency workers, like public workers. This kind of feels the same in the same vein where he's exclusively talking about building this dumbass ballroom while there's a crisis going on that he caused, with gas prices going up.
Now by our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Zhang, who's currently serving as the president of the White House Correspondents Association. Weijia, thank you. It's been a very intense last few hours. You had just welcomed everyone. You had just started off the evening when this event unfolded. I've seen video now of you crawling off of the stage as the president was being whisked to safety. What was going on back there? Why didn't the president leave?
Margaret, it all happened so fast. And when we were still on stage, we were in the middle of a very light moment with the entertainer who was doing a trick. And when I heard something in the audience...
Chill, that's the mentalist, okay? Chill. Excuse me. That was the motherfucking mentalist. Put some respect on it. That wasn't a trick. It was magic.
I thought it was a protester or something we're very used to. But then when I saw SWAT team members come to the head table and rush us to the ground and say, down, 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 we were crawling off the stage. And in the back, that is a holding area where people wait, including President Trump and distinguished guests, to go onto the stage. And we were sitting there, and I saw more than a dozen SWAT officers. There were members of the Secret Service milling about. There were members of the president's team. And as you can imagine, a lot of conflicting information because it had just unfolded. I will say it was remarkable to see that in action and to understand it was their quick work that protected all of us that night, not just the president, not just the cabinet, everybody in that hotel. And, you know, that is heartening, but obviously it was a tough situation for everybody that was there, including you.
You were very stoic, though. You had great grace under pressure. You had to go out. You had to talk to everyone. And I know you shared that because you were in this role of the presidency, this was a proud moment for you. Your 7-year-old daughter was there. Your parents were there. Mm-hmm. Your husband was there. Mm-hmm. This was a lot. And I wonder what you think about this and why it was so important for all of us to be gathered. How are you making sense of that? Have you? I think we're processing this still.
I think we're all processing it. I have covered countless shootings and murders and terrible things in my career. And this is the first time that I've been on the other side of a potentially violent and deadly situation. And no amount of reporting can prepare you for that. You're right that my family was in the audience, and it was incredibly meaningful to have them there. And so that added an additional complicated layer because I'm thinking about the safety of.
I just like, oh God, look, I'm not going to say anything. Everyone has a right to feel however they do about this instance. I mean, it's a traumatic experience for people. There's an attempt that was made. I just don't think that like the average person is going to look at this and be like, wow, yeah, I feel really bad for the journalists. It's just going to lean into more of the animosity they have with figures in mainstream media. Like, I get it. It's a traumatic situation. Anyway, I'm not gonna go any further. All right, Trump, back to the ballroom.
Well, we have heard from President Donald Trump in the last few minutes, in fact, via Truth Social, his social media platform. That statement on your screens, I'm going to read it to you in full. It says, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, secret service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House, he puts in capitals. This event would never have happened with the militarily top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough, he says. While beautiful, it has every
president has wanted a ballroom, dude. Every single one. Everyone knows this. It's like famously Abraham Lincoln. Imagine if good old honest Abe had a ballroom. Okay, guess what? He'd still be alive. The math doesn't really add up on that, but it's, you know, same with JFK. Again, still be alive to this day. Don't question me on this.
Highest level security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. So clearly a reference there to the fact that the shooter was staying at the hotel and perhaps tried to bypass security in that way. The statement goes on Truth Social. The ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog who has absolutely no standing to bring such a suit must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with its construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. John, your phone rang early this morning?
Yeah, my phone rang shortly after 7 a.m. My landline, George, actually a number that few people call, and it was President Trump calling. He was...
Wait, what? Trump is now calling reporters himself? We've leveled up? In the past, it was reporters calling Trump. Now he's so fucking... Oh, my God, he's such a drama. He is such a drama queen, dude. He loves the attention. Trump is now ringing up reporters personally. Bro, don't you have a country to run? Don't you have a crisis to put out with the whole Iran situation?
He said at first he was calling to see if I was okay with what happened.
Yeah, no, he called him to talk about the ballroom. Let's be real. That's what it is. I am noticing that he's getting real chummy with all the reporters that were in that room. You know, whether this was a false flag or not, he is definitely taking advantage of the situation by being like, remember, we bonded over the shared trauma. The trauma of not having a ballroom. Believe it, folks. Everybody knows if we had a ballroom, we could have done the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Happened last night. Are you okay? And then he reiterated many of the things he said in his press conference last night, emphasizing the unity that he felt in that moment, that he felt at the dinner before the shooting and certainly after with the people who reached out to him. And he said absolutely, and he was quite firm about this, that dinner must be rescheduled. It must be rescheduled. He knows that I was a former president of the White House.
No, the picture with the IDF sweater of the alleged shooter is not real.
House Correspondents Association, and had worked with him on a dinner that never actually happened back during COVID. And he was saying, we've got to get this dinner back on. It has to happen.
And John, you also spoke with Oz, the mentalist, who was actually speaking with the president right when those shots rang out.
I mean, George, this is so surreal. Oz, as you saw in those pictures, was doing one of his tricks on Caroline Leavitt, standing there between the First Lady and the President when it happened. And he described to me the next several seconds. He said that he went down, when he heard the noise, heard the shots, and then a moment later, the Secret Service came and brought Trump down. He said very hard, and there he is behind that table, eye to eye with the president. And he said at that moment that the president looked stunned, almost like he was in a state of shock. And he said he was really brought down quite hard. And then, of course, the president was brought out of the room, and Oz was still left behind that table. But he said that the thought that went through his mind was that he thought that President Trump had been shot, because he had that look of shock in his eyes, and he was brought down so hard by the Secret Service. And the thought that went through his head beyond that was, we're all going to die. He was absolutely terrified in that moment.
It is terrifying. Okay, John, thanks very much.
Last night in the nation's capital, a gunman.
I simply cannot get over the fact that the alleged shooter was a fucking Bill Kristol, like, bulwark adjacent lib. Did you see the show? Ben Harmon released a banger video, Rise of Online Cruelty. Did they name the shooter? Yes, chatter. Not only did they name the shooter, we know his like profiles. They found his they literally found his like former, he's a big Will Stansel guy. I've been saying suspension bridge effect since last night. Lamau. Any news on Kash Patel's girlfriend? So he didn't turn out to be a HasanAbi fan? No, he did not turn out to be a HasanAbi fan. Not that it fucking matters. Okay? I spent a good deal of time fucking talking about adventurism as unproductive and silly and stupid and bad and is not good in general. Which is why, like, even again, he is another one of these guys that's like, he's another one of these guys. Graham Plattner in a bunker watching this unfold. I'm in danger. Yeah, he was. He was like a he was like a Ryan Ruth type person. Apparently there's a photo of him on iOS Twitter. No, there isn't. Oh my God, you guys get duped so fast. What do I always tell you? What do I always tell you? If there is... if there is something that suits your biases that you see on the timeline, you should scrutinize it extra hard. Okay? You're anti-Israel. You want to tie this to Israel. You see something tying this to Israel. You should be doubly critical. Okay? You should be doubly critical whenever you see something that actually, leans into your confirmation bias. Knowing what your biases are important. Okay? Yeah, regarding this alleged photo of Cole Allen, I suspect it to be an AI fake for a few reasons. The type of filter on the image is uncommon. Is common in some current AI models. The page shared spread a different IDF shirt style video just a week ago, which also appears to be AI. Gibberish wording and same filter. Also, here's another thing. Why can't I like and share misinformation to convert the liberals? What are you talking about? You're not converting shit. Listen to me. Listen to me. If someone was pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form, and they were a prolific tweeter on the timeline, okay? And he could very well be pro-Israel regardless, right? But don't you think you would have seen him tweet about Israel more? Also, Trump is pro-Israel. This is the most pro-Israel admin out there. I guess people are pointing to him being a false flag and this being like done by a Mossad agent or something. That's what they're talking about when they talk about the IDF sweatshirt, right? That's what it is. Yeah, he doesn't bring up Israel in the manifesto. Well, he does. He brings up Epstein, but, just Epstein. A Fox primetime host is suggesting there's a plot of conspiracy by the left to recruit assassins to try to kill Trump. A reminder that the first would-be assassin was a registered Republican. Insane and dangerous stuff, even by Republican standards. Oh, God. Mossad. Please see the Fetterman take. It's killing me, dude. We were there front and center. That venue wasn't built to accommodate an event with the line of succession of the U.S. government. After witnessing last night, drop the TDS and build the White House ballroom. Another fucking ballroom, Andy. Okay, dude. Every time someone tweets about how we need to build the ballroom, I become increasingly more convinced that this was a false flag just done for the ballroom. Okay. What is this?
It's kind of happy.
Emma Vigeland break down the Hasan derangement question with Jennifer Welsh on the I've Had a Podcast. Dems are better lose than accept the left. Spot on.
On the left right now. So I'm new to the scene, Pumps and me. We're 3.5 years into this. And one thing I found so awesome about left-leaning media is how welcoming everybody is. You and Sam at the Majority Report, so welcoming, embraced us. Another person that embraced us very early on when we were total MSNBC libs, libbing out at the DNC was Hasan Piker. Came on, invited us to LA to go on his show. He's been on our show and we didn't agree on everything, but he embraced, these women are liberal and they're trying to fight a good fight. And I want to build a coalition with them. We're on like week, I don't know what, of this massive meltdown about Hasan. And I want to show you some of the headlines from just the past week. Pop these up. Democrats need to take more risks. This one isn't worth it. Hasan Piker is political.
This kind of stuff is good because, like, I hope it teaches all of you a valuable lesson about not immediately being dismissive of potential allies and just like attacking them for no reason. Many people on the left think that behaving in a repulsive manner implies that you're the most morally pure. Okay? That's it. That's why I don't do this. And for every failure that I've had along the way, like with the Aiden Rosses of the world who have fallen victim to unbelievable amounts of right-wing radicalization, there are plenty of success stories out there too. You just don't hear about them. You don't see them. You don't think about them. But that's why I've always been charitable to people regardless. My 5-person splinter Discord will hear of this. Yeah.
Poison for Democrats. And the next one, Hasan Piker, too toxic for Democrats. And then the last one, Hasan Piker is the enemy. And here's my thing with the people that are behind this, and I don't know who it is. If you want to cancel Hasan, like, just don't watch him. But the bedwetting, the weeks-long bedwetting proves his point to his millions of people that watch his stream, that the Democrats are completely a static, non-moving, fixed entity that will not listen to anybody else, and it has to be their way or the highway.
Yeah, and I think that Hasan being in the news like this too is a way for them to engage in Islamophobia in races like with Abdullah al-Sayed in Michigan without having to go at the candidate directly. And that's something that needs to be just completely eliminated from the Democratic Party. We saw it with Zoran Mamdani. After he won the primary, Kirsten Gillibrand, one of the senators from New York,
Hate to break it to you, but I don't think you'll be president in 2029. No. It's devastating.
New York said that he was going to usher in global jihad. And she had to walk that statement back, but it just goes to show how normalized Islamophobia is and how pervasive it has been. And yeah, Hasan is immensely influential, and that's what scares them. So they can't decide if he's politically toxic and he's going to sink all of the campaigns that he supports, or if he's so popular that they need to be afraid of him. And I really think it's the latter. They are trying to go on the offensive to make sure that they can discredit Hasan during this period of grassroots energy in the Democratic Party, because he's talking about things. He's to the left of even me. He's a socialist, and he talks about these values with passion, and he's going to Yale, and he's going all across the country, and that's a threat to them. The capitalists, the class of people that were funding, things like TPUSA, they're used to being in control of the narrative in that way because the money is always on their side. But, Hasan made good money on his own, and he can do what he wants. And that's the thing I'm most envious about with him, with his career, where he can just pick up and go anywhere, and he can support what causes he wants to. And that freedom and the fact that he has a megaphone like that, it terrifies them, because it's not just about being anti-Zionist or critical of Israel's genocide. It's that
a lot of people don't hear the success of what you're teaching people because the successes are too busy going and doing stuff like getting engaged in the community after they learn that stuff actually makes a difference and can bring about the change they want to see in the world. I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
If you are on that side of things and you are...
That's right. Independent media. Support independent media. Piker Broadcasting Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service. Midas Touch tweeting this: the libs are on full conspiracy mode. Candid photograph of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth after walking out of a press briefing by President Donald Trump at the White House following a shooting incident. I mean, oh well. What are you going to do? Anyway, you can support PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, by subscribing or by gifting a sub. Why are they? Yeah, I saw this. Why are they blaming Hasan? Are they trans now? Did Hasan transition? What's her name now? I'll start watching her stream now. It would suck to lose his voice, whatever that is, but it wouldn't be all bad if another streamer was taken down. I'm ambivalent. Thanks, Roy Drones Jr. It's so fucking weird. We get it, bro. You hate streamers. Like, I got it. Okay? I got it. You're so fucking cool. As opposed to Twitter posters, which are the bravest. Okay? No, it's just how these guys always are. They're Twitter posters love doing this shit where they're like, every streamer should be killed because they're not brave like me, a Twitter poster. Anyway, I have a confession. I thought this was going to get I thought this was going to be the last thing I ever saw ever. When the guns went off, I didn't buck. I put my hand across the table and I said, "I respect you." He didn't know where he was. He couldn't say a word, but I could tell it mattered to him. Ay.
Manifesto.
Oh, we were going to do I was going to do the whole 60 minutes thing. Shots fired. That's bold. Anonymous Twitter poster, that's the way? Yeah, anonymous Twitter poster. The bravest warriors. Bowden canceled the brace thing. Sag, bro. We'd like you to talk. Bitch, if Brace can't do a talk, what makes you think I would be able to talk at Bowden College? What you have to do, here, I'll give you the fucking method. Go find a sympathetic professor. Have the professor set up the event, because the Bowden Socialists is not going to be able to fucking put the event together. I have a lot of experience with this now. Okay. I know. Stanford SJP had similar issues. You have to go find a professor and have the professor set it up. Okay. You have no motion. Sorry. It's just the truth. Your ass is motionless and literally slated to be kicked off campus anyway. So what you need to do is go find a college professor or a dean if you can. A dean would be even better. And get an adult to co-sponsor the event and push for the event. And therefore, you have more protection from the admin. And the admin can't just come in and be like, yeah, we're canceling the event. Be nice, bro. It's true. Stop spamming your links in the chat. Hasan yesterday. Delete one forever. I mean, Brownie is the easy answer, but he goes, this is so hard. Klay Thompson. Anyway, let's get to the 60 minutes video after this is done.
Brave on that issue, it means that you're threatening to the power structure in a variety of different ways, because that means you're going to stand up to moneyed interests in that way. So you'll probably support increasing the minimum wage, taxing the hell out of billionaires, Medicare for all, a Green New Deal. And those are programs that will require systemic changes to our tax code that they're going to really freak out a lot of wealthy people. And so that's why Hasan, I think, presents such a threat to them.
Well, and then let's talk about, they won't stop. This one guy named Ethan somebody, I looked at his Twitter stream, and it's just like obsession with Hasan. And he's like talking about Hasan being toxic. And I'm like, your obsession seems kind of toxic.
It's psychosexual and pretty gay, I gotta say. Yeah.
Totally. And then, okay, here's my thing too. Okay, play the tape through. All right, you want to cancel Hasan, canceling. The stuff that he believes in still remains. Mm-hmm. And there's a tent that needs to absorb that. My sons listen to Hasan. And I asked my son, I said, they're going after him. He goes, Mom, they've been going after Hasan for years. I was like, do you agree with everything he said? He goes, no, I don't agree with anything any commenter on the planet says. That's the way MAGA is. We're not like that, Mom.
Right.
And I have a lot of agreement with Hasan, but what I like about Hasan is how inclusive he was when we first came on the podcasting scene. He knew we were garden variety liberals that watched MSNBC and liked to live out. And he was like, okay, let's build a coalition here. Here are the things we have in common. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? So let's say he gets canceled, and then you have all of these million or so or more Gen Z, ding, 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 the people who the Democratic Party needs that are like, you canceled him. Well, then where the fuck are we supposed to go?
I guess some people who are a little more feeble-minded may go to someone like Nick Fuentes or someone like that. Or I don't know enough. I'm even like a little bit too out of touch with the streamers. But there are a lot of like anti-Semites right now on social media that are not steering people towards a vision of egalitarianism. They're critiquing Israel in a way that is mostly focused on the Israelis as opposed to, say, like Palestinian liberation, where Hasan always directs the conversation back to liberation for all people. But that's, I think, like your conversation with him when you had like this open dialogue. And I saw an excerpt of a more recent one too, when you discussed Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
And that is a conversation that needs to be had.
Yes.
And the Democratic Party doesn't want it to happen because they want to win their way once again. And frankly, I didn't used to think this way, but I do think it now. They would rather lose than us win our way. And they would rather lose elections, in my view, than change course and actually embrace the Hasan wing, the anti-Zionist wing, the left-wing vision of a future here that would actually kind of maybe change the power structure. And also, you know, a lot of these people, these consultants, they are invested in the system because it's literally what pays them. So if we get rid of all of this kind of like hyper-targeting, data-driven stuff, and if it's not based in ads and I don't know which pop star can appear at the Kamala Harris rally and it's a people power thing, like how Zoran won, where you bring more people into the electorate. You don't just trim along the margins, you create a mass movement. That's not very profitable to the consultants. And so they're really worried that the people are going to be more powerful than the money. And so they want to foreclose the conversation before it even happens. So the fact that you circumvented that and had...
Tony Blair said the same thing about labor. I'd rather we lose than win on leftist principles or something. I think you're thinking of Keir Starmer, who said, if you don't like what we're doing, you should leave the party. And then they did. And then they left the party and they went to the Green Party.
That with Hasan, like more of that should be happening. I'm trying to do that myself as well.
Well, I think there's really important conversations to be had. And here's just a question I'm going to propose to you. Who do you think is more toxic to the Democratic Party? Chuck Schumer or Hasan Piker?
You know what I'm going to say.
It's 20 times.
Yeah, she's going to say Hasan Piker, obviously. Big defender of Chuck Schumer. That's why the video cut out. All right, let's get to the president and his ballroom. Yes, but they're Corbynifying the Greens now. I'm so sad and afraid. Wait, what? Why are you sad and afraid? Oh, you're as a
end up here. We spent the
dude. I love these. Sky News is like visual aids are so funny. They're either sitting in the cuck corner with like photos of Jeffrey Epstein behind them, or now doing this. I
going
guess
through his background online and looking at everything that we think he's written. These were his social media posts, apparently. And this is what we found. Born and raised in California, 10 years ago, Cole Allen was studying at Caltech, prestigious American university. We know from this that he's bright, he's technical, highly motivated, and here he is with his winning robotics team. They won in robot football. After leaving Caltech, he worked as a teaching assistant and a mechanical engineer. This is his LinkedIn. And he also made video games. Here you can see, this was the game he made. Developer Cole Allen, publisher Cole Allen. Kind of tells you it's basically the video game equivalent of self-publishing. Didn't really go anywhere. But if you're looking for an insight in the game, well, there isn't really one. The game was an educational chemistry-based game. Here, atoms and electrons fight each other. He worked as a private tutor. And in December 2024 was made Teacher of the Month. And this is what one of his students had to say about him.
He was just a pretty normal guy. He was a smart guy. Excuse me. You know, he was a little quirky, but it's nothing that, you know, you would definitely not expect him to, I guess, you know, do the thing he did tonight.
If you're inferring from this that we don't really have the vital clue to tell us why he ended up where he did, well, yeah, you're kind of right. Normally, someone in the situation might have a criminal record or something else which shows up in federal records. But all we have for Cole Allen is this, a solitary $25 donation to the Harris campaign in 2024. And what we do know about him is that in 2025, he seems to have been thinking about the future. He got a master's in computer science, and here he is graduating. So what happened? How did he go from there to this? You know, President Trump has said there's a manifesto that he published just before doing this, so maybe we'll get the clues there.
Bro, you got all this, but you didn't get the manifesto? That's crazy.
Well, the suspected gunman, Cole Allen, will appear in a federal courtroom tomorrow. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says it was likely President Trump that he was targeting, along with
Whole piece is just to be like, Cole Allen, he was a fucking guy. These same freaks are now saying Tim Walz incited this. Tim Walz, no one has ever been more dangerous country than Donald Trump. He's a fascist to his core. It's true. Why do they keep posting true statements about Donald Trump? It's literally correct. Okay? You're not going to... I'm going to be honest, dude. I know what they're trying to do, okay? They're trying to shame liberals into, I guess, submission, into not saying correct things about Donald Trump, not criticizing Donald Trump at all. It's not going to fucking work. There's one way to discredit these statements. It is to not be a fascist, okay? It's just so stupid. They removed the download button from Steam. They don't want the dangerous radical video game of this dangerous radical. Yeah, even Elisa Slotkin. See, remember when last week this exact same Republican account was posting my quotes, and then fucking Elisa Slotkin was shitting on me. And then Fox News was defending Elisa Slotkin. Oh, wow. It turns out they don't give a fuck about Elisa Slotkin shitting on me at all. It turns out they're calling her a dangerous radical as well. Oh, my God. Imagine my surprise when I see the same Republicans that were propping up people like Elisa Slotkin for shitting on me and saying I was a dangerous radical. All of a sudden, Elisa Slotkin is a dangerous radical. Oh, wow. How shocking. How fucking shocking. I really thought this was the turning point for the Republican Party. They were going to say they want a strong Democrat Party. They were going to say they actually do have the best interests of the Democratic Party in mind. It turns out I was wrong. It turns out they were going to call every single person that is in opposition to the president and to the Republican Party dangerous radicals again. Huh. Sarah Longwell learned that lesson as well, it seems. So what happened? Why do we do this? Why do we do this for weeks? Why do we do this entire process? This is a question for the liberals. It's not for the Republicans, because I know why Republicans call me a fucking terrorist. I know why Republicans yell at me all the goddamn time. I oppose them. Now, of course, I oppose the centrists as well. I oppose the right-wing forces in the Democratic Party as well. But why are you an elected representative? Why are you also leaning into the same fucking attacks? Look, I'm not saying everyone who's criticized Piker needs to be investigated as a terrorist, but on the other hand, why take the chances? True. This is the same principle that Democrats need to remember right now. What they're experiencing right now, they need to remember this when these fucking fascists call communism out or call socialism out or say, oh, you hate America to people like myself. If you are stupid enough to lean into that narrative, okay, you don't realize that you're giving an opening to your opposition. They are going to say, you're a terrorist. You hate America regardless. Okay, because they understand, unlike the Democrats for some reason, they understand that they're in a battle here. Okay, they're waging ideological war. Democrats, on the other hand, think for some weird fucking reason that it's patty cakes. That, like, if they play nice with the Republican Party, the Republicans won't actually put them in the fucking camps. No, you're going in the camps too, dumbass. You're going to be there right alongside myself, okay? That's why there's never been a moment where the Republican Party has ever said stupid fucking bullshit like, we need a strong Democratic Party, or stupid fucking bullshit like, oh, long gone are the old good days of the Democrats when they were so valuable, so good, and cared about democracy, or were patriotic Americans. No, they call Democrats pedophilic vampires, okay? They tie up Democrats with the QAnon conspiracies. They don't give a shit. They're going to be arguing with you, blaming you for not convincing people to vote for Kamala hard enough. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah. If this is the new standard, then Trump is responsible for the massacre of Latinos in the Walmart El Paso. I mean, he is. And he is responsible for the massacre of the Jews in the synagogue in Pittsburgh, for the record. His words were incitement. Both shooters used the exact same invasion replacement Soros rhetoric that Trump and the GOP has mainstreamed. Yes. Yes. It's true. The difference is Mark Ruffalo calling Trump a rapist pedophile is not incorrect. Whereas Donald Trump claiming that there is a great replacement theory out there and that George Soros and the Jews are responsible for replacing the white American population is untrue. They're making up lies that their followers believe and then act on. Okay? The difference is Mark Ruffalo is not lying. And that's precisely the reason why Trump can't sue Mark Ruffalo for calling him a rapist pedophile. It's that simple. Like, the logical conclusion here is literally anyone that says anything remotely true about Donald Trump, who is responsible for a metric ton of awful nonsense, is actually trying to assassinate him. No, you can be anti-political violence, as I am as well, and simultaneously say correct things about the president. It's just fucking insane. The real issue in that regard is actually the actions of the president, not people correctly calling it out. That's what this exercise is all about, for the record, for people who don't understand. They don't want you, and I said this after Charlie Kirk's assassination as well, they don't want you to say anything about the president. They know he's unpopular. They know his policies are violent. They like that violence. They don't want to be called out on what they're associating themselves with, what movement they're a part of. They don't want to be called out on it. And that's precisely the reason why they retaliate in this way whenever, another attempt takes place. So funny. Elisa Slopkin.
Administration officials during last night's shooting. Let's bring in Bill Malugin. We've got more on this. I mean, it really is kind of a fascinating thing, Bill. You and I were both there. Yeah. You were at the same table John Roberts was talking earlier. You were at the same table that John Roberts was at. And for us to get over there so we could kind of coalesce and figure out what was going on and a coverage plan.
You're just victim blaming Trump? Dog, that's the president. What are you saying? Okay, 4 months subscribers. This guy's memeing.
And so forth. Took a fair bit because the tables were very close together.
Oh, yeah, we were all packed in there like sardines.
Yeah.
Wild experience, and I think we all felt like 3 to 5 seconds of panic as we were figuring out what was going on in that room. But in the meantime, the White House is telling Fox News that law enforcement has recovered a manifesto belonging to that alleged shooter in which he said he wanted to target Trump administration officials. He also apparently had all sorts of anti-Trump and anti-Christian content on his social media profiles. Now, multiple federal law enforcement sources tell us that the suspect has been ID'd as 31-year-old Cole Allen of Torrance, California. We are told he was initially talking to law enforcement after his arrest, admitting his intent was to target the Trump administration, but he has since stopped talking and is no longer being cooperative. Now, those sources tell Fox that Cole checked into the Washington Hilton Hotel on Friday, the day before he allegedly carried out this attack, and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche explained on Fox this morning how it appears he got to D.C. from California.
What we have learned and what they've learned just overnight is that it appears he traveled from Los Angeles through Chicago to Washington, D.C., and it appears he traveled by train during both legs of that trip. As far as motivation, we are still looking into that. It appears he was targeting members of the administration, but I say that generally because that's all we know right now. We don't have any specifics beyond that.
Now, the White House tells Fox that Allen had previously attended a No Kings protest in California, and his family had actually notified police about a manifesto he had sent to them prior to this attack. His sister reportedly told investigators during an interview that he frequently made radical statements and planned to, quote, do something. Now, last night, Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. attorney here in Washington, announced that Cole has been charged with using a firearm during a crime of violence, as well as assault on a federal officer with a dangerous weapon. He is scheduled to make his first appearance in federal court sometime tomorrow, Trace.
The unclear thing for me, Bill, and maybe you have information because I haven't been able to find it, is they apparently the family notified police in New London, Connecticut.
Yes.
Right? So New London, Connecticut, the family does not live in New London, Connecticut. We don't know. I mean, we're saying, well,
Hasan, how do I get a job at the CIA writing manifestos? Honestly, they probably need to they probably need a new guy because the guy did noticeably, Cole Allen noticeably did not write anything about the ballroom, which I suspect is something that they forgot to add in there. Because, like, this would have been perfectly tied together if at the end of the manifesto, he was like, because he was talking about the security and how easy it was. He should have been like, he should have written, if only there was a ballroom that would have been inaccessible. I would have never been able to get through these, the security perimeter.
You know, like the president said with Jackie Heinrich earlier, he's like, well, listen, you know, I wish the New London police had contacted. We don't know that they didn't. We don't know that
they didn't. We also don't know exactly what the connection to New London is, if that's where one family member was or something. We'll wait to find that out. But we do at least know that.
How happy are you that the shooter hated you? I mean, it doesn't it doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter if the fucking shooter loved me or not, because guess what? All of these dipshits are blaming me anyway. Will Chamberlain immediately, this was right after the shooting took place. We didn't even know who did it. We didn't even know if the shooter was alive or dead. We didn't even know if he shot anybody. Immediately posted this fucking clip saying, reminder, Hasan publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Bullshit. Hasan Piker killed the motherfuckers, let the streets soak red in capitalist blood. The left being told over and over to kill. This has to stop. Even the India's favorite Israel defender, Vivid Prowess, got involved. Israel's number one liar, E.L. Jacoby, as well. And then you had even right-wing liberals like Mark Penn. Shots fired at the bipartisan press dinner. This is a Clinton guy, Hillary and Bill Clinton guy. Maybe it's time for media and the politicians to stop platforming extreme influencers like Hasan Piker and Candace Owens. Charles R. Downs. The other day, Ro Khanna struggled to disavow Hasan Piker's calls to kill Senator Rick Scott. If you're a Democrat, Shabbos Kestenbaum, another agent of Israel. If you're a Democrat and continue to campaign with Hasan, killed the motherfuckers, murdered those motherfuckers in the streets, let the streets, blah, 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 all this shit. Please shut the hell up about pretending to condemn political violence. Michael Knowles. Where would the shooter have gotten the idea to do something like this? Other than the New York Times, MSNBC, Maxine Waters, Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Hasan Piker, Stephen Bonnell, Ivy League professors, recent Hollywood movies. Kangman Lee. I don't know, but I feel like now is a good time to remind everyone that Hasan Piker has told his viewers to fill the streets with the blood of his political opponents. A serious country would have denaturalized and deported Hasan Piker already. Our ancestors would have done it years ago. Laura Loomer, shooter's a brown, light-skinned black Democrat from California who's also a teacher. How much you want to bet he's a Hasan Piker fan? How come Hasan Piker isn't in jail? Is this a good time to mention that the Democrats' new darling, Hasan Piker, said he wanted the blood of his political opponents to run, says Bonchi from Red State? I've seen enough. Arrest Hasan Piker. Master, I have failed you. Arrest Hasan Piker. On the one hand, calling me a fucking, straight up Nazi, by the way. Retweets accounts. Mein Gott Niles. Retweeting accounts called Hitler's top N-word. Okay. Yeah, this shit too. Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Everyone is like, everyone is going, oh, well, you hung out with Hasan Piker. You hung out with Hasan Piker. It's just like, it's so unbelievably stupid. What is this? Okay, I don't know why I clicked on that link. They're acting like you are the shooter. Yeah, I know. It's because this has nothing to do with the shooting and everything to do with how you can weaponize this shooting against your political enemies. Here is the former deputy director of the FBI, current podcaster, and also former podcaster, Dan Bongino, on Fox News this morning, talking about the rise in political violence.
Precedented. And we have a leftist movement and a Democrat party. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries last.
Yeah, all of those were tweets from before the stream started. There are thousands more since the stream started in the last 6 hours and 30 minutes. Ben Shapiro has been posting nonstop. Okay. They actually do want someone to fucking kill me. Let's be real. I'm aware of it, you know, and obviously every time stuff like this happens, every time something like this happens, I do get a fuck ton more death threats, you know. Yeah, it puts my life and the life of my loved ones at risk. It's just the reality. Fox News just minutes ago. Damn, Media Tracker is back. Thank you, M. Max. MS Now host calls out disturbing left-wing theories. Wait, what? Former FBI criticizes security following Correspondents' dinner shooting. I guess I got mentioned in those articles. Here, let's take a look at the former deputy director of the FBI.
He gave a very generic, political violence. Well, we have a left that, has embraced Luigi Mangione, Hasan Piker. We have a left that is not saying stop doing this to the president.
I think there's an assumption on the left where there's no shame in threatening the president's life on the left. So this isn't a both sides thing. So we can just cut that garbage out right now and just stop the nonsense.
It's literally illegal to threaten the president's life. You cannot issue a death threat against the president. It is one of the most illegal versions of speech that is heavily prosecuted in this fucking country. That's why I know no one on the left is publicly doing that.
On the right, okay, on any respected kind of mainstream figure on the right, if you were to go out and even imply someone should be physically hurt on the left for their ideas, you're almost instantly shamed out of the movement.
I'm not going to lie. Dan Bongino kind of looks like Alan Cole, but older.
There's no such corresponding effect on.
Especially given what our boy's hairline looked like at the age of 31. By the time he gets to Dan Bongino's age.
On the left. You just mentioned the name.
Time travel? Alan Cole. Sorry, not Cole Allen. Is it Cole Allen? Not Alan Cole. Cole Allen. Looper? Looper? Are we thinking time travel?
I don't even want to mention this guy's name because he's such a zero. But he's out there implying that, you know, physical violence is okay and is a means of fighting back against the man or systemic discrimination.
Literally none of those things. I've said none of those things, buddy. I've said zero of those things. You're just making, I mean, you're not even, at this point, you're not even taking shit out of context. You're just making shit up.
Whatever crap they throw out there. You're welcomed in open arms on mainstream left-wing podcasts where they're like, hey, come on in and spew this bile out there. There is no such corresponding movement on the right. There is no both sides, folks. Stop telling yourself that. It's not true. You would never be allowed on this network. You work here. I've worked here a long time. You would never be allowed in this network even joking around about that.
Really? Because the guy who said Barack Hussein Obama, was not a real American became the president twice. So, and that shit was posted all over Fox News nonstop. And not only that, but also Tiller, the baby killer, famously did end up killing that doctor that would perform abortion surgeries. Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Said he wants to murder homeless people. Every single Republican broadcaster has said infinitely more violent shit than I ever have, even in the worst clips that you can fucking find out of context. Both from elected representatives all the way to regular ass broadcasters. As a matter of fact, I'll go so far as to say this. The reason why these dudes actually fucking can't stand me is because in some respects, I do actually speak in a vulgar manner. Okay? That's what it is. They're so used to dealing with liberals who don't want to give them back that same energy. So when there is someone who goes, no, fuck off, suck my dick. You're a piece of shit. You're violent. You're vile. You're a Nazi. They lose their goddamn minds. Now, what they fail to understand is that all of the liberals that are kind, or at least civil, and care about the optics, those liberals are the liberals of media. Okay, those are the liberals in the political class. Normal liberals also feel the same way that I do. Normal liberals and members of the left abso-fucking-lutely are vulgar about the way Republicans are. Have you heard from the average person? Talk to any average person that is not a Trump dick rider, and you will hear quite similar sentiment, if not far, far more violent rhetoric than what I say on this broadcast, especially because I'm still predisposed to abiding by a terms of service. My knee-jerk explanation is that they're now immersed in the same kind of existentialist rhetoric that the political extremes usually are, but without the consciousness of being part of a larger cause that can be hurt by their actions. Yeah, this is it. Liberal politicians use the same "we are in an existential crisis" language as the left, but instinctively shut down any legislative/organizational action as impossible or unrealistic, so their followers have no way to vent off the steam besides click to donate. Yeah. Or you know, vote. What do you do in the off season? That's what I was talking about when I said there's a lot of anger, understandable anger, and understandable animosity in the air right now amongst liberals, amongst independents, towards this administration and its incompetence and its violence. Okay? Ironically enough, the clip that they keep posting of me, claiming that I'm actually looking to assassinate the president, is me literally pointing to people and their anger, the anger that they have and the resentment that they have, to say, hey, we can take this anger and actually organize. We can take this anger and actually organize so that it's more productive. So it's just not left hanging in the air, left unaddressed, left rudderless. That's what the inherent irony is. This is the least violent rhetoric, as a matter of fact. This is an anti-violence rhetoric. This is a rhetoric I'm utilizing here to avoid violence, avoid decentralized acts. That's all this is. Anyway, on that note, I have to end it here because my family's here. I'm going to hang out with them. Also, I'll be in New York tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the Palestine event, for the record, because, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, but I'll be live regardless. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Love you all. And yeah, that's it. Okay. Be careful, man. I'm careful.
Introduction starting
Peace. See you tomorrow.
All the chatter's trickling in. Also, people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. Well, he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da, hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.